T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on the results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With hundreds of players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 2, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down, so what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server on the link found on tts40k.com or down in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual events, including the T5S2 Youngblood series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And stay tuned for even more exciting events as we enter T5S2 Season 3, including online GTs and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of the Invitational on February 7th. See you there. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on the results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With hundreds of players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 2, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down, so what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server on the link found on tts40k.com or down in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual events, including the T5S2 Youngblood series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And stay tuned for even more exciting events as we enter T5S2 Season 3, including online GTs and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of the Invitational on February 7th. See you there. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40K circuit that ranks players based on the results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40K player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With hundreds of players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 2, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down, so what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server on the link found on tts40k.com or down in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual events, including the T5S2 Youngblood series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And stay tuned for even more exciting events as we enter T5S2 Season 3, including online GTs and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of the Invitational on February 7th. See you there. What is up, everyone? Welcome back to the stream. We are live with the T5S2 Season 2 Invitational Semifinals. That's right, we are down to just 4 players. And to talk about this game with me, I have Shuma. How's it going, Shuma?
Hey, pretty good.
Eat bolt gun!
Chat's been saving up their channel points for sound effects, I guess. They're blowing it up on the soundboard. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, everyone, for joining us. This is going to be a spicy game today. We have, in the red here, playing White Scars, Skauki, who we saw play Chris Kinnair's spicy Harridan list to a very successful win in the quarterfinals yesterday.
We stand ready.
And versus, in the blue, sort of asynchronously, we have the red Adeptus Mechanicus. This is Staigi's Adeptus Mechanicus coming out of Alex Squires, a.k.a. the Mischief Man. And he's going to be performing some mischief on this table today, putting Fuselov bombs on people, shooting people with Belarus energy cans. It's going to be wild. Shum, are you excited for this game?
I'm pretty excited. I love just how many jetpacks I'm seeing over here.
There's so many jetpacks. We got jetpacks. We got airplanes. We got, I mean, these robot dogs, they're basically jetpacks. They move so far. So I think also the Robo-like chicken men, also very fast models. This is going to be a speedy game that we're about to watch. I'm excited for it.
Everyone is going to be getting their engage points. Everyone's going to be not getting their engage points when they die. There's just going to be a lot going on here.
Yeah, not getting their engage points when you don't take it as the White Scars player. We're taking domination instead.
That is a spicy pick.
Yeah. Before we get into this game too far, everybody, we're doing another giveaway. We're giving away some more stuff. I'm going to set it up right now. Boom. Go. Giveaway. Exclamation point giveaway in the chat, everybody. We're going to give... I got 10 more Space Marine Scouts here to give away to one lucky person. You can spend your channel loyalty points. We need a name for those, by the way. I don't know what to call them. Tortoise tokens, maybe? Tactical tokens. Or something like that. You can spend those to get tickets You get those by watching the stream, also by cheering and subscribing and all that stuff. And if you subscribe, then your tickets are worth more, so you got a better chance to win. So that's pretty sweet. And if anybody wants to follow along, exclamation point lists in the chat to read the list. Ooh, looks like we're rolling to go first.
Important roll here.
Oh boy.
Ooh.
2 for the White Scars. 2 of 6, and it looks like we got AdMech taking the first turn.
Do you have any pregame anythings?
So we're gonna be doing a bunch of pregame moves for the Stygies here. We have the Cerberus Raiders doing their stuff, as well as the potential for a Stygies pregame move, which I think we may see. And this is gonna be pretty brutal first turn.
Selecting Shroud's Home, I guess.
Let's talk about the list real quick as we're getting through this the pregame phase. Talk about Alex Squire's Adeptus Mechanicus, as he is going first, so we'll talk about him first. It's all Stygies Battalion Detachment, bringing Daedalosis for that delicious +1 to hit. Attack Breeze Dominus, as well as 1 unit of Scutarii Rangers, 2 units of Scutarii Vanguards to fill out the troops. 2 units of Electro Priests, 1 unit of 15 Corpuscarii that we saw do excellent work in Alex's absolute nail-biter of a game against Liam Vissel yesterday. If you haven't watched that game yet, go check it out, because holy crap, it was edge-of-your-seat stuff. We also have 9 Fulgurite Electro Priests that are going to be hanging out in this Dune Rider right here, which I think is setting up for a big old turn 1 charge into some Incursors, which seems pretty juicy. We also have 2 units of Cerberus Raiders, as is tradition in an Adeptus Mechanicus list, as well as a unit of Iron Strider Ballistarii. Very exciting. All Cognis Las cannons on those guys. So the big gun chickens. We also have 3 Scorpius Disintegrators as well to bring up some indirect fire. And last but not least, 2 Archaeopter Fusilabs to drop some bombs. Pretty interesting Adeptus Mechanicus list. The thing I like about it is that we're not skewing. It's not. We're not taking 20 Cataphront Breachers. We're not taking 6 planes. We're not taking, triple Iron Striders. It's just, it's AdMech good stuff. We got some Archaeopters. We got some Scorpius Disintegrators. We got some Daka Dakas in the chat. We got some Belarus Energy Cannons. It's just a bunch of good AdMech units. What do you think of this list, Shuma?
I mean, you could throw a rock and you'll hit a good AdMech unit in that codex, but this list puts them together in a way where all of its bases are covered. I mean, you've got obviously the Cerberus Raiders, which prevents you from ever taking any sort of alpha strike yourself. You can sort of pen the opponent in. They're great against melee with Tactical Obliqua. You've got the assault elements, which are kind of like the spice on this list. I mean, outside of these Electro Priests, you have a pretty typical mech makeup here, where you've got the chickens for long range, you've got the Disintegrators for out of line of sight, you've got the planes, because of course you do, you've got the Raiders, because they're amazing. But like, the spice here is these incredibly hard-hitting Electro Priests, which sort of can mix it up in a way, like, inevitably, if you're not just completely rolling your opponent with a mech army, they do breach containment at some point, once they've worn their horses down enough, once they've killed the planes. And like, once you're past there, your Disintegrators and chickens, they're actually pretty vulnerable. And
what's the Incursor special thing?
What's really been helpful in a lot of these games is the fact that the moment that happens, just a bunch of like T-posing gray men with electro hands just like show up and just start trading punches. By the time you can do that, they're going to kill whatever they touch, because they've already badly damaged the opponent. They're going to get that 2-up invuln save, and it's just like, it's a tough unit to deal with all out. Like, this army is just very well crafted throughout the whole process of the game.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, the weakness of Adeptus Mechanicus is that once you engaged into their gun line, it was basically over. They didn't have much going on. Yeah. That changed, quite a bit in Engine War. The Cerberus Raiders were an incredible inclusion. But also, we got the Forge World specific Canticles as well. So one thing to keep in mind with this list, and especially in this matchup where we're playing against a very aggressive Space Marine list, very melee-oriented Space Marine list, is that we have the ability to hot swap any turn we want to. We can just jump into the Stygies Canticle, and the entire army can fall back and shoot. It basically gets the Ultramarine chapter tactic. So, we don't even need, I think it's Fabrications of the Artisan to allow your vehicles to fall back and shoot. We don't even take that in this list because we don't need it. which is phenomenal. Not to mention the fact that the Fulgurites and even the Corpuscarii both give you some outs for melee as well. So the list engages just fine. It can pull back out of melee just fine. It and obviously it just it ruins other armies in shooting. So yeah, I think a very well formulated list to play multiple phases of the game. Moving over to Skauki's list, this is a single battalion detachment of White Scars. I think it's pretty interesting. The debate still rages to this day. What is the best Space Marine chapter? Some people say Dark Angels. Some people still say Salamanders. Some people say Iron Hands. And a lot of people say White Scars. Some people say Blood Angels. I don't know what those people are talking about. But the White Scars have always been sort of at the forefront of that discussion, and Skauki's really showing us the power of this faction. And this list is very much like the Adeptus Mechanicus list. This is an indicative list of the powerful units that you can bring in the White Scars army. This is a single battalion detachment led by a Chapter Master on a bike with a Storm Shield, as well as a Chainsword that he has upgraded to the Teeth of Terra. So he is the Super Smash Chapter Master. He's got Chagorian Storm. He has Rites of Battle, I think Rites of War as well in this guy. No, Master of Snares is what he takes on this one. So he could potentially stop that that fallback ability that the Styges have. Ooh, Archaeopter is flying off the table here for Alex.
Okay, that's probably a good move. I mean, if there's one thing you don't want to, end 12 inches away from, it's 20, 30 Vanguard veterans.
25 jump back Vanguard veterans. Yeah.
This hell brick here.
Yeah.
Here's a quick question. Did these all combat squad?
Yes. Yeah, I think we've combat squadded to a bunch of units of 5. Get around that blast.
Definitely limit. Yeah, exactly. That'll definitely limit the
bombs.
damage from the Fuselaves.
Yep, for sure. So that... based on the new FAQ, you can fly off the table and perform, use your special abilities with the Archaeopter Fuselaves. You just count their last position on the table as to determine whether or not they've flown over a unit. And that gives them the ability, they have to take a turn off from bombing, but it gives them the ability to bomb and then remain relatively safe. So the next turn, they're just going to deep strike in during the reinforcement step of Alex's next movement phase. Just like a normal deep striking unit 9 inches away from enemies, they obviously don't move at that point, so they can't trigger their bomb ability again, but they get to shoot you with stubbers.
You're taking 2 turns off from bombing, so it is a big risk play, but I mean, if the alternative is that you never bomb again because
you're dead.
25 men with like Wolverine hands just cut you out of the sky, then it's a pretty good play.
Yeah, for sure. But anyway, speaking of Skauki's list, we also have a Lieutenant in Reaver Armor. That's the Rites of War Caddy with Vox Spiritum for a 9-inch bubble. We have 2 Incursor squads, as well as a single Infiltrator squad. A unit of 2 Company Veterans to perform actions. One guy, I love this. One guy's got a Storm Shield. The other guy, 2 Chain Swords. 6 attacks coming out of that guy. He's going ham. We have... 2 units of attack bikes, 3 attack bikes apiece with multi-meltas, as well as an Inceptor squad, 5 Inceptors with Plasma Exterminators, and then the headliner of the list, 25 Vanguard veterans with Lightning Claws and Storm Shields, 2 units of 10, 1 unit of 5, combat squadding to 5 units of 5 Vanguard veterans. Do you think Space Marine players think Vanguard veterans with Lightning Claws are good, Shuma?
I think at a very minimum, one specific Space Marine player does.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen these Vanguard veterans in every Space Marine list that we've had in the Invitational so far, but not in this quantity. So
certainly, I think before the stage, we were kind of wondering if players were going to adjust their lists, preparing for a possible Death Guard matchup. And I gotta say, not this one.
Nope.
Just going all in.
Sticking to White Scars, sticking to re-rolling wound rolls. Get out of here, Gloaming Bloat. I don't care about you.
-1 damage?
Yeah.
Whatever.
Interestingly, no Corsaro Con in this list. That is something that could potentially have gotten around a possible Death Guard matchup. But one thing that we talked to Skauki about yesterday was that he was expecting his first round opponent was Chris Canaire, who's playing 6 Adeptus Mechanicus planes in the group stage, and swapped into the spiciest of picks, 1 Harridan.
Big surprise. And
Unfortunately,
a big step down in like raw list power, but a big step up in classiness.
Yeah. So with the possibility of playing against 6 planes in the quarterfinals game, I think Skauki decided to stick with White Scars and just hope that he could pull them out of the sky with Lightning Claws. Assuming that Chris wouldn't swap into a Toughness 8 flyer, but he did. But fortunately, Skauki was able to make it out of that game.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Toughness 8 flyer just has Tyranids underneath it, and White Scars, especially Vanguard Veteran White Scars, are very good into essentially everything the Tyranids can pull out of a Codex.
Yeah.
So it was still a pretty solid matchup, even for a list that was expecting something else.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. We should also mention there is a Primaris Apothecary, Chief Apothecary with Selfless Healer in the center of the brick here, so hopefully that will keep them a little bit safer from the 2-damage Belaros Energy Cannons, although 2+ save in cover against the Belaros Energy Cannon, it's just about the best you can get, so...
I think that the attack bikes are really the only viable target for that Belaros. It's going to kill, like, a Vanguard Veteran, and then, you know, it's just going to be like Gears of War, you're just going to get on one knee, talk to him for, like, 5 seconds, he's just going to stand there.
Yeah. And interestingly, yeah, we do have one unit of attack bikes, who are not within the aura of the Apothecary. They're hiding in the back here, but they may just be out of range, actually. Those Belaros Energy Cannons only shoot 14 or 36.
I'm a little disappointed by these attack bikes that they're not in the perfect Tetris brick formation, like we've been traditionally seeing here. But it might have found out that once you put them in too perfect of a line, you do get a Tetris and they all vanish.
Yes,
so, like,
yeah, you score a bunch of victory points for that, but unfortunately, yeah, they do lose your attack bikes. Sarcasm Gaming with the big cheer. Thanks, Sarcasm Gaming.
Nice.
But yeah, we're going to watch Animander in the next game versus Ashley Thompson a little bit later this afternoon. And Animander, Sarcasm with another cheer. Woo!
Woo!
Shooting phase.
And he loves his White Scars Tetris bricks, or his attack bike Tetris bricks. So we're going to see him deploy those guys in little pockets.
So we've already skipped on to the shooting phase. Do we not do the bombs yet?
Did we roll the bombs?
That's what this has to be then.
Yeah, well, I'm going to send it back to the players' mics here.
Take 3. Okay, and then we'll just do the same thing.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like
dice.
this is the bomb roll.
Another 3 mortal wounds.
6 mortal wounds onto a Vanguard Veteran squad. Ugh, no saves coming from the Apothecary. Yikes.
Was it out of the same squad?
Yes.
When they bomb, do they bomb sequentially or at the same time?
All right.
Would you have not lost?
They bomb sequentially. You check to see whether they moved over a unit when they move, and then they bomb at the same time, but you order the effects because you're the active player.
So if the first bomb removes targets, does this say a second bomb roll the same number of dice? Because that was 2 sets of 5 there.
That's a good question.
Maybe they were just in different units. It's a little hard to tell.
Yeah, for sure.
The lines here.
Sarcasm Game with another cheer. Damn.
Ooh.
We're getting so cheerful in here.
So those bombs were good, but also keep in mind they're not going to be able to do that again until turn 3 at a minimum, presuming they even survive to do that.
What can you?
And also one of those Vanguard vets will probably be standing back up anyway. It'll take a long time for these Fuselaves to kind of like net solid value.
Yeah. Yeah, Skauki has a good placement here. He's almost
he's
impervious to the direct fire shooting coming out of this Adeptus Mechanicus army, so we're just going to be dropping some Belarus Energy Cannons into him. I think we revive attack bikes if they go down this first turn anyway, but
hitting you on freeze.
That does assume that they die. The Primaris Apothecary just makes the math so awkward.
Yeah. You really have to over-dedicate into a single unit.
Yeah, because you're trying to get two damage hits through to kill an attack bike, and then just 1 6-up on that just throws a wrench in the works.
Alright, so one big worry here is that these incursors to stay out of line of sight, they have deployed a little bit too close to this wall.
Attack bikes.
This is an easy charge off these Electro Priests after the shooting phase, and even if the shooting phase does kind of bounce, as it very well might. I mean, this is going to be quite the punch.
Yeah.
Electro Priests are
Sarcasm
good.
Gaming with the
2
subscription.
with the 6.
Thanks, Sarcasm
Nice.
Gaming.
-1.
That doesn't sound like sarcastic support of the channel. That sounds very sincere, and I really appreciate it.
Okay. Well then.
Looks like the attack bike's just bouncing that Belarus shot. Get out of here, Belarus Energy Cannon.
Yeah,
We're making all our
unsurprising.
saves. Yeah, going to the 4-up save is a little bit awkward, even with that
Last
-1 AP.
one will do.
Looks like we have no damage, or 1 damage
He'll
through
throw
so far.
his stuff
This is
into.
not an exciting shooting phase out of this Adeptus Mechanicus list. But I think that's
no,
to be
but-
expected
Front
before
and
everything
first
commits, yeah.
Exactly. There's at
Fear
least
not,
one turn going to
brothers.
be out in the open. You're gonna hit a tactical oblique off of these Cerberus Raiders,
freeze.
presuming they can. This might be a little bit
Oh,
awkward
sorry,
if you
we're gonna
place
shots
Vanguard
first.
veterans to the left and right of them.
Threes.
But I mean, they're not
ones.
making it into the tanks this turn. They're not making it into the chickens. They're going to be in that middle.
Yep.
If they do touch the Raiders, they
Threes.
probably die.
Yeah.
And then you just like wall of them right there.
Yeah, good. Fine. Okay. Great shooting phase, y'all. All right, charge phase.
Okay. Mechanicus player congratulating
My
his troops for their great shooting
Scorpius.
phase.
For doing a single point of damage to the Swideskies army.
2,
Yeah, man.
and then
So let's take
Guys
a
are
look
the
at
heroes
the.
of the Imperium.
Yeah.
Any amount of damage is a lot.
Yeah.
It's like 100 years to train.
Yeah. Half an attack bike. Oh my god, these attack bikes are so old. Not only was this technology designed tens of thousands of years before this game, but also the model was designed in the late 80s. Let's take a look at the player secondaries real quick as we go into this charge phase here with the Fulgrites coming in. Skauki with Domination, Raise the Banners High, and Direct Assault. Domination and Direct Assault picks, I think, pretty strong, especially for an aggressive army. It does sort of commit you to fighting for the 3 objectives on your half of the table.
Right.
So in this case, objectives 1, 2, and 3.
Priests will charge
You have to go in and try to fight for those every turn, essentially.
I think that's going to be the natural over the course of the game. Though. He's
Right.
already piled
do it.
onto the objective outside of his deployment zone, and he's prepared 25 Vanguard veterans to just leap onto 3 and viciously hold it.
Yeah.
And the AdMech can just back up and, pile shots in, but at that point, you're giving up 15 on primary, you're giving up most of your opponent's secondaries. Like, it also forces the AdMech to try and push them off, which is exactly what they want.
Right. Now, the interesting pick here, I think, is Raise the Banners. We only have 2 really bannerable objectives on Skauki's side, and it looks like he was sort of banking on having Objective 2 be clear. He's got 15 forward deploy models on it to hopefully get a banner going on there. Unfortunately, that's not going to go super well for him, since I imagine that these Electro Priests are going to be able to knock out 1 unit to get their 3+ invulnerable save. We may even see an acquisition at any cost if they are able to get onto Objective 2, which it looks like they will. To get that 2+ invulnerable save, which is going to be real tough for these White Scars to chew through.
It does seem to me, though, that 1 and 3 at the very least are almost trivial to hold. Like, AdMech aren't getting into 1 anytime soon. You're jumping 5 squads of 5 onto 3. You're only going to be forcing the Cerberus Raiders to tactical oblique with 1 of them. That
Right.
leaves you with 4 units that can just put a banner down, and I don't see what the AdMech throw in there to try and pull that banner back off.
Yeah. Yeah, objective 1 is like a secure, probably 5 points over the course of the game. It's the fight for Objective 2 that I'm a little bit more worried about.
Yeah, and certainly, Lightning Clouds are not good at knocking Electro Priests off of this, and it's, a significant dedication to try and pull this squad away.
Yeah,
The Incursors and Infiltrators are going to get brutally damaged here.
The Fulgrites do tend to spike a little bit low, especially against an Intercessor stat line. If they don't get their Mortal Wounds off, their staff only puts you on a 5-up
That is
save,
no mortals.
and D3 damage is like a little bit awkward because sometimes you just flub. So
Unfortunately, though,
they're gonna
Infiltrator
kill
squad, I
one
think, is a
unit.
5-man in the back.
it's 3 5-man squads.
Oh, that's even worse. I mean, they only
So-
need to kill the 1 to become
Right.
a real like thorn in the side.
So it looks like to me the Incursor squad is probably going to die. Although actually, I think we've pretty cleverly for Skauki actually strung the 3 units. It's tough to keep track. I'm going to see if we can get the players to color these models just so we can keep the squads separate. But it looks like we have 3 in a single rank, which means it'll be difficult for the Electro Priests to commit enough attacks into 1 to for sure kill it.
I mean, it looks like all but one Electro Priest can at least attack this corner infiltrator,
Yes.
which is what you're going to do.
Yes, for sure. But it also means that both Incursor squads are going to be able to swing back at the Electro Priests, and that's a lot of attacks coming back at you, which you don't necessarily want to see. Not to
If you're
mention,
sitting on like a 2-up save, I mean, that's like still...
well, they're going to be at a 3-up save when the swing back happens. If I remember correctly, acquisition at any cost triggers at the end of your turn, so they will.
Ooh.
They are a little susceptible to just the volume
Alright.
of attacks these Incursors can bring.
Yeah.
2 damage, so cops 1.
Well, I think we've both experienced it. A 3-up invuln followed by a, damage prevention roll. Like,
And,
look, Red Electro Priests are... They're no joke. They are not easy to pull away.
Yeah.
16 attacks.
Yeah, that said, I mean, if anything's going to do it, it's a bunch of Vanguard veterans with a billion attacks that reroll. So we also have a bunch of bolt gun shots in the back here. These attack bikes, you have to remember, have 2 bolt guns strapped to them.
That was not a good roll, though.
Ooh, boy!
Uh-oh.
That's
That was
one
not a
wound
force?
through a
is that
transhuman?
And that's
Oh,
through a transhuman.
no.
Oh, no. All right. Well, maybe the Scorpius Disintegrator can kill him.
Oh, yeah, that is...
Yeah, I mean, like I said, sometimes those Fulgurites just spike a little bit low, and that's exactly what we just saw here.
That's a little bit low. Like this, like LeBron James was setting up for this like incredible dunk, and then just tripped on his shoelace and broke his
We
glasses.
killed 2 Incursors in different units. Yeah, that's not what we want.
Now,
Not even enough to wrap the units, I think. Yeah, get those womp womps going in chat, everybody. Oh my god, that was miserable. Yikes.
Cool, make it hurt.
Jeez. All right. Well, let's see how much damage these guys can do back. They can also fall back and charge in again, which is going to be annoying because they can essentially confirm their shock assault every turn now against these guys. And without the help of the 5+ invulnerable or the 3+ invulnerable save, yeah, this is going to be a dead unit of Electro Priest here, I assume.
Yeah, no Overwatch out of the Fulgurites, unfortunately.
Right.
Either, so there's no reason not to do so.
They ain't got no guns. Fortunately, the Scorpius Dune Rider will survive, so we are denying the banner on that objective this turn, which is a big deal. It's probably going to get killed by Meltaguns next turn, but like, if you want the Meltaguns in your opponent's army to shoot anything, it's probably this Dune Rider. You would almost rather them shoot the Dune Rider than the Cerberus Raiders, to be honest.
I mean, alternatively, would there be a rationale for keeping the Scorpius Dune Rider alive and just wrapping it with the attack bikes? Because you could just leave combat and shoot at any time. So you pop in, you fire the multi-meltas that say the Cerberus Raiders, charge the Dune Rider, the next turn you just pull away and keep acting as normal.
It's a CP bleed to fall back and shoot, and we could just see a Desperate Breakout on that Dune Rider. But if you can bracket it,
that's trading CP bleeds. At that point,
yeah,
too.
that's true. That's true. And if you can bracket it, it can't get out because once its movement gets too small, it won't be able to get out within 6. I guess you just spend the 2 CP to kill it at that point. So maybe. I think if we see it get wrapped with anything, it's Vanguard veterans probably, since they're a little bit less susceptible to the direct fire shooting.
It's not the easiest wrap to pull off without accidentally killing it, though. I guess you can just try and pile a single one in, but if you kind of need the full surround to keep it there, and you're looking for like a real good charge roll where you can do that without also being within an inch of it from a unit that's on the other side.
Yeah. Also, I think worth noting, maybe not this round, since this turn has gone very poorly for the Mechanicus. On Alex's side, we have engaged all fronts, raise the banners high, and grind them down on his secondary objectives. If any units were to go down here, but it looks impossible at this point, killing the Scorpius would be a good pickup to deny the grind. That said, yeah, it doesn't look like we need to do that, and we can just put our effort into killing Cerberus Raiders and Fulgurite Electro Priests, and then dealing with the rest later.
I mean, at this point, it might have been it's academic. You never know what your dice are going to be, but flying the Fusilovs over the Incursors or Infiltrators instead. Yeah. They're away from the Apothecary, and it really softens them up for a much more assured Electro Priest kill.
Yep. Now, here's where I think that the direct assault pick is actually a little bit awkward for these White Scars.
And try for it.
Yep.
This is a fight again on the Fulgurites. 3 misses into. Well, we got two mortal wound hits through. Only 4 mortal wounds leaves 2 infiltrators alive.
Oh boy.
Wah wah. Yikes. That's a lot of CP for nothing, basically.
Yeah.
Whoopsies.
Do we spend the CP also? Because the command points are still at 6. They were at 6 a second ago, too.
Mechanicus were on 10, I believe.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And now they're down to 7.
Maybe they'd already spent them last time I looked.
Yeah.
So
Now, this is where I think the direct assault pick is gonna hurt the White Scars a little bit, because I would almost like to see them just kill the Fulgrites and the Scorpius and hold position. Just not move. Because they're not in danger. They have to commit, like, with their secondary picks, they have to commit Vanguard Veterans to Objective 3 in order to score those points. I mean, maybe you just don't do it and you sit in your cover and you say, you know, go and start bleeding them models.
Well, I mean, you can...
That was a bad turn.
There's a few ways to pull this off, right? Like,
yeah,
you can turbo boost the bikes to either sides of the Cerberus Raiders, prevent a tactical oblique just by body blocking them and just charge right in, kill them all off. And, I mean, at that point, you've got this like runway to go straight into the meaty back bits of the Mechanicus army on the following turn. There's almost nothing the mech could do to prevent that. Though that does also sort of depend on a few ranges and good advances.
He'll just give it to
Yeah.
these attack bikes then.
Yeah, and it looks as well like Alex has positioned his models to deny charges through the center wall here. That wall is pretty good for aggressive armies, since it means that they can sort of stand still and not really take too much fire. But on the flip side, it's also, if you position correctly around it, it's also good at denying aggression against your army. And it looks like that's what Alex is positioned here for. Looks like we sent 2 Vanguard Veterans to Objective 3. I think what we end up doing here is putting some shots into this orange Cerberus Raider unit to try to whittle it down. And then we use the trick that we saw yesterday and just start declaring random charges on these Cerberus Raiders, so that you force the Tactica Obliqua early, and then these 2 Vanguard Veterans could go in and mop up the unit if they elect to stay on the objective.
You can also measure to the drawbridge. It doesn't snap to that.
Okay,
but,
that's fine.
whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, with the banners pick,
As long
I
as
feel
I'm
like
within 3.
there's a definite intention here to just drop a banner right onto here, and
God, one-
the
well,
2 model unit's probably the most viable bannersing unit, because if you're going to accidentally charge in via a failed tactical oblique, you probably don't want 2 models doing it, because as scary as Vanguard Veterans are, I mean, the Cerberus Raiders aren't going to go down from 2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, they will after they get hit with a couple melta guns and a bunch of bolt guns, though, I think. Looks like an aggressive move from this Vanguard Veteran unit up towards Objective 2. It looks like we may be angling for a wrap on the Dune Rider. Certainly look what the positioning looks like here.
Well, at the very least, probably force an explosion off of this, which is a CP spend, though it is also kind of a painful CP spend, because then you're taking 5 D3 damage.
I don't know if you want to eat the... This is the worst possible place for this thing to blow up, assuming that these Prophobos units stay here.
Now we're up to 6 D3 damage
Yeah.
at this point when it explodes. This is going to be quite the...
Yeah.
It's going to do more in death than it ever could have done.
I wonder if we're going to, like, couch our attacks on the Dune Rider, like maybe put a bunch of melta guns into the Cerberus Raiders and then like 1 multi-melta into the Dune Rider, like see what it does, and then we throw 1 crack grenade and see what that does, and we try to get it down to like a couple wounds so you can wrap it and force the desperate breakout. Although
or we're just super trying to guarantee this grind them down.
Well, yeah, the grind them down's
Although that's
already
not
been
even-
failed, right? So
Yeah, that's not even on the White Scar's side. Yes.
yeah.
Maybe we're just forgetting about the explosion.
Well, I mean, you
It
just
certainly
gotta
seems
eat
like
the
an
explosion,
unnecessary
right? Like,
over-dedication.
you're a melee
Well, yeah,
army.
but you also don't need to put 7 units within 6 inches.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, I think what I can imagine happening here is that we get a desperate breakout of this Doom Rider and it just blows itself up to deal a bunch of damage. It's like 3 CP, but it's 100% worth it, I think. And then you just start las cannoning these Vanguard Veterans to death.
I mean, do you even wrap it? Like, if you put it down to like 2 wounds and you don't charge it, I mean, you can't move. It's completely surrounded.
Right. But they're just going to desperate breakout, and if it can't complete the
Yeah.
fallback without outside of engagement, then it just kills itself.
Oh, but I mean, like, don't charge it.
Oh, sure.
Like, literally just surround it. It goes down to what, like a 4-inch move?
Well, you want to force the desperate breakout, because if you are engaging it, they can't shoot you, right? So
But if it does breakouts and then just explodes for like 7 D3 mortal wounds?
I'd rather eat 7 D3 mortal wounds than 10 las cannons and all the disruptor missile launchers and 100 stubber shots.
I wonder which one of those does more damage. Especially since you can do both anyway, right? Because the fallback and explosion happens in the movement phase and they still just shoot you.
Yes. Yeah, so regardless of what happens here, these white scars are going to get shot. Somebody's going to shoot them.
Very interested to know what is going on with the placement over here. Like,
yeah, this feels very aggressive.
It's like they're trying to plan to punch an explosion to death.
That's very white scars strategy. Kill
they
it
don't
with
have a
lightning
mysterious way to
claws.
turn off auras, do they?
No, they can't turn off explosions.
Okay, and then we will do some shooting. I'll get banner flag.
So we got one banner down on objective 1 with the company veterans,
Ones with chapter mastery rolls. Put their
and we're gonna start blasting into the Cerberus Raiders.
guns into those 3 electro priests.
Sounds good.
With the strat to use an action and act as normal, can you drop the banner and then just charge the raiders?
And
No, I think you only make ranged attacks with this strat, with uncompromising fire.
we go through.
So it would be a way to force them off the objective.
So it looks like Melty Melta's killing two Cerberus Raiders from the first attack bike unit.
These ones.
Bolt guns. Priests. Well, yeah, they are. Cool.
Hey, Valdor was with a good point in the chat. There's a lot of deception with the AdMech army. Like you see this big, powerful thing that you're like, that's got to be a lot of points. It's like, no.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's like
Surprisingly,
200.
whatever it is, surprising.
You're giving away like 250 points to your army, so it's not like it's not the end of the world. And you're also like having your opponent has to deal with it at that point. And the other thing that we should keep in mind is that there are 15 Corpuscarii, and most importantly, X101 off the table, ready to come in. So it's not like the Adeptus Mechanicus have like no forward presence whatsoever.
With Vanguard Vet Unit 5.
I think I feel special that we
Actually, I
we
should
spent
probably start
CP
with
just
the
like
irrelevant
that guy.
unit of Incursion, shouldn't I? So we'll start with a relevant unit of Incursion.
I think does he get added for free alongside the other unit because he's only one power
Even if you
level.
did the Vanguard, that wasn't gonna waste the CP on that. Yeah.
Oh, you're right. It's like up to
Yeah.
that amount.
Yeah, so I think he just comes in with those guys for
I
freezies.
want one dude within 1 inch, and then I want no one within half.
Okay, so it looks like we are going
yeah, charge
into
with a single incursor.
wrap the Scorpius.
Yep.
Then
Looks like we didn't shoot it at all, so we're just gonna maybe try to physically body block the Desperate Breakout with the Vanguard veterans. It's still gonna let it kill itself, but
Attack bikes.
there you go.
charging.
You think that big red self-destruct button in the cockpit? They ever worry that like
You hit it accidentally.
they might hit like a rock or something and like you just hit it?
Shit, is X101 Elon Musk's kid? Yes. Yeah, it looks like we're measuring to block this fallback as much as possible. That is, I think, a little bit safer. At least you don't just waste the firepower and you don't risk just blowing up the Dune Rider on your own turn, and then your opponent doesn't even have to Desperate Breakout.
11.
I gotta imagine the combination between Desperate Breakout and then the explosion might just not be on like the players' minds right now. I mean,
That way, you're not gonna.
because you could have just fired 6 multi, like you could have just not been within 6 inches of it, and just fired 6 multi-meltas at it from this other attack bike squad.
Yeah,
Like, there's plenty of other ways to have killed it. You know,
honestly,
like there's a big risk here. Right?
I
It's
kind
like
of
they
feel
don't know.
that the play is almost just to kill it with fire, and then keep your entire army exactly where it is, and just put 20 Vanguard veterans behind this wall. You send these 3 idiots to go up and sit on objective 3 to get you 6 points, and then say go. And all you've done, you've traded a couple random incursors you don't care about, and 5 Vanguard veterans for like a big chunk of your opponent's army and the tempo of the game. Because suddenly you're up on secondary objectives and you have last turn advantage. The White Scars, I mean, White Scars in general want to survive. Like, their goal is to survive until round 3 when their Assault Doctrine kicks in and then they kill your whole army in melee. But they also want to survive until round 5 because they have the second player advantage with Rights of War on the table. So they can just run in and grab 15 points for freezies last turn.
Given the positioning here, I 100%. I don't think the Mischief Manager, not Maker, like, understands that you can just Desperate Breakout and have this thing explode for free. Like, there's no reason to, like, gloriously tri-point in a gigantic circle this unit. Like, the only reason to do this is to assume that it prevents the opponent from shooting your entire army. Which, when they're surrounding a smoking crater in a moment, presuming that Squawky himself also remembers that that's a possibility, I think it's going to be quite the surprise.
Yeah. Yeah, so Skowky's in White Scars, right? So, yeah,
have the players swapped. Why are the red player is never the AdMech on their name?
Right? Well, there you go. But the way to remember it is these cool lighting effects. The red player's on the red side, and the blue player's on the blue side. There you go.
That's true. Okay. Well, swap the names that I just said a moment ago.
Yeah, so yeah, Skowky may just not be thinking about it, which would be awkward if it ends up working out for Alex.
I mean, it's set us up where you think that you've wrapped an AdMech unit and then it just detonates. Oh. Oh no.
They're like, scuttle the ship? We can't let them take it over.
Space Force might figure out how to get the good transports if they capture it. Gotta keep them in those stupid boxes or their old bikes.
They might discover how to mount multiple heavy stubbers to one thing.
Don't let them capture a Cerberus Raider. They'll figure out that we've been keeping the good horses and giving them the motorcycles.
So I fail 4. The 8, 2 damage apiece, right?
Send it back to the
I mean, at this rate, this thing's going to explode and not even require a Desperate Breakout. That was the captain of the bike almost just killed this guy.
All right, that's awkward. Yeah, it's the Teeth of Terra going on there. Unfortunately, with the new rules in 9th edition, you have to swing with your best weapon. You can't punch with your fist anymore.
May as well make the most of that. The one Vanguard vet. Actually, let's check the lightning wording. Let's see.
I believe Lightning Claws. I believe they let you reroll all wound rolls, so you can reroll your successes if you want.
Okay, it makes, doesn't it? Fine.
That's worth double checking though.
No wounds. Other vet unit. On wound, -2.
Another failure, down to 3 wounds.
That's
It's
actually
gonna be academic if this thing just explodes anyway.
Well, I think that's basically all the attacks, right? That's both Vanguard veteran units. And Cursor.
We also have the Trader and Cursor and attack bike unit still.
The other Incursor.
Yeah, only the Incursors really represent a threat to it because they have an AP value on their weapons, but they're not rolling good wound rolls, so. Yeah, it looks like this thing's going to survive. It's also going to survive on its bottom profile, so it's going to be the slowest possible.
Yeah, so that would be kind of ideal.
I probably should have done all my consolidates at the same time.
Don't worry about it. You can go ahead and do it. It's all
fine.
We know what was happening.
Yeah, so it's good. Wait slightly.
Yeah, I think we're just.
Some mischief here.
I think the captain's just in there to add another body to the body blocking.
There might be.
Yeah.
I should stand back. And then close it a bit.
I am really worried about these Vanguard veterans not in cover right now, though. This may be
100%. I do not think that the explosion is something being prepared for here. I think that is going to be a big oops moment in a second.
Right.
Yeah. Well, assuming that that Alex also sees the line of play here, it is kind of awkward to automatically kill your own units. It's not something that everyone considers.
Yeah.
No, but I gotta imagine if you're playing AdMech for this long, it is something you always consider.
Yeah, for sure.
I do owe you a morale on the Raider squad.
Yeah, you don't get to you don't get this to the semifinals in what is effectively a 300 player event without knowing your tricks.
Means I can't fall back to you on a fortress.
Yep.
Which overrides Desperate Breakout.
Okay, so it looks like the plan here is just to roll a 4+ on Master of
Snares.
Snares.
Does I just waste that CP?
I believe so, but I guess I'll get Trevi's word on that one.
How? Yeah, or the...
Yeah, the Master of Strats just prevents you from
there
falling
was
back,
a
right?
fact on
The
this, and I'm
strat still
reading it
happens,
right
so you just fail it and you explode.
You
You would
still
be
Just stay
roll.
engaged.
only for the chance to destroy some
There's
of your own
a
model.
yeah. Let me just grab the ruling for this real quick.
Okay. So, Desperate Breakout.
Okay.
Move.
Yeah, so the Master of Snares cancels the fallback thanks to the Desperate Breakout, so you just roll to see if the Scorpius kills itself, and then it would just stand there and not fall back.
And then it would be destroyed anyway because it's within engagement range of enemy models.
No. That
Yes.
triggers at the end of your fallback, and you do not fall back. It's like
Not fall back.
it's like using Desperate Breakout on a drop pod.
right,
It's like
right.
the exact same thing.
Right. Okay. So
Alright.
I might spend a
there is a
stupid
ruling
amount
in
of CP
the-
for something that only has a 50% chance of working.
It's less than that. So it is in the there's a ruling about that in the FAQ. So yeah, we're just hoping to get our 4+ on Master of Snares,
Yeah.
I guess, which is fair.
4+, and then also not a 1 after that, right?
And then not a 1. Yep.
Can you measure between...
Looks like we may be operating a top profile here. Ooh, this might get him.
Well, oh no.
Okay, so are you ready? There's going to be a stupid amount of CP spent on
Yep.
something.
Okay, here we go.
So I'm
Are we
gonna spend
actually
1
trying to
CP,
escape? I guess if we
for
try to
Machine Spirit Resurgent,
escape.
and
Yep.
then 2 CP for Desperate Breakout.
Okay.
Is it worth it? You're blocked.
Oh, we got him.
Dice and CP blows up.
Does he blow up? On a
Does he
1 could
blow
change
up?
everything.
Oh, no!
Oh
Oh my
no!
god!
Oh
No way!
And then we make it explode.
Select make through, which is engagement range within at least one enemy unit. Roll 1d6 for each model in that unit. For each result of one model in your unit of that choice is destroyed.
Get
Assuming that unit
Outta
is not
here.
destroyed, it can now attempt to fall back. So I think that first half triggers before the thing, and I did just roll the
Yeah,
one.
no, that's
So let's.
You did.
Are
Yeah,
you cool with that, or do you want to get Trevi to roll on that?
No, that's fine.
Yep,
That's
that is how it
fine.
works.
Sounds
Alright.
correct, unless there's
The Desperate Breakout, if you are blocked from falling
Okay,
back,
I'll
only
go
allows
look
you
back
to
and
roll
look
to see
back.
if you die.
Um,
That's wild.
Are we spending on the explosion now?
You would just be spending the CP only for the chance to destroy some of your own model. So
Yep, no, that's fine.
Okay.
You rolled the 1, so it dies.
I'll
There
spend
he
the
is.
CP to blow it up.
Yeah, this felt like a very gambly game plan on the White Scars part. And here's the automatic explosion on top of the entire White Scars army. Oh, this is such a big
Oh.
swing. Oh no.
No.
Weird.
Oh, the Master of the Snares has him in the lasso, and then he looks, and the dude's just holding a grenade in one hand. It's just like, uh-oh. This is not what we planned for at all.
Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Oh.
No prisoners.
Could we have put more of our army next to this Dune Rider?
Oh no. Yeah, I don't think Skauki is worried about that 4 CP right now, chat. I think he's worried about the fact that his entire army is about to get smited and then shot by las cannons.
Whew.
Wild. Are they waiting for me or something? Are you guys waiting for me?
No,
I've
he
DC'd.
disconnected.
Oh, I gotcha. Yes.
Yeah.
I
No,
see.
you're good.
All right.
Did you catch what's just happened in
Oh,
that hole?
that explosion hit so hard. He actually
There's
got
a-
knocked off the
there-
internet.
It's been an almost nonstop series of wants from the chat right now for these White Scars Vanguard veterans who are about to get exploded on.
They'll be fine. They'll live.
All right. Well, looks like a little bit of technical issues from Skauki here, but he'll get that squared away pretty quickly. And we'll just hang out for a bit. Well, chat, this is... we thought this game was going swimmingly for the White Scars, but things have swung wildly against them. The question now is how many 4+ invulnerable saves
How
can
to chat like the Fulgurite bounce?
these guys make? There was that was the first endless train of wants for those Fulgurites. Unfortunate for those guys. R.I.P. Electro Priests over here.
Well, hopefully it'll be bloody and we'll give the people what they want.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be bloody, but there's going to be a lot of charred chunks of jump pack Marines in a sec, I think. But we'll see how it goes. Maybe they just make every invulnerable safe.
Yeah, it's easy. Just roll loads of 4+. You'll be alright.
Yeah, easy game.
Okay, I'm back.
Alright, cool. I'll start up.
Let's start with attack
All
bikes.
right, we are back
Okay,
in.
they take 3.
Now, if there's one thing, I think besides kind of relying on a little bit of a gambly game plan here, that I would criticize Skauki for, it's for very conservative play of his Primaris Apothecary, and I would very much like to see a lot of these mortal wounds be saved on 6-ups, but that is not going to happen right now.
I think the plan was to not think this was a possibility. This entire game plan I think is predicated on the like living in a universe where this thing cannot just automatically blow itself up.
Mm-hmm.
Like otherwise you just shoot it with 6 multi-meltas and your entire army is just completely safe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, in reality, it's less than a 50% chance that this works, right? Because it's a 50-50 that the Master of Cerns goes off at all, and then your opponent has a 1 in 6
anyway.
that it kills itself. Yeah.
I don't understand why spend the 2 CP to make it be able to move or act at top profile?
Because it could have escaped, I think.
But like, don't you not want it to escape? Wouldn't you have just stayed there and exploded? Should you succeed against an Master of Snares, you still just don't move, and then you just blow up, save the CP, and do a tremendous amount of damage, because you're just giving them another wrap target.
Well, you don't want the... I mean, it's at 3 wounds, right? So it probably just dies if you try to wrap it again. But also, you don't want to give away the kills for grind that easily. Like, you want to make your opponent make those attacks. Also, I think it could have escorted Engage, maybe, in the back. In the White Scars.
Versus doing 7d3 mortal wounds and saving 1 CP.
Well, I mean, it's not like you can't just do that next turn, right? Like,
that's true. Well, I mean, like, I don't know if the White Scars stay.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah,
maybe,
like
a perfect concentric circle holding hands,
CP,
waiting for the explosion next turn.
Yeah, for sure.
Back a little bit, just to make sure I leave room for the Corpuscari.
Yeah. Oh boy. Well, this is going to be exciting. To an exciting shitting phase for the Adeptus Mechanicus. Anybody rooting for the Adeptus Mechanicus right now is probably is freaking out.
So you got the captains down to 3, almost killed an attack bike, took out a Vanguard veteran, 1 wound on another Vang vet.
We're gonna
1
be
wound left on this infiltrator squad, so you're just gonna pop like a disintegrator to this one guy to pick up a kill and grind them down.
Yeah. We're going to be, like, mostly you bring a Primaris Apothecary to revive your models, but I think we're going to be using his healing ability more than maybe we ever have seen in the game.
Yeah, imagine that dude's, like, sitting there, he's, like, delicately putting a Band-Aid on the tiny paper cut on some Vanguard veteran, then he looks over and there's just this titanic explosion, and he's like, oh, come on.
It's like, no, I was 3 days away from retirement.
Medics only have so much energy, Trevi, and then they have to wait a while to regenerate it.
Yeah, he's got to get his heal mojo back. Yeah, you think the Vanguard veterans, like, I bet they cut themselves in their lightning claws, like, pretty often.
They're like, oh, I've got an itch on my face, so they're just like, oh, medic!
Yeah, it's like,
And had to tie their shoes. They're like, oh!
Sergeant Tyros, have we learned to take our lightning claw off before we go to the bathroom again? Yeah. Yes, Apothecary.
Like they really like doing fist bumps. It's just a terrible idea with these things.
So it looks like we, Cerberus Raiders going right back to that objective to contest it. I think, I mean, given how this turn played out, we definitely could have exposed the second attack bike unit. And just started shooting with those guys at these Cerberus Raiders to just kill them.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, the obvious concept was that literally nothing on the side of the table would be a viable target, and then the only things that could be shot at would essentially be these 2 Vanguard vets in the middle.
Right.
But I mean, like,
you could just do that by hiding, though. Like, this is such a sad turn, unfortunately.
It definitely. AdMech had a bad first turn, but I gotta say, the second half of that first turn, real good for them.
Yeah.
You know, you don't usually swing way back up on your opponent's turn.
Yeah.
I think maybe feeling a little bit less pressured. The Skadari Vanguard are moving up to prepare to break a banner on 3 if one is ever set up, or just to take 3.
And then
Yeah, they're also
chilling
going to be
for a
blocking a
little
lot
while.
of positions for movement to get
Data
charges
losses
around
will
this
advance.
wall.
Yeah.
And build a little shuffle there.
Daedalus is just cliff diving.
Woo!
That was 1.5, so now we'll have.
So, folks in chat, who are we rooting for at this point? Who wants to see Adeptus Mechanicus win versus the White Scars take the victory and advance to the final round tomorrow?
I mean, both of these armies, let's see, who could they play? They'd be either playing Sisters or
Purple
Space Wolves.
Squad will advance.
It'd be an interesting game for
Right,
both. I mean,
concept.
like, playing into Sisters, either of these armies are, you know, pretty viable directly into Ashley's Sisters list. I feel like neither one is, like, even close to the kind of boppage that we might have seen out of the last round. But alternatively, I mean, Space Wolves into White Scars is actually quite a fight.
In the shooting
Like,
phase.
a Vanguard Veteran Squad makes it in, and then
Yep.
suddenly 5 units of Space Wolves get back in there with their own shields, and they just, like, start trading just giant haymakers.
Yeah.
So then.
That's also quite an interesting fight. It becomes sort of a short-range chess match just for jockeying position.
Poke his butt around so we can see things.
Looks like chat is
My
pretty
Dominus
split.
will advance.
A lot of people rooting for AdMech. A lot of people rooting
7.
against Space Marines.
Like that. And then. Like that.
At least it is White
Better than
Scars Space
nothing.
Marines chat. The classiest of the Space Marine
Build
chapters.
Yeah.
Here,
They are the best Space Marine chapter. Out of all 20.
I think they're the
Or I guess
Here.
out of
They're
all
the-
20 legions,
they're the best.
and out of all 1,000 chapters, they're the best.
They're the best. They're the bestest boys out of the Space Marine chapters. They're the nicest
Yeah.
guys. If I were ever to,
And actually, no. He's gonna.
I don't know, want to grab a
This.
what do they have in the 41st Millennium? A synthahol with a Space Marine, probably a White Scar.
Then
I think they just have Moonshine.
That's the end of my movement. So then planes will drop in.
Yeah, planes are
They'll
back.
Come in over
You think we're
here.
bringing in the
A
Electro
lot
Fist
of
this round?
Alex fans in here. Whoa, amazing. Get out of here, chat.
Hey,
Blood Angels are
Inferno
not
802,
classy.
hey,
Blood Angels are
cool.
the best in the fluff.
Then this
I will
guy
agree with that.
come
I think they are great. They're
here.
maybe tied with White Scars. White Scars will, like, just, like, paint a sick painting while, like, looking at
Ass of
like a
himself.
Chogorian sunrise, and it's just cool. Whereas Blood
and
Angels
then
have, like, their own thing
Starry
going. They're
will
pretty cool.
come
But
in.
unfortunately, on the tabletop, just seeing, like, 35 Sanguinary Guard is not very interesting, versus, I guess 25 Vanguard Veterans is also not the most interesting. They're honestly very similar. Yeah, I'd say they're both pretty good.
Here come the Corpuscarii.
I think the important consideration is that are Dark Angels the worst Space Marine chapter?
Come on, BTS work for me.
Maybe. See, they
May or may
cheat
not.
because they're like
Get
3 Space Marine
all
chapters in
this
one,
in here.
and you can't be doing that. Get out
And
of here,
a Chaos
Dark
Legion.
Angels.
I like the worst Chaos Legion too, though. So is this some of that tech where you can deploy within 9 inches of your opponent because you're also showing up in your deployment zone, or do we just yet to move these guys sitting up here?
No, we're gonna. It looks like we're
Yeah,
not
there we
gonna
go.
deploy
Okay.
entirely in our deployment zone. Yeah, so they're just gonna be coming out.
It's unfortunate that one infiltrator is,
He's hanging
Kinda
out in
like-
the back. Yeah,
yeah, like licking his grievous wounds.
yeah. It looks like we were
So we
trying to
need him
baby
up in
those guys a
front.
little bit and keep them in the back of the formation, but that means that they aren't screening quite as well. He is screening out the back corner, on this side, but it's hard to fit 15 models in there anyway. So.
Esri also pointing out that Salamanders, I think they are canonically the nicest Space Marines, so they're pretty good too. I like those guys.
These guys. All right, so that should be everything.
Yeah, there's no reason at this stage
Okay,
to do the deploy within an inch of your deployment zone thing because
All right, shooting phase.
you can't really
movement shenanigans this
fit them
round.
in there anyway. Because your deployment zone
Data
only goes up to the
losses will
midline
give
of the table.
Everyone
Yeah.
+1 to hit 2.
Ooh, Electro Priests
There.
hit pretty hard if you're not in cover. Even if you're on.
We'll give everyone +1 to
armor.
hit these Vanguard bets.
Probably gonna shoot the Electro Priests.
Right.
I guess we're
I'll
shooting the Vanguard
start with the Corpus Scari.
No, that was
I'll
a
start
data.
with
That was
Vanguard
Daedalus'
CP to give them
ability
82.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
hitting
that
the
makes
Vanguard
sense.
veterans. Yeah, and it looks like the Electro Priests are going to be
5,
jazz handing those guys directly into Oblivion.
One's too far
Surprised we wouldn't fire the
there.
incursors. It feels like the jazz hands,
Yeah.
like the 2-up save is maybe the worst target here. You get like twice as much efficacy firing at the other Marines.
Nope.
You got plenty of high AP
I mean,
to put in the
in fairness, like
Vanguards.
there are a lot of AP0 weapons in this army. So there, we have like we're gonna have a dearth of
Yeah, so
firepower to shoot
9
at this
will go
these
into
eligible targets.
the Vanguard
So I think we're
vets,
just gonna
and
just
then
try to hit the
6
highest value
will
stuff that we
go
have in range because
into
those
the
Corpus Scari I only have a 12-inch range.
No. 5 will go into the incursors. 1's out of range.
All right.
So 15 shots into the incursors.
Correct PPB, you can't like the Lamenters
Hitting-
because
oh
they're
god.
just Tyranids now because they were eaten and turned into Tyranids.
Yeah. Well, I'm out of red range. So
Unless you like
hitting
Tyranids, and then you
threes,
can like them,
roll
'cause those are pretty
ones,
cool.
and
Are
god damn it,
they shooting through the den?
I was just about to ask that.
They are. So they'll be
Of the
hitting on
players.
fours.
Skouki on
And
point
then you on
with the
threes.
terrain effects there.
-2.
Move up.
Okay, 1 damage each.
Skouki really missed
And then
opportunity there to name himself
He's on
Squawky.
one.
Oh, is he on?
But
Cool, we'll
yeah.
just take it.
Skouki's pretty good.
It's easier.
Okay. And then we've got.
Looks like only 2 go down. Oh,
It was
jeez.
9 guys shooting into them.
I mean, we split fire
You
here.
can draw
Yeah.
totally. So was he
3.
in range? He wasn't. So 3.
So 2. Right.
Okay. I
So
concurs.
I'll have a look at this dude.
Well, at that point,
Yeah, no,
the most
he'll-
thing that split fire has really accomplished
Okay, cool.
is
So 2 of them.
denying the charge.
So
where
what do we
we're
say? It
one
was
to be
9
attempted.
guys.
Two of them will be on.
Yeah,
right,
I don't-
They're the daedalus
As
target.
much
Yeah.
as we saw these
Yeah.
Corpus Scari I do in melee in the last game, I don't think they want to
27
commit into a White
total.
Scars army.
Yeah.
Like
Those are on
Harlequins and White
fours.
Scars, 2 very
No,
different
those are on
animals
3s and the other ones
when
on
it comes to
2s.
fighting them in melee.
Alright, so these are the ones 3s.
Whew.
I can
Oh, there you go.
redraw
There's
them.
the 6s we were looking for.
Oops, no. Just those ones.
All right,
And
that's
then there's the
what an
2s.
additional.
Roll more ones.
Doing our more
Fair
dockets here.
odds of being dead here.
Yeah.
All right, casual.
44
44 hits out
hits.
of 20 attacks.
Whatever, dude.
At
Let's see
-2.
how dead are we? The answer is very dead.
Hooray.
Are there AP on those decks? Because it's only 2 fails.
Okay.
Is the -2 coming from the Warlord trait?
-2 is coming from it's a engine war strat.
Oh, okay, it's a strap. You used that.
Yeah.
Cool.
All right, just AdMech. That's okay.
Well.
Yeah, I didn't hear him use the strap. But
Do what?
that makes sense.
So now the Ballistari are gonna go. Let's see. Are they gonna go? No, they're not gonna go.
Field team stream. Talking about our pronunciation of Scutarii and Corpus
These raiders
Scariae.
are gonna go
Yep.
and put everything into these.
Yeah,
Vanguards.
double eyes are
Mad that you're
pronounced.
say, you
pronounced
say
in
both
Latin.
eyes.
6 shots.
Yeah, because it's a Latinized
Actually,
term,
you
I
know
guess.
The
And that's how you pronounce double eyes. I
Alpha's
think
gonna shoot
technically
his
it should be
pistol
Corpus
instead.
Scari,
So he'll
but that's hard to say
just
and
make
sounds
sure
bad,
he's
so
not
I
one
don't say
outside.
that.
Well, he's good.
Well, there's like a different inflection on both the E's, right? It's like
alright, so they'll hit one of
Scorpiari.
Yee. Yeah.
You hit
Like
And then it's
they
strength
like
5.
pitch up their voice at the end in a way that
Minus
as
2.
Right.
English speakers we just would not be used to doing.
Yeah.
2 damage. And
But
then
doing
Corpus Scariae just sounds cool as hell.
It does, right? Right?
4
Right?
regular shots.
Sounds awesome.
Hits. 2 wounds, no IP.
good.
You know,
Cool.
mentioning one
I love
CP to
it.
give AP2 to a unit that will score 44
Use
hits out of
Vanguard
20
machines.
shots. It's a pretty good strat, you
Pretty
know?
solid.
Like Necrons have a similar thing where they get +1 AP if they roll a 6 on their to wound.
Hitting you on
Yeah.
4s. Advance.
So I was
You're rolling 1s.
just finding out yesterday when I was going over those cron lists.
Wounding you on 5s.
There's
The
there's a
sixes are
wealth
2D.
of good strats coming out of Engine
Yep.
War for AdMech.
I will roll that one first anyway. Okay, past these past them as well.
I think everyone's very excited for this upcoming
Yes.
AdMech Codex.
I think,
Alright, to see
This
what
guy's
they
gonna
get.
Go. He's gonna put his stubbers.
Interestingly,
and,
this one Vanguard veteran on Objective
missile.
3 is just
and
tanking
he'll put
stuff like a
his
boss.
Belarus.
Like doing that like
into-
like Wonder Woman scene where he's just like in that like sick pose leaning forward with the shield,
Yeah, with
just
the
like all the like 40 caliber machine guns
yeah.
just bouncing off.
Belarus.
Yeah, these
Go
bullets just
into-
bouncing off everywhere. Yeah.
These in first. No. Yes. Yeah, Belarus into those inversors.
Cool.
Alright, we'll start with the Belarus.
Starting to fire Belarosias.
3 shots.
You just start adding eyes to every word.
Hitting you on
The
Yeah,
Belarosii.
The Belarosii.
2 bonus hits.
Can you imagine if the AdMech just had like
on
really thick
threes.
Italian accents?
They probably do, right?
-1.
Like this like gas mask bladed,
Got 'em.
multi-armed half machine man with like
Yeah.
you know like pipes
Okay,
and wires coming out and
then
was like,
everything
"Hey,
else into that
into the
Vanguard.
Belarosii, we must engage in battle."
D6 missile shots.
Yeah, what is
4.
what does an Italian accent sound like in binary?
Roll 1s.
It's a lot of ones and zeros, but then there's like tildes at the ends of some things.
7.
It's ones and zeros with 2 eyes at the
-2.
end.
E3 damage.
It's just that like the dial-up login noise at the end, and then EI.
I guess I'll reroll that. Reroll his dice. He's good.
Fine. Alright.
X-Man, Grimdark, Mario, and Luigi. Whoop. I mean, we all know like Luigi would be a salamander, but like, what faction is Mario? Like, what chapter would he be?
Alright, this fuselage.
Like, you want to say Ultramarines because he's just like a generic good guy, but he's kind of a
Blood
loner.
Angel. He's a blood angel.
Yeah.
Because
kinda feel
he
that.
likes jumping, and he
Yeah,
wears red.
I like it.
We've done it. And he wears a hat.
Sometimes
Cool.
he gets
You do a double
visions
one?
of his lost Primarch. It just goes crazy, like
Ah.
crazy with bloodlust,
Sir, I thought you were a gem.
which is what the star means. When
Right.
he's invincible.
Oh yeah. What does the
I am
growing from the
everything,
mushrooms
but
mean?
Apart from my
Is that's the chalice?
That's
like the
that's
special
crossing
chalice?
the Rubicon Primaris.
Okay.
The Mush Rubicon Primaris.
So, too far. 3. Excuse me. 3 Vanguard into.
Uh-oh. I think Alex
One
might
into
die
M.
on this stream. That would not be great.
Yep.
All right.
So the lone
All
guy
good.
hitting you on 4s. I
mean, at that point, that would, like, Reduce a lot of the incoming damage here.
no wounds, and then it's too many. 9 shots.
I guess
and
Mario
get
could
that
also be a
middle.
Grey Knight, right?
Real pain.
Because he spends so much time in like
Roll 1s.
the hellish dungeon castles of Bowser fighting like
bonus,
apparitions and stuff.
5s. Okay.
I guess getting huge could also just be getting inside of the baby carrier.
Good.
Yep.
Or Centurion armor. There's so many ways to visualize this.
Well then.
This Vanguard
So,
veteran in the center
from-
continues to survive. Incredible.
Now they're asking what faction Wario is.
He's gonna put
Given Wario's
Belarus
like
into
corpulent
you.
and lazy nature, I got to imagine Death Guard.
He's gonna put stubbers.
While
into
Luigi though,
attack
that would
types,
be Emperor's Children.
Yep.
And he'll put missiles into those.
These are
Vanguards.
characters
No,
I do not even.
So
Now,
Belarus
Waluigi's like a
must be
schemer,
the
right?
hero
And he's like
middle.
kind of thin. He doesn't work out much. No, he's a Thousand
5
Son.
shots.
1,000 Suns for him for sure.
Not going anywhere.
1s. Okay. Wounds -1.
No.
Got him.
Nice.
Ah! We finally got the
Thank
Vanguard
you.
in the center with the energy
Okay,
cannon.
alright. Now
The Vanguard
D6
Alpha does not have to
missiles
charge.
Oh,
Both
no.
throw hands
The
at that
other
man.
vanguards.
That would have been a big primary turn. That could have, pulled these White Scars back in it.
One.
With a 30
Yeah.
point, with a 15 point primary, they have like 30
Moving
points
on
on the
a
board
three.
automatically if they can survive the
-2.
coming onslaught of attacks.
It's not often where you see like a perfectly laid delicate plan, like an
One.
Ocean's 11 style plan, where they put their little map down and go over everyone's position. Goes so awry
and then
as
Stubbers
to where
into
this
the
like
attack bikes.
transport just exploded, and then they're left just like standing in the open with 20 tanks pointing at them.
Well, I mean, I think it happens pretty often. Like in every heist movie, like they're
One.
betrayed by their employer. Oh no! The
But
tank
usually
was
they don't
rigged to
all
blow
die.
the whole time.
If that's the case, this is being betrayed by your employer at the beginning of the Dark Knight, then everyone just gets shot to death.
Yeah. Well, the captain on the bike is
And kill.
Vin Diesel, right? So like he's gonna watch it happen, and like one single manly tear is gonna roll down his cheek, and then he's gonna.
Is he not Heath Ledger, where he just doesn't pull off a mask because he was the Joker the whole time? It turns out he wasn't working with them at all.
Send my last chickens in now.
Yeah, he just turns his bolt guns on the
Everyone
rest of the White
see the
Scars.
fight. You are at the bonus.
It's just a
hits
dog
range.
chasing guards.
It's a sort of see.
Which I guess would make him a space wolf.
with that turbo boost though, the problem is he catches them and he doesn't know what to do with them.
He doesn't know what
So
to
we'll
do.
put-
He tries to lasso them and they detonate.
The 2 back last chickens into these guys.
Ed Valdor, a good point. He probably was
He
Alpha
was-
Legion. This does feel like
this
an Alpha
this
Legion
is very
ploy.
much they've sabotaged the Scorpius so
Yeah,
it would
2
blow
back
up,
last
and then they
these
lured
guys
the
and
White Scars
3
into
front
charging near
guys.
it.
Yeah.
That was an Alpha Legion move the entire time.
Yeah, like this like
Yeah.
as this battle
So
like
the
com-
2
starts to
back
draw
ones
down, his like little
you on
hologram
threes.
suit's gonna kind of like fade away, and he's just gonna walk back into
roll
the shadows,
one.
and this captain's gonna disappear. They'll find the captain's body in a closet somewhere next week.
Okay,
Yeah.
3 hits. Wounding you on 3s. Oh boy. -3.
Goes through. Let's do
1 damage.
He
At
just
least, yep.
Uh, losing the attack bikes.
And
Oh,
then
this is
the front 3. I'll
Well, this
do
is
Is
what
this
happens when you,
recoverable?
when
This
you
is so
stand
severe.
in front of a Mechanicus army.
Nope.
and also give a free
more shots.
1.5 Magnus Super Smites to your opponent
Yeah,
too.
yeah, you're not wrong.
Wounding you on 2s.
Do go through. Let's do the 1 wound, so he dies,
And then the next one does.
So big last cannons, only killing 2 Vanguard veterans. That does leave the captain exposed, but I don't think we have anything left to shoot at him.
Alright, and then my last disintegrator.
This
will
looked like such a strong
send
game for the AdMech before that
everything
play
into
too.
your captain.
For the White Scars, you mean?
Well, I guess they're White
So,
Scars
start
until it's
with
revealed
The D6 missiles.
that they were at.
Um,
all along.
this is worth it. I'll spend the CP to give him +1 to hit, so he's hitting on 2s now.
Okay, so it looks like we had one disintegrator left, excuse me, and
6
everything's going to
missile
go into the
shots.
captain.
Nice.
Okay. Strength 7. -2.
Ooh, hope for a lot of 4s here.
It's
It's a lot of 4s, but that's not enough after the explosion.
Ooh, oh no. Captain goes
Okay,
down
and-
too. Ooh. Now, in
That
fairness,
is
we
my
do have
turn.
Inceptors off the
Do
table
not
for
get
White Scars,
engaged.
so they got some punch coming back.
But yeah,
I'm not sure how much that's going to do for them.
Yeah.
Morale on these Vanguard.
Ooh.
they have a sergeant in the unit.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was brutal.
What about?
Like, you know that scene in Avengers Infinity War where they've got like he's shouted sleep, Thanos has got he's taking a nap, you're pulling the glove off, and then at the last second you just start punching the guy. You know?
Yeah.
Then he wakes up,
Yeah.
he beats everybody.
Yep.
Feeling I like that movie. I like that scene. I like that we've recreated it here.
The disintegrator snaps its fingers and destroys half your army. And the Space Marine captain's like, what? And he's like, you should have gone for the head. Well, that was a turn. That
Yeah.
happened.
If we panned this this camera over to look at how many models the White Scars have lost before their second turn, and then you pull up the text tool, and right next to that you just write hashtag just AdMech things.
Good memes.
That is a good meme.
It's not the fortunately not the Inceptors. It's just these guys. It's only this 1,000 points of the White Scars army.
We were talking about how hard it felt to lose like a Dune Rider and those Electro Priests off of the other first turn.
Yeah, I think that was a trade that Alex was pretty happy with, I think. So is there a comeback here? I mean, maybe. You can fire at the planes with Meltagons from safety, so we can sort of hide some models here and use the wing to target the fuselage behind this wall for freezies, essentially, and just keep the rest of the army back. We have a banner we can put up on Objective 2. There's not really anything that threatens that objective right now. Plus, we lock it in because this is sweep and clear, so those objectives will be controlled by the White Scars until the AdMech get a hold of them.
Unfortunately, I mean, that domination pick, the banners pick.
Yeah,
like, the banners only making up to 10.
Secondaries are going to go down real quick right now. And you lost 1, 2, 3 units for grind? 4 units for grind? Ew. So you probably give up grind this turn. Probably don't go for direct assault.
You've got to drop the Inceptors to try and interact with your opponent too, and I mean at that point you're opening grind picks back up again.
Yeah.
Like what is the heaviest punch here? Like you kill a disintegrator on the drop, you kill a disintegrator, you kill another disintegrator, they both explode, which kills Daedalosus somehow, and a full Skadari Vanguard squad and an Iron Strider. If the dice swing up enough, this is certainly recoverable. But definitely, this is a mountain to climb.
Yeah, with 5 Inceptors off the table, like you can just like pick an AdMech unit and it goes away. Outside of like the Iron Striders, I think they're the only thing that's like beefy enough to survive an Inceptor shot. But
though they also take a huge hit from it as well, and I mean, it could still be worth it to reduce this like hugely damaged output. The Iron Striders also. They threaten into this AdMech back corner, given that they're like sheer mobility and still being able to fire. Like they could just pop back here and kill this entire attack bike unit. Yeah. And at that point, like, what do you even have left to fire at the planes?
The bigger downside of the Inceptors right now, though, is that we lost the captain, so there's no reroll ones available for them.
Yeah.
So they may just kill themselves.
I mean, I don't know that they're gonna survive anyway after their drop. Like the captain's a play to kind of like hope to get multiple turns of value out of them and to make their hit slightly harder.
Yeah.
But I mean, like, I don't know. There's a place in the world that unit lands where it does not immediately get picked up here anyway.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I also think we should. You have to be wary about dropping next to the Corpus Garii because I believe they could just intercept you. Oh no, we're out of CP for AdMech, so we are not representing an intercept right now. Just kidding. Do what you want, White Scars. You got 7 CP.
Yeah.
Get her done.
Maybe an orbital bombardment. I'm amazed more players don't just orbital. Like, you just drop one right in the middle of this pack, this like giant dense AdMech corner on turn 1.
It's only D3.
They either have to desperately move their parking lot. Nah, so it's D3 unless they're within 3 inches of the blast. Then it's D6.
Yeah, I guess you could drop it like on the front of this objective maybe, and then.
At the very least, you're forcing like some advances. Like the tanks all have to. They're in such a little like Jenga tower break here that it becomes very difficult to escape from it.
Yeah.
Does the Space Marine one require line of sight? You don't need it for Death Guard.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I've never seen orbital bombardment used, so I have no idea.
I feel like it's actually cool. In situations like this, I think it's a very good strat.
Yeah, you just select a point on the battlefield. It does require your warlord to be on the table, so we don't have it anymore. The only guy with a direct link up to the battle barge has been killed. So,
all right. Yeah, no one has authority anymore.
Yeah,
they desperately calling for fire support, and like whoever's receiving the phone calls just like,
these
sorry, man.
Spam callers again. Space Marines don't need air support.
Those
They're
texts
too
are all just on
strong.
red, and that dude's just like at the lunchroom. It's like that scene from One Punch Man.
Could have been I mean, it would have been an interesting drop on bottom one. It's so many CP though, right? 3 CP. Well,
I mean, we got 7 in the tank and nothing to
yeah,
spend it on.
I think you're expecting to have more to do over the course of the game. You definitely don't plan your turn around losing like 800 points of your army on your opponent's shooting phase.
You do against AdMech.
Well, if
If the past experience for every one of these games has been so far any indication.
yeah, I mean, if you just stand in your hidey hole and put 2 Vanguard veterans on objective 3 and then just say go, I think you're doing okay.
Yeah.
This didn't even. I think the worst part about like this whole interaction, like it would have been sick if Skauki had gotten it off and he gets a bunch of table space and he's unshootable and everything, and it would have been amazing. Obviously, it's a super gambly play. It's hyper gambly play, and I think it's appropriate that he was punished for it.
I mean, it's worse than a coin flip to see if half your army just gets just punched right in the face.
Yeah.
Unnecessarily. Nothing was. You could have kept the entire army behind this wall by objective 1, and it's still out of line of sight. You just shoot that thing with multi-meltas, and then it's fine. You're free, and you have objective 2.
Yeah. All of the walls on the table are breachable, so you can walk through them with the ground infantry. Obviously,
they
the
may be
vanguards
dummy
don't care
thick,
either way.
but they have doors.
Yes, or they're just made out of paper mache, so you can punch right through.
You ever tried to punch through 4 feet of paper mache?
I haven't, but it's Tau paper mache, so it's
yeah. So
it's not very good, you know.
No.
So yeah, I mean, I think if we had seen the hyper conservative play out of Skauki, this would have been this would have been a very difficult game for AdMech to come back in.
Fortunately, AdMech can convert on an advantage like that hard.
Oh yeah. This is like
they can exploit that.
This
easily.
isn't just an uphill battle for White Scars. This is like climbing Mount Everest right now.
Yeah.
Fortunately, we do have another depleted unit of Vanguard veterans remaining, so we can grab objective 3 to grab those 6 secondary points pretty easily. I mean, maybe from here we just hang out and chill. Unfortunately, the Fuselaves are back on the table, so they can come out and shoot. I think we are angling to shoot at 1, maybe with maybe not. Just kidding.
I mean, I think the risk of just hanging out is the Electro Priests just run up and pull you off of objective 2.
Do
The
they?
Iron Striders just
I think you can hide from their line of sight pretty easily. And if they advance, they don't hit super hard.
they still have melee weapons.
Yeah.
They'll do the mortal wound strat. I mean, this is a single unit of incursors. It's no longer 3 units of 5. It's 1 unit of 4.
Well, it's a unit of. I mean, importantly, it's a unit of 4 and
They
a unit
can't
of 1,
advance
so
in
it's 2
charge.
separate.
They just.
Well, you know,
Yeah, no,
but you
I'm
don't even have to
looking-
touch the second one.
I'm looking for my.
And
You're breaking
you
the
also,
banner either way, right?
You also have a big. Well, you have to kill them all because they're OBSEC.
Want me to start bubbling?
That's true.
You also have a
I
big
don't think I'm gonna come in anyway.
wall here you can
also
use to
definitely
physically
not
body
gonna-
block and make that charge really hard because they only move 6, right? So
You
they
can also just dump disintegrators at this one infiltrator, walk up, and
yeah.
a pretty good chance of
I
killing
think
this.
you can turn that into requiring a 9-inch charge in the Corpus Carrier with proper
Yeah.
positioning.
Here, so I'll do.
And even then, the Iron Striders run out, they gain line
mean,
of sight on.
Yeah,
the
the
back objectives
Belarus.
here.
They probably pick these units up, but it is a little dicey because they're going to be sitting on a 3+ armor save, so they may just not die. You know.
I just mean but it's still just that's a turn. I mean, the following turn they definitely die. You gotta play for the rest of the game. You gotta form a gameplay that lets you get to the victory rather than just trying to hold on for one more turn of scoring, because one more turn of scoring is nice, but it's not going to get you the.
Chad pointing out
W.
appropriately that Tau paper mache is easy
actually,
to punch
I
through
don't-
because
I don't
it's
have
bad in
any
melee.
It's true.
Oh,
So
Yeah, there's no attacks back.
yeah, I mean, I still don't really want to come in with.
So it looks like we're going to be leaving the Inceptors off for a turn, which I like. I think we're just going to try to pull off these Cerberus Raiders and reduce the screening that the Oedipus Mechanicus has available to them. Eating these bombs is going to be rough, though. I wonder if part of the arithmetic for the White Scars in their decision to be more aggressive was that they were facing down multiple or several consecutive rounds of Fuselage bombing without the ability to respond if the Fuselages just go off the table.
Can they do it more than twice in that way? They're on 1, they
do
bomb.
it on
They're off
first.
on 2. They show up on 3, they don't bomb. They bomb on 4, and
Well,
then they're
no,
off the table.
they show up
for 5.
They show up on your next reinforcement step.
Yeah, but they can't bomb on your next reinforcement step, so you're still waiting like another turn after that.
Right. So they show up on 2 and they don't bomb. Then round 3,
so
they come.
they
They
can only
bomb
bomb-
and go off. Then round 4 they come back on, and round 5 they bomb and go off.
Okay, so yeah, there's three sets of bombings, presuming that
Yeah.
they don't die in the two times that they're just like standing around.
But I mean, as we saw in the game against Liam yesterday, like if you if you are up against a bunch of dudes with jump packs or whatever,
We're just landing the Inceptors here. Are we trying to angle it so that they could just barely get line of sight for the entire unit? at the
Yeah,
end of
shoot
the,
one
the
dude.
Corpscarii?
yeah, I don't hate that. I think they're gonna get killed by last cannon. So
It's at -1 for the
yeah, minus one for the
cover
defense as
though.
well.
Yeah, there's no captain there, so they're shooting a unit that has like an invuln and a film of pain, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, even if you're shooting, what, 30 shots, like 30 down to 15, down to 13, A5. Yeah, you might kill the whole unit. Roll a little bit up, you'll kill the whole thing. And then like leadership's probably pretty bad for them too. Which would help keep this objective safe. Though notably, we can't put any of the incursors on the objective. So if disintegrators just go ham, or if the planes just fly over, we're still losing objective 2.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know if I like this Inceptor drop. I guess we're just trying to remove threats to objective 2, but
Well, it's also
think
you
you
don't have a
can-
lot of options here. I think like this, the other
Right.
flank is so heavily screened out. So like your choice is really just to keep them off the table. But I don't know that keeping them off the table is.
Maybe we just do
Oh, looks like we're maybe repositioning just to not take the -1 bit.
like that.
Try to get near the lieutenant.
yeah, it gives them objective secured as well, which is decent.
Can we drop here? I guess we can. Can we drop here and be on the objective though?
If this guy's an inch and a half from the objective, it's
Yeah.
way more. So you have like a half inch of leeway, I think, in there, at least on the apex of the objective circle.
Yeah, give me a.
Oh, cool.
Don't think
Awesome,
there's
you
anywhere I
already
can
measured
get. Can't get both, which is fine.
Alright. This is a much heavier hit at this point. This should kill the unit.
The Corpus guy,
Maybe.
right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you dropped 30 strength 7 shots into him.
Yeah.
Unless your hit rolls
30
go
into
bad,
20,
you should be
rerolling
okay.
ones. So this should convert 20 wounds.
It also
and they're not
means
sitting
that
on
you're allowed to now
9
charge with the
years.
Vanguard veterans,
Yeah.
Okay.
and you might just be able to clear off the alpha or the alpha unit, or get into the disintegrator or the Fuselab.
The downside is you are just giving the trade. At this point, the Iron
My
Starters have a very
boss
clear
carries
target, and they
with
just pick up
a
every
attack
Inceptor.
like
Oh, for sure.
But I mean, I don't know that you have a choice. Right? Like I think this unit you have to do something to try and
And
reduce
let's
that incoming
do
fire as
a
fast as
banner.
possible, or else you're going to get stripped off of every objective.
Yep.
Create
We have
Yeah, yeah.
7
Okay.
7 CP left. You could also
These three
uh,
bikes, which is
drop the
great.
Vanguard veterans back into Assault Doctrine and just try to dice a Fuselab off the table.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, we got 9 attacks, we just gotta get 5 wounds through.
that's what I- that's-
Could happen.
Not impossible.
Again.
When does the Fuselab
Okay, 1 hit now. 2 to wound. Rerolling.
command uplink? No,
One
can these
wound.
Fuselabs not turn off
Done.
auras?
3 'cause I'm looking for
They can. It happens in your boot phase,
And
I
then
think.
do
I was thinking of the edge.
well.
I was just thinking if they had the upgrade or not.
They
Is that
do,
the command uplink?
Command uplink, yeah.
2 more
That is the
stuff.
one that is it.
It
Okay.
gives him access to the stratagem that lets you do it.
Yeah.
Cool. First one does 3, second one.
So they can't even turn off. I guess Vanguard Veterans' power is coming from the auras anyway. At this point, they're fine.
Okay, and
we
then
knocked
the
one unit of
important
raiders
one,
off.
all the Inceptors will shoot these Corpuscarii.
And here comes the
they
shot
would've
onto
been
the Corpuscarii.
Yeah, T3, 5 up invuln, 5 up feel no pain.
Yeah, I'd like to get past the Feel No Pain, but if I have a unit left, I might get them. So, hitting on 4s. Wounding on 2s, rerolling because Lieutenant's got the bottom.
Oh, they're not going to be within the 12 inches for Styges. Only 13
Fives.
wounds. And those saves are good. Oh, this is not a good trade.
So I lose 4.
4 go down. Get out of here. Oh, no.
It's just to do that, just to AdMech things.
That's like salt in the
again here.
wound there.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yikes.
and then
Scepter's
that'll be
not quite doing their job. Thanks for the womp womp chat.
At least a few of these Electro Priests are still in coherency, even if they're off the table.
I will spend a CP to give the Inceptors a 3d6 charge, pick the 2 highest.
Lark mentioning it was a bad trade, even
And
if they had wiped them all out. I mean, that I think in a raw math standpoint, yeah, but like from a board position thing, you have to act. I mean, this unit has to do something. There's not a lot of choice. There's not
Roll a 9.
a lot of units that you're going to be trading up into on this side. Like as we said before, basically every AdMech unit is like much cheaper than you think. So the only thing that the Interceptors could trade up into is if they somehow wildly overperformed.
They shoot like 2 Scorpius to death.
Yeah.
In one go, yeah. Yeah, in this matchup you need, like, there's so many threats on the table, you need the Inceptors to be doing multiple turns of damage. I do like this move, though. We used Cut Off the Head, or Fierce Rivalries, excuse me, to get a big charge off the Inceptors into the Vanguard. Just trying to make sure they can't pile in onto the objective and take it away, although we might still be in the Lieutenant Aura. It looks a little far.
We could also, are we going to try and push the Vang Vets into the Disintegrator and Fusilov, too?
Maybe.
And we have that would be attacking.
And given the log jam that's happening back here, it might be hard to
Yeah.
pull the Disintegrator back out.
Chad, I think if the Inceptors stay off the table, I wouldn't be surprised if the planes just fly off again. Which, yeah, I guess, I mean, it is beneficial to the planes because they are guaranteed their last turn of bombing, essentially.
Okay, and then we.
It is kind of bleeding them VP though because they're not scoring engage on all fronts, which is interesting.
Oh, he's good.
Are we angling for a wrap? This would be spicy if we get this off. I have to imagine Inceptors.
You lose a single model, you just pick up the Vanguard Alpha. So like I don't.
Oh, did they whiff?
Wait. Huh?
The Inceptors just
Ow.
miss. I mean, it's only one dude punching into a 4+ armor
So
save.
it'll be 6
I
attacks.
suppose.
Hitting
Yeah.
you
Although you could take your
forwards.
invulnerable save, I believe, on those guys if you want them to die.
Your toughness -1, so that still puts you at 4.
All right.
Yep.
I'm feeling it, chat.
Cool. Okay, that charge has made me feel a bit better about the game.
So the Inceptors will be safe because we do not have CP for a Desperate Breakout now.
Yeah, it costs 2, right?
Yeah. All right.
Alrighty.
Well,
There you
we're
go.
trying to get back in.
And
Skowky is fighting tooth and nail to get back in this game.
Okay.
The downside, they're only so safe. I mean, the Arcanaptors can both bomb them.
oh,
Yes, they got a lot of wounds though. They're like it's a low,
Yeah.
low number of
They
high
have friendly
wound
leadership
models. So
9.
we might lose 1 to bombs, or I guess we probably lose 1 to bombs. But if that's all that you lose, that's okay. Because you could just
Bomb both,
you could just
leave one of the
revive that guy
Arcaptors
next
off.
turn, right? So it's like whatever.
You bomb.
right.
You bomb with both. You leave one Arcaptors on 3. You just dare the opponent to kill it, so that it then explodes and finishes off more, possibly killing some of the Vanguard veterans as well.
Yeah, maybe. You're also really burned on CP right now.
Nope.
So like we don't.
Lost a lot more Electro Priests in leadership though.
really-
That was
Whoa!
there we go.
4
That was the trigger.
more go down in leadership. All right, we're fighting back. We're fighting for a way back in here now.
Cool.
If
Doing our best.
This go round, what am I gonna?
if
for my-
the incursors and infiltrators on objective 2 can boss their armor saves like hardcore, just make every armor save.
Actually-
We are angling for a 15-point primary turn for White Scars, which means that they are aiming if they're still on the table at bottom of round 5, they can fairly reliably get the full 45 on primary.
I'm just gonna randomly determine it. Right? Is that the sensible
Just
thing to do?
randoming
I
the
really want
canticles
4 or
here?
6. I don't care about any of the other ones. Yeah. Yay! I get +1.
+1 strength.
Solid.
Not nothing, especially when you're locked in
okay,
combat.
it means
Yeah.
the Vanguard win on force in combat now, right?
Oh boy! How exciting!
Yeah, I guess hilariously they are Vanguards, so they're reducing the toughness of the Inceptors by
So
1.
I really need to
Oh wow.
Get stuffed.
But that's going to be difficult.
You'd think that that armor would be like radiation shielded.
Yeah, well,
But,
it's not.
It's not.
Then I the guy, so I need you guys to make a play. That's what.
So what are we aiming for? So I think we're going to try to get the second Vanguard unit onto Objective 3 to deny that 15-point turn. We have to charge the Inceptors, but that gives them +1 attack, and we are round 3, so they're going to be Assault Doctrine now for +1 AP. So they might just kill you.
I need it.
And I imagine that you have to kill the Vanguards. Like, you can't let that unit survive and just run around.
Wait,
and do stuff.
does Assault Doc matter against the Vanguards? Don't they also have a 6-7 one?
Yeah, but you're putting them on a 5+ armor instead of a 4+. Because they have a 4+.
Oh,
they have a 4+
you're right. The
armor.
Inceptors, not the Vanguard vets. Yeah,
yes, yeah. The Vanguard vets, it doesn't matter for. But if you charge the Inceptors to get onto Objective 3, that gives the entire unit +1 attack, and then also they're already at +1 AP. So they have like the supercharged Falcon punches now.
Yeah.
AP 1 for 2 flat damage. Get out of here, bunk.
Did I short myself?
No, you put 4 on there, but that's fine. I
Oh,
didn't think
my bad.
I thought maybe they changed it or something. And it was scored.
Nope, I was cheating.
No, that's fine. Not a problem.
Okay, you guys will just go.
This is semifinals, chat. Yep.
Charge as well. So who's the closest to you? Could in theory fight wall.
Yep.
So that's the
Well,
close.
14.3 away and a straight line, so you would need to roll. With 6, so put you 8.3.
Well, exciting stuff. I think while the players go through their movement phase planning here, we'll take a second, talk about the giveaway we're doing. We're giving away some Space Marine Scouts for this game, so everybody, exclamation point giveaway in the chat if you want to join in. You can use your, what are we going to call those points, Shuma? Not channel points, because it's a different thing.
Maybe like turtle tokens.
Turtle tokens? Tortoise tokens?
Could do
Tortoise toucans.
amphibian assets. Although I don't think tortoises are amphibians. That doesn't work super well. They're just lizards, right?
They have their own class, which I don't remember the name off the top of my head. Somebody was using it in chat the other day.
Is it a phylum?
No, they are. I imagine chordata because they have a spinal column. It'd be shocking if they weren't. Family? Maybe it's a family, probably. This is my. I have a biomedicine degree, so this is the one time I get to use my biomed degree on stream, talking about the Mendelian classification system.
That system is also a little.
Yeah, it's not perfect.
Questionable.
Yeah. We're going off the table with the Archaeopter? Not quite.
I don't even think we need to.
Yeah, no. But anyway, exclamation point giveaway in the chat. You can spend your points on some tickets, is what we were getting at. Also, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors for the event. You got Discount Games Inc. Exclamation point sponsors if you want to check out all their websites. But Discount Games Inc. Gives you super cheap Warhammer stuff and also other miniature war games, but mostly Warhammer. They're pretty cool. They actually give you a rebate on most Warhammer products. They sell them at a price so low they don't even advertise on their website. You have to. They will email you later and give you a rebate. Pretty sweet. GameMat.eu makes super good game mats and resin terrain, pre-painted resin terrain, which is very nice. And a lot of the textures that we use on the tabletops are from Game Mat mats on TTS. I think a lot of the ones built into the FTC map base. The stock ones are GameMat.eu. And then last but not least, 3D6 Wargaming, which makes all sorts of accessories. They have a lot of like command point trackers, VP counters, stuff like that, but also objective markers. They have a lot of neoprene stuff. They have some cool ones. I was looking through their website the other day. They have faction-themed ones. So there's like a big Tau silo or like a Necron Tomb World thing that's kind of coming out of the ground, which is pretty sweet for your objective zones. And those are pretty awesome. And we're also going to have some official Tactical Tortoise ones coming from them as well in the not-too-distant future. So check those guys out! Exclamation point sponsors in the chat.
How about the tortoise tally?
Tortoise tally?
What's your tortoise tally?
What is your tortoise
You
tally?
spend those?
Maybe. It sounds just like how many tortoises you have.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what's your tortoise tally? You're like, well, it's 0, because I don't have any tortoises living in my house.
Mine's 21.1k.
Jesus.
I'm rich with the tortoise tally. Got a whole farm operation here.
He's gonna pull back into the hidey hole.
Sell a lot of tortoises to Petco, let me tell you.
All that it probably won't actually save.
So moving back to the game, looks like the Corpus Cariai moving up the table. Both Archaeopters
Inceptors
coming into bomb. I think they have their option of hitting either the Incursors or the Inceptors, both of which are juicy targets. I want to mention as well, we are only top 3, and we're down to 30 minutes on Alex's clock. It turns out having to shoot your opponent's entire army to death and also reserve a bunch of stuff on their turn takes up a lot of time. So Alex does have to be conscientious of that time management in the next 3 battle rounds.
That was also, we're spending a non-trivial amount of time considering every one of these moves.
Which is fair, because he's certainly in a position where he's ahead in the game, but any misplay at all could, like, Skauki is a good enough player that he's going to be able to capitalize on that. And, I mean, the White Scars they're fighting tooth and nail to stay in this game, and Skauki will take any advantage he can.
In our favorite phrase, like, if you have 30 minutes on the clock, you have 29 minutes to think.
29 minutes to plan, and then 1 minute to act, of course.
Daedalus needs the 6th. Nope. No. Fine.
So it looks like Daedalus was trying to get in range to Archaeotech smite the Inceptors. Didn't quite get there. That would have been spicy. Question in chat about the time. What happens if you run out of time? You essentially are considered to have... You can't make any game actions or use any abilities, anything like that. And you are also considered to have failed all of your rolls. So any attack rolls, any saving throws, morale tests, combat attrition, all of effectively the worst possible result. You roll 1s on all your attacks and saving throws and 6s on all your morale tests. So
it's very punishing.
If you are ahead in the game and you time out, it doesn't often end the game immediately, especially if you're like winning against. If you're in a dominating position, you'll be okay on time, even if you run out. But like in this situation, for example, if Alex ran out of time, round 4, and gave Skauki 2 uninterrupted turns of attacking, Skauki could easily table his entire army without him being able to roll saves or reposition. So if you run out of time very early in the game, it can be devastating.
Oh yeah.
But these players have been practicing on clocks quite a bit on the lead up to the event. They knew that this was going to be a timed format, and so they're prepared for it.
Well, you'd never know it from the.
Kind of pull back.
Yeah.
2 minutes it's taken to move the Science Rider unit.
I mean, I think that we're in a position where Alex knows that he only needs like one really big turn, and he can cripple. He breaks the back of this White Scars army, and he won't need any more time for the rest of the game. Essentially, I really like this play. He doesn't have any good targets for his Iron Strider, so he's just moving them out of range to get engaged. There's no chance that an accidental Vanguard veteran unit gets into melee with 2 flat damage and randomly wipes the squad out. We're just going to keep them safe and be able to use those last cannons later on. Also, just having a really fast unit like that helps, especially if you can get rid of the Rites of War aura on the side of the table for the White Scars, because then you're just fighting, one-on-one, essentially, and having these 5 big meaty units that can just dominate an objective if they need to late game is super helpful.
You guys have to stay up there in order to give me a reasonable chance of anything. Okay, that'll be that. End of the movement phase. I'm going to bomb your Inceptors.
Yep. Alright, hit the Inceptors.
First one.
Ooh, 4 mortals.
There you go.
I guess you can't fall back at this point.
Yeah, I can't fall back at this point because it's end of the movement phase.
Unless you kill all the ones you're in combat with, which, funnily enough, I won't choose to do.
And then 4. Next go around for another 3.
Oh my
Another-
god!
oh, man.
Get out of here with these bomb rolls. 6 mortal wounds on these Inceptors?
What do you think about the choice to pick off the 2 that were in combat? This is going to make it much harder to wipe this Vanguard unit in the AdMech's combat assault phase.
Is,
Yeah, you're not wrong. And the problem that it could pose is that it allows the Vanguards more avenues to consolidate to the objective.
Yeah.
You do get to
Also, they
swing
just
first,
stay
though.
in combat. The
Right.
Inceptors then don't shoot.
Well, the hope is that the Inceptors kill them on their fight. Right?
the bigger squad.
Oh, it's the hope, but I mean,
Yeah.
far fewer attacks.
Yeah, you're not wrong. It's only 7 attacks to kill 5 models. It's like, ugh.
Hitting on 3s.
I think the Inceptors, if they kill just a couple, they will be able to stop the Vanguard from getting to objective 3.
The other squad hitting on 4s.
But we are hoping that
Wounding on
their rolls go pretty well now.
Lag. In the box. Come on. Okay, 1 fail.
Okay, and then
No
the other one will put
Raise, because it
Everything
has
is the lone
multiple bombs.
Yep.
Yeah, we were looking at them the other day. They have a little bomb rack on the back.
I think almost every dedicated bomber can bomb at
Okay.
least twice.
that'll be that many hits, that many wounds. Just don't roll a 1 or 2. Okay, you don't.
Ah!
He lives. He will not die.
A Belarus energy
Gotta
cannon
have
into the
See, we have
infiltrator. He's
another
like, get out of here, dude. Or that was a
Okay.
stubber, excuse me.
Vanguard are all gonna shoot
My bad.
those guys.
Kill Team Stream asking how many more games Alex has to play after
Actually,
he
wait, no,
wins.
I'm gonna start with the Purpose Guard.
Oh, yeah, theoretically
That's
one,
the
right?
sensible
Yeah,
one.
this is the semifinals, so this
Yep.
this gets you to the grand
5.
finals.
Fine.
Okay, 5 of them in range, so that'll be 15.
So it looks like Big
Getting
Corpus
you
Guard
on
shot into the
threes.
Vanguard veterans.
Yep.
No AP strat though this time, so they're going to be on their 2+ Storm
in
Shield
there.
save.
Wounding you on 3s, and then no AP.
Oh no! Oh, not like this. 4 1s in
Can't
that
shoot you
roll.
'cause you're still in
Oh
combat.
no! Get
Over there.
electrified.
Okay, Belarus time.
Jeez.
Kill Team Stream pointing out that
Belarus.
Necron bombers, despite millions of years of
Uh,
technological advancement, can't figure out how to staple a second bomb
Guess
to
the
their
first
plane.
one's gonna go pick
Um,
on that guy.
Yeah,
I think that's their fault.
You think they would like just
Uh-huh.
phase bombs onto the ground from the Tomb World or
Yeah.
whatever, right? They just teleport
Like,
the
oh,
bombs at you.
4 shots.
They like open a dolmen
on
gate and they just have a million bombs on the other side of that thing just pouring through. But nah, nope, they
Is that like a gate with a bunch of
Pretty dumb.
canned peaches on the other
You'll be
side?
right, you will.
A dole
Oh man.
man gate?
Tempting.
well, I guess it'd be a gate with a like a representative of the Dole Corporation on the other side.
Dude into him. Nope, he dies.
Ah, this infiltrator sergeant ate a Belarus energy cannon shot.
Alright,
Almost
and
survived.
then-
He failed 1 save. We
are
rerolled
the other
into
ones?
another fail, and it exactly got him.
I mean, let's
I knock you
bombers
off
are
the team.
typically a bad archetype
Unlikely
unit anyway.
to
Like you,
hit.
outside of the mech bomber, you don't see anyone using any of them
Yeah,
Like, because it's a bad unit.
I would like to see
Oh, well-
bombers
Anyway, yeah,
use
so-
like given the ability to bomb infinitely, given that it's such a difficult
Next guy's
ability
gonna
to
go
do
into them
anyway.
as well.
I was mentioning in the Discord the other day, like I don't understand why bombs are just this like strange
still
smite that's predicated purely on hitting large, cheap infantry units. Like you're spending like 200 points on a bomber so that you can maybe do 5 mortal wounds to a 10-man squad, and those 10-man squads are almost always going to be like 10, 15 points a model. So they structurally they basically never get their points back. Like it's essentially impossible. Like the unit archetype is just kind of dumb.
So we lost an
Last guy
incursor
was
to a
bombed as well.
Belarus energy cannon shot
Alright.
here.
Yep.
Looks like we're transhumaned on this
Shots
unit,
again.
which makes sense.
We're going to run out of firepower to put into them. Although these Fusiliers have yet to
Uh-oh.
shoot themselves, right?
Okay.
Ooh, terrible
that's
roll
what
from that
super
unit. Oh no! 1 wound hits through and kills another one. All right, we're slowly,
Okay. All right, there
we're
you go.
slowly taking him down. The Fusiliers did shoot, I believe, into the infiltrator. Trying to make that charge from the
Raven Gear,
Corpus
it's-
Guard as difficult as possible.
Alright.
Raven Gear, there's a lot of answers to that question, but the biggest one is that they're like 70
Shooting.
points less than everyone else's
all
Yeah,
bomber.
shooting.
and also
For, well, having like the same stat line.
Vanguard
they
squad
have
will
they're
charge
extremely
the Inceptors.
maneuverable, which makes it really easy
Yeah.
to get their really good bombs on people.
They're also on a 2-up save and -1 to hit on the first turn.
That's why I say the CP.
Good job,
And
guys.
oftentimes -1 damage, which makes them drastically tougher than anyone else's bombers too, despite the cost
Get that
deficit. Like that's
randomizer out.
really there's just
All right.
Few too many dice there.
all
I
of
think.
the reasons.
Even I can't charge that far.
All right, here
so we
go.
tried to roll a charge on 12 dice.
They
Didn't
did
work
it.
out.
Well done, Vanguard.
Yay.
We did get the Vanguard charge into the Inceptors, so that does turn the Inceptors on
Alright.
with
That does hurt the Inceptors on.
with their +1 attack. Looks like we're gonna
Oh, if
try
we
to
touch
make
this
it so
middle
we
and-
can split the attacks between the two.
If we can touch this middle Inceptor, that means it can't reinforce the front one, and then you're
Yeah.
only getting the one
They're,
Inceptor's attacks into these Vanguards.
And I think, and we are basing this green Vanguard,
Yeah.
right? So it's gonna be almost impossible to stop the green Vanguard unit from also getting to the objective. So even if we accidentally kill one with attacks, it's gonna be okay. Although maybe if the Vanguard spike their rolls and kill this front Inceptor,
There.
and then the
And
Inceptors swing
then
back and
going for
convert
one
100% on the
bomb here.
Vanguard and kill them, we could be okay.
It's like a 9.
Be a 9.
Come on, boys.
All right, 9-inch charge in the Corpus Garii into the into the Incursors. They fail.
One. Nope.
Oh man, that would have been so painful for me if you'd made that. Oh,
Whew.
yeah.
Well, at least we're keeping the 10-point turn at least, right?
All
Or is
right,
this only 5?
fight phase.
No, we're on 10 so far.
All right, there we go.
So,
I was actually mentioning in the Discord the other day, I don't understand why bombers aren't just a weapon. Like,
yeah. But we can get you on
that
the
gives you like a lot of space to make all the differentiate the bombs too.
Yeah, you can make it like a
every bomber's
range 3 grenade weapon, you know.
yeah, like a range 3 grenade that you fly over and it's like a 1-shot or 2-shot or 3-shot weapon. They've got plenty of those in the game, and like you can differentiate them. Like maybe the Burna bomber is like up 3d6 blast weapon that's just like strength 4.
Yeah.
Maybe the like that like the Void Raven's like warp bomber just like is 2d3 but does like strength 10 or something, or -5, like some enormous single hit. Then you have like interesting varied profiles. The bombers all feel different.
Okay.
Them being just a random mortal wound against your squad number feels very much like it's just a legacy of hyper simplifying things in 8th that they could probably just leave behind at this point.
And
Winning me on
because
calls
my
because you're
yeah.
strength 4. Look
okay.
at that, made the difference. You ready for us to kill one now? Okay. No.
All right. and
So the
then
Inceptors boss their saves against the powerful
holidays
Skitarii
will
charge,
happen, Actually,
and we're gonna be going back to the Inceptor
we won't be able
swings
to
now.
do that there.
So we didn't. I guess
Build
so. We didn't touch the
within
central.
6 of the
I mean, we gotta
turn off obstacle.
contact this Inceptor, or else it does become pretty possible for
I'll just let you know, 'cause
the other one to just
Thank
snake
you.
over and
Yeah,
attack.
totally.
Although I guess it doesn't really matter if
Tends
both
to
these
be
units
a
have 5
feel
models.
bad when it
Guess
happens,
it
it's like,
doesn't
oh.
matter.
Oh, he turns off obstacle, does he? Yes, he can.
So yeah.
You're
Okay,
far
so I'm
enough
good.
away that I can't.
Yep. All right. That'll be that.
Okay. Oh yeah, I guess I get to attack back now, don't I?
Yeah. Yeah. It's you.
Well, I guess.
Clock.
Don't forget, I bomb Pinu. The 2-up save also. They also have a 2-up save and -1 damage.
So those two will attack.
Okay.
They're like
purple,
Death Guard
and then the
planes.
two-
Yeah,
But
they
Death
can
Guard-
they
but they
can
stole
have
them from the
-1
Death Guard.
damage. It is an expensive upgrade, but yeah, they do benefit from Shroud Psalm, so that's what gives them a 2+ save many times.
Is
It's
it-
usually on the first turn.
Is it an expensive upgrade?
It's 20 points?
Yeah.
It's pretty pricey.
Wound.
But for setting on a thing with
Yeah,
-1 hit and -1 or and a 2-up save, like
Unsurprising.
Yeah, but
it,
it also
makes it a very uninviting target.
it also replaces your command uplink though.
And then the
You can only strat that once. You're usually taking multiple
green
planes.
unit. 2 hit. 2 wounds. -1.
It's not a base.
I'll get my back card out.
Oh,
Of the
no
way
worries.
for this roller.
Lose
Okay, we
1.
kill one.
Do we roll enough attacks there?
Green squad will go. He's based. But
Yep.
we'll.
I mean, is the
Him
middle guy
around
within
the
half an inch of? I think that was just off the single Inceptor. I don't know. That was at the Inceptor.
No, roll 2
Him
attacks.
around
Is Shock Assault optional?
an inch.
I imagine that
around-
we remember that, right?
Was that the
an
Inceptor
inch.
attack?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then that'll be
Hmm.
5 attacks.
Maybe not.
Yeah, it adds 1 to its attack characteristics.
Okay. And then 4s.
Did the Inceptors make 2 or 3 attacks apiece?
They should be on 3 because he charged with the purple unit.
Okay,
Yeah.
this guy up here. It looks like you rolled 2 dice, but
No, he rolled 3.
okay, cool.
Right. And then
Check the tapes,
Y
Freddy.
doesn't matter, but OBSEC does.
It sure does.
We'll do something like that.
Cool.
Okay. Here, hand me the clock back. I owe you morale on purple squad.
Do you think we could get a counter wrap if we kill these
Wanna do
purple
it?
Vanguard and we
God damn
go
it.
through
Come
and
on.
wrap the
Come on, guys, you're
green
better than this.
Vanguard again?
Out. Fine. All right, so one runs away.
Oh no, the purple
then-
Vanguard failed morale. Another one runs.
another
oh,
one, too.
that's okay. They
Oof.
still outnumber the
That's
Inceptors.
Okay, he'll
Yeah.
stay there, which still keeps the point for me.
Oh my god, that's so close.
Okay.
We gotta check to see if the Inceptors
and
fell,
now
right?
back
Because they
to
lost 2 as well.
No, they're
Leadership,
leadership
8.
Yeah,
They're fine.
they don't
Yeah.
Okay,
All right,
We shall know no fear this turn.
Okay, we need to kill these electric.
We are back.
Sure.
For Skauki. So we did end up just barely grabbing this objective away from the Inceptors.
Kill
Holy
these
crap.
4 dudes.
So
I
Skauki
like
will
having
earn
a
10
single
points
model
this
there.
turn, and he will start to get his banners up as well.
How
He's got
can
2
we
banners
have
on the table for 2 more points. It's worth mentioning that despite the fact that Skauki is getting plowed on attrition, he's currently winning. Like pretty handily too. He should be
That's
at
true.
48
A few more
points.
turns.
Yeah.
Got a few more turns for that though, but certainly like it really goes to show that like
Maybe you're
if you're
fine on
good at
primary.
playing the primary, if you're good at playing your secondaries, you know, you can take just a vast hit and still squeak a game out.
Yeah. Yeah.
Although this is still like
Turns out
see if he gets his arms get tired climbing this mountain.
turns out scoring points is how you win games of Warhammer 40k. I don't know if you knew that. Little known fact.
I didn't.
Gotta score those points.
Okay, I'll advance.
I mean, if I do that, I might be in this. I might be playing this game, but I never learned that.
They will go 14.
I think we did score raise the banners already. So 45,
Okay,
yeah, up
guys.
6 for Skauki. Gonna come try to kill some Vanguards.
Yeah, okay. Thought I'd just check.
The attack bike's having a nice set of targets in these Fuselaves, but I mean, like they can kill either
Okay,
one, and the other's still gonna sit there and
emergency
continue
forces.
scoring engage.
Desperate breakout hit again.
Could even
into,
score like
making this a
another
closer
point of
game
engage if they don't also kill the Electro Priests.
Good. The other Vanguard.
Also down to 18 minutes for Alex.
They
So
rolled
he's
6.
gotta pick up the pace a little bit here. He's got 2 9-minute turns in the bank. I think he can do that.
Could there be some play in maybe hopping over this wall, basing a bunch of these Scorpii, and just trying to like maybe like pull a victory on the clock, like pressure your opponent, force them to engage in enough combats to where they just run out of time?
Maybe
these dudes
it's
will
kind
go
of
back,
inconsistent just
20.
because you
Back and shoot.
you
Sure, the 15 of them.
like you're just hoping that your opponent is bad essentially, and that's not great. It's never really a great plan. We'll probably use the White Scar strat to fall back and shoot here with these guys.
Ravig, you're asking if Warhammer always had
Close enough.
objectives.
Should be a guess
No,
somewhere.
it
Yeah,
did not.
Yeah, it works.
For quite a long time, objectives were one of the missions, but not all of them. And sometimes you were just going for kills. Sometimes you were going for just a pure fight, and you just won on victory points. And victory points used to be calculated by you just counted the number of points that you lost. Old 40k really was you just like you set up your 2 armies across from each other, and you basically just played like an old timey, like military simulator. You're basically just playing like you
Like
know,
a
the War of
historical
Napoleon,
war
but
game
with space
kinda
armies.
thing.
Yeah. It was only maybe with the advent of 5th edition that they really started to kind of focus on objectives, and then they kind of like took a lot of acid with 6th and 7th editions and sort of forgot what they were doing, and then they like really re-emphasized.
Yeah, I will say, especially with the recent changes, GT2020 is looking much more sophisticated than it was.
Oh
And
yeah,
I think a lot more enjoyable, and we're seeing the results of it here. I mean, this game, despite the attrition deficit that the White Scars are in, this game is wide open right now. And
especially
in no small part due to the fact that the White Scars could potentially play conservatively and pull out a 15-point primary turn for the win on round 5.
And I think over time, map design has really sort of caught up with how 9th edition functions too. Like, especially towards the beginning, you saw a lot of planet bowling balls. You saw a lot of like maybe overly complicated terrain setups that were trying to use every keyword and were really trying to look like what Games Workshop ostensibly was showing in the
I
rulebook,
think they can all
which is
get
like
line of sight to him. Might have to go.
not a functional way to play the game. Like, you really gotta you're playing in a maze to get a good game of 40k at this point. It's just a lot of tall walls everywhere, a lot of breachable terrain. But I mean, like once now that we've sort of come around to that, we've sort of figured out the map design that plays best. Like, games have really tightened up quite a bit.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, chat pointing out as well, it looks like we have a really good wrap potentially here on Objective 3 for the White Scars. What we're probably going to do is send every unit into the green squad, and then use our pile-ins to complete a tri-point with a member of each squad into the purple, the remaining purple alpha. And that he can't break out because we're out of CP on the Mechanicus side, and he just gets to sit there for a turn and get punched to death next turn. So, like, you know, we can't see...
Unsurprisingly,
second time's the charm, I guess, on the wrap. So,
yeah, until we find out that actually that strat also includes infantry. That dude just explodes, too.
He's got, like, the Predator, like, wrist bomb thing.
Shooting.
It's like, beep, beep, beep.
I haven't paid the
He just starts laughing, and they look back, he's like, rah, rah, rah.
And then the Inceptors will...
Okay,
I
so...
think they actually do have a character
I'll shoot the
explosion
attack
strat now,
blades
which is pretty cool, but I've never seen it
See-
used, unfortunately.
See into the Electric Priest, and then the other three will...
Yeah, you can use it
go
to just kill your own
into
characters
the
if you want to, right?
Yeah.
bomber.
Someday some like fetid Varian will explode and just do like 15 mortal wounds
some
after someone
motions
forgets
for
that it's
bomber
there and tries to
goblins.
wrap him with a ton of units.
Yep. Okay, so it looks like we're second try into the Corpus Garii. Let's see how we do. Ooh, it doesn't look like a good roll. Not a lot of 4-ups in there.
11. So that one. 14 more fours.
Fun fact, you can Desperate Breakout, then auto-explode Magnus.
4 wounds.
Or not Magnus, Mortarion.
5s and then 5s.
Did they not wound on 2s?
Down.
More.
Why would they?
Because these are Totems 3 models and he's shooting strength 7 guns at them.
And then some melters. Do the bomber. I get 1 hit.
Or was that bolters? Maybe that was bolters.
I get
actually.
1 wound.
Just kidding.
No save.
I'm mistaken.
Yeah, 4. That's 3.
That was into the far one.
Yep.
I think we're shooting
and
at
the
a
other
plane
unit will shoot everything at this plane.
So
Okay.
3 off of the lone bike, it looks like, with Meltas, and then everything with the multi-Meltas, and then everything from the other bikes into the aircraft.
Down 3.
And I love that
Depending
Skauki
on the
using his
three
CP advantage here pretty liberally. Ooh, that was not a good roll. Good thing we got that tactical precision from the lieutenant
no
there.
save.
3 wounds.
Isn't a similar...
Oh, got him!
No.
Get out of here!
Alright, there we
Does
go.
he blow up?
He explodes!
Okay.
Why? Why?
Well, that.
AdMech vehicles have
interesting.
such huge explosions too,
Right.
just unexpectedly.
Call out units, and I'll give you the.
Universe.
Incursors.
Take 2.
2.
The only,
This-
I think the most important explosion here is certainly into these incursors. The lifts one off the table as well.
Apothecary.
This feels like it. I guess we were trying to get frag
2.
grenades in range just in
Does
case,
he
but I
ignore them?
think you can.
Takes 2.
You could play around this
and
and
the
just stand
attack
outside
points
6.
will be in your-
This one I forgive a little bit more because there's no CP to auto explode it. And you know, it's 1 in 6 chance that it even happens at all.
Cool.
But still,
Yeah, no.
it happened.
Oh my god.
Really with
That is a separate
I don't understand why exploding planes even affect things on the ground.
Just kamikaze
What?
right into you. Well, it's called
but they
crash and
kamikaze-
burn, right? That's the name of the ability.
The Inceptors
Like-
will shoot
like
at the...
Yeah, but how do they?
direct-
They just point their nose straight down and just plummet straight down like some sort of like
how many,
meteor. Like
Yeah.
shouldn't they go forward
It's
in
like-
their
it's
direction
like
like
when
12
you-
inches and then explode?
It's like when you kill an air unit in an RTS and they just like go directly down into the ground.
Yeah,
There's no glide there at all. They just drop like a rock.
be a pretty cool mechanic actually if they like moved forward maybe 12 or 18 and then you measured it from that position.
Kill Team Stream with the emojis in chat. I love it.
Wounding on 2s, re-rolling.
Ugh.
Saving
many.
on
In my experience,
5s.
as a player who plays a lot of very
Fives.
assault-oriented armies, just
We're down.
the successive layers of always detonating AdMech tanks, it pulls you down. Like it really wears down on you.
I
You lose
guess
so
just
much
one
to it.
Incursor will shoot the fuselage.
And it's like not an obvious part of their data sheet. It's not an obvious part of their profile or like how the army plays, so it's a little unexpected.
Electing to shoot, not throw a grenade. I guess it doesn't matter because we missed.
He ignores ballistic skill modifiers. Not that that matters at all. Okay. Then we have.
Yeah, there you go, Shad. All the bombs explode. That's what.
So
That's what
I will
happens.
charge the.
I guess if we acknowledge that planes in 40k are actually just very low-flying helicopters, and none of them are actual planes in any way, it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, a lot of them are, except for the literal jets, which is a little bit awkward. But you know, we can overlook.
It's weird. There is not a single actual. No, there is. There's one helicopter in all 40k at this. No, there were two. There was the Defcopter and there was the Chinook
The
Warcopter.
Chinook, yeah, they're all in orcs.
Yeah, like only orcs figured out the technology of the helicopter.
And I guess like sort of functionally, like land speeders, kind of work like helicopters. Like they function like helicopters.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of like persistent low-flying aircraft that, you know, just kind of like loiter around without having to move, like just non-wing operating ones that can just stand in place. But it's just weird that there's not a lot of helicopters specifically.
I guess basically every Tau vehicle operates like a helicopter.
So many new and then the other
That is
unit,
true.
Vanguard,
They got those big VTOL engines.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody going into green squad. We're setting up for the wrap on purple as well. This should be curtains for this Vanguard squad here.
Somewhere around. Yeah.
Yep.
You know, if you can make a giant metal box
You
fly
don't have
/
to
hover,
worry about
what do you
the
need
size
an
being
Archaeopter with wings?
I was worried about you interrupting and then
Heli-
making sure you.
helicopters are
It's
just
like,
cool.
No, you haven't got
Everyone
one.
likes helicopters.
Nope.
Focus on
I
one day.
spent
Make that cool
stupid
noise.
amounts of CP in turn 2.
Okay, so I will start with this unit of Vanguard vets. So they will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 attack. No, it's 8 attack. Okay. Freeze.
I'm really impressed, honestly, also in this game,
Freeze. Rolling.
like how much pressure Scouky has been able to continually put into this Mechanicus army, and
Yeah, for sure.
Alright, one.
the reason that he's currently in the lead, just getting direct assault and domination every single turn,
Okay, and
no interruption on those.
Yeah.
On those.
I'm still sad to see that
secondaries.
we haven't managed a single banner on 3. I think that first turn, when just the 2 Vanguard veterans were standing on it, was a prime opportunity to drop a banner, and I don't know that that banner would have been. I guess it would have
In
been broken
fairness,
last turn.
the banners don't really matter on 3 because there's so much like random objective secured hanging around.
Well, I mean,
Not anymore. But
up until that one point,
yeah,
like
there was. Now, not so much now. But yeah, maybe we have
also,
the
I mean,
opportunity
it
for a
forces the
banner.
AdMech to
Yeah.
forces the AdMech to like to just trade a unit in. Like they have to throw away one of their OPSEC units to even break it.
Yeah. Dude, that was a terrible roll from these Vanguard veterans onto this last Vanguard. All right, we do get them though.
666 going right up.
I mean, they're showing them who the real veterans of the Vanguard is right here.
Yeah.
yeah.
You think if say like Skitarii Vanguard survive like in the field for more than 5 years, they just get given power armor and handed to a Space Marine chapter?
No, they get turned into this the horse that the Dragoons ride on.
So you know what my favorite thing about that horse is? It like the fluff for this thing is way more wild than even you like to say. Like they don't know how to turn these things off. They like come out of the factory and they're so complicated. They're just following plans. Like they don't really know how they work.
Right.
So they don't ever turn them off. They just literally tie them to a pole and they walk in circles.
Absolutely.
That's dumb.
So they literally leave them in like an animal pen until they need them.
Okay.
Like I don't know what they're going so hardcore into this,
I mean,
this
you
idea that
can't turn-
Mechanicus are actually like
You-
old
you-
Western farms.
You probably
Like, I
can't
don't
turn them
know
off
why.
because it's just a guy. It's just a guy
that
in a
guy-
suit.
Well, that guy's like a servitor, right? In the like the actual model.
This shit sandwich.
How do the White Scars have objectives secured? There's a
Two
Reaver
units.
Lieutenant in the back here with rights of war,
Lightning
chat.
has a banner this turn.
Hanging out. Look at this guy.
Let's start about start. Let's look at this model.
So he'll advance.
Yeah, there's like a legless man
Got it.
with like his mask glued to his face with the actual model. I think that's just that's like a servitor. So like that guy is. This is life.
Hide.
That's basically how Amazon does its packaging warehouses.
Plus one strength does make things interesting.
At Valdor, has there ever been a Space Marine army that doesn't have that Warlord trait?
Right, who are we gonna?
Can they not take it? I thought that just came on their HQ choice or their characters.
I don't know. We'll just go like this and make the world our oyster.
Making the world our oyster here.
Delightful.
Which makes sense. I mean, Inceptors are they're oyster colored.
I owe you around the electricals.
Yeah.
Space oysters
They
here.
got so many. That
There,
presumably is
3
a fail.
plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Damn it, just barely. Yup, someone runs. And then
So-
Eldor, were you not realizing that it was on the datasheet of your captain the whole time?
oh boy.
Oh, and the Corpus Scarii runs.
Get me
They,
From the
this unit
they are
is
the
just
skin-
made of cowards.
Alright.
These big idiots, like, with their T-pose arms, just, like, run up, and then they're just like, "Urgh," and then they just, like, spin around and run away again. It's like human manatees here.
Alright, they'll be there.
So we're on the objective, but, I mean, this guy, Skin Cursor is still here, so if this guy can just boss 100 armor saves in a row.
Oh, he sure is.
So let's see. I need to be about here. See you. Which means.
Wizard Boss, everything in the AdMech Codex lore is contradictory. That They do not know what they want this faction to be,
Valstari will advance.
other than, like, a
So there.
old Western, like, posse of horses and covered wagons
So
and, like, chickens.
one thing I want to point out with this game that I think is really interesting is the fact that Skauki has been forcing the AdMech to throw away their garbage units in such in such droves that, and also the fact that the Duchess Mechanicus did so much damage on turn 2 that they can effectively never score grind them down, and he's denied their grind every turn besides that second round.
I have made that mistake. I guess it's not a mistake. It's kind of like a nice mistake to have, but
Yeah.
I've made that mistake myself many times.
Yeah.
Like, I'm a fan of grinding down a lot of the armies I take, but oftentimes I like the stomp up points its hand at everything on the table, and then for the rest of the game I'm just like, oh, this is how we play this game now.
The objective will flip to AdMech if the Incursor dies because there's a Corpus Scarius on it.
See, that's fine.
He's not a corpse Iscarius yet.
Not yet. That's for next turn when he gets shot by 20 bolt guns.
He's not. It's gonna be hard to draw line of sight to him though. He's pretty well guarded at this point.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I think these attack bikes may be incentivized to leave their hidey hole, although they can potentially shoot this Archaeopter.
If one Inceptor is still there, I mean, you might just have him try and pop the guy. But
Yeah.
I get the feeling none of these Inceptors survive. Oh wait, no wait, they can't be shot. They'll all survive.
Yep.
Never mind.
Yeah, nothing on the middle is gonna die. I think it looks like we can potentially draw line of sight from a single Scorpius into an attack bike unit. So we could see an attack bike go down. That Primaris Apothecary has been pulling double duty, regenerating those guys and healing them. So keeping them.
You know, it's pretty rare that you send. It's rare that you would keep 6 attack bikes to hold your own back objective behind a wall.
In fairness, one thing that we've noticed at least in previous games with Skauki's style of White Scars is that it's so aggressive. You have to deal with the Vanguard veterans and the Inceptors, and if you don't, they kill you. And that means that the attack bikes just get to shoot at you for multiple turns. I don't think we've seen any of Skauki's games where all of the attack bikes have been killed. Like, they just zip around the sides and they hide and they play cagey and they just do their thing for the entirety of the game and nobody stops them.
At Valor saying a bike squad's about to die to laser chickens, though.
Is
Could
it?
be. Do they have
you
the
can see-
ability to move again, though? I don't think they
No.
can see much.
You can maybe a 2 can get line of sight. It looks like. I mean, they could die, but I think that also pulls them out of line of sight of the Scorpius Disintegrator. They have a stratagem to move 2d6 and with their advance.
Yeah.
That's their thing.
And then another strat to ignore advance and still fire as normal. But they didn't
right.
use it.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to have the CP
problem
for it anyway.
The problem right now, Chad, is that we don't have multiple CP available, so we can't do all of the combos to make these guys sing. Like, ideally, you want to be, advancing, shooting at full ballistic scale with +1, so you get to 2s to wound instead of 3s. But we can't do it.
There's a real legitimate risk here too. Like this old school rap, this classic Gene Stealer style.
Mm-hmm.
Like this unit's about to explode and just dive. Like should the White Scars find it viable, just dive directly onto this objective, or alternatively just cleave out objective 5, leaving the AdMech on a single point to maybe never score again over the course of the game.
Yeah, no Tactica Obliqua.
Obviously,
CP
never score again because
in
they
the
won't
bank
turn.
either.
So you can push this down to a 5-point turn if they only hold the 1.
Yep.
That's that ain't nothing.
Yep. Especially if we have the CP to redeploy the Phobos Lieutenant. This is something that Skalky's done, and he did in his previous game, which was super effective. He can keep this guy to project this aura onto the center objective as long as he needs to, but as soon as he doesn't need it anymore, he can bump that guy over to maybe the dense terrain in the side here, and jump a Vanguard Veteran onto Objective 5, get one dude with objective secured onto that objective, and pull it away from the Cerberus Raiders. Even if he doesn't kill them in melee, he stops them from holding the objective, and then, again, yeah, we're down to 5 points. 35 on primary for Adeptus Mechanicus, and we're almost confirmed to be at the maximum 45 for Skalky, so he's 10 points up with that already, and he has all of this this in the bank on Domination and Direct Assault that he's been scoring every turn.
And these Cerberus Raiders, they could have pivoted to be considerably farther away, but well, I mean, I guess if we're just gonna kill all these,
I think.
That
was a bomb.
Number 1.
Oh no, we're shooting. We were shooting now. All right.
In the back.
Yeah, they didn't.
Although I guess if we just kill that Vanguard
go,
squad, the whole thing's
3
moved.
shots.
Although I think can the attack by Turbo Boost and make it there?
How are we going to kill the Vanguard Veterans?
No, I haven't.
Okay.
With their guns? That you can't shoot at them?
Scorpius. The Scorpius is that one? Oh, that one's also in the. We gotta differentiate these squads somehow.
Next, Belarus, who only has the one option, will do the same.
I think he might die now.
Yeah, he has them numbered, actually, if you mouse over them. One of them is numbered Squad 2, and one of them is numbered Squad 4. I think the issue is that
that's better than a visual representation of a difference.
If you colorize them because they're combat squatted, it then mixes the units together if you have 2 of the same units together. Which is probably why Skalky's not doing it.
Can't you just, like, hover, like, drag click, right click, and just change their color, though?
And now we'll put...
so that's not even a part of Battlescript and TTS.
It depends on what the model looks like. It probably changes their base, but some of them, some of them it doesn't do.
One is in boost range, one is...
That might be the better way to do it, for sure.
Boosted guy. Roll the 1.
And this one Vanguard Alpha is going to get such a dressing down when they're back in the locker room after this. Coach is going to yell at that guy.
Okay. Moving you on 2s. Or, no, you're a T5, right? Yes.
Yeah.
And you make a save.
Oof.
Alright, and then Disintegrator's going to go and put...
Saved against the last cannon shot from the Iron Striders on the attack bikes? Get out of here.
Not getting any boost at all. 5 shots with the missiles. Hitting you on 3s. Damn it. Wounding you on 3s. -2.
Go through. There's a dude on 2 wounds. I will take these one at a time. 3 to 4.
Well, no,
I think as we were saying before, like, games are won on points, not on kills.
Yeah, missiles. So the first one does 2 or just 1 damage.
Fail it. He's got 2 left. Second one
And
does
then
2. Okay, he's dead. And then the last bike
does 2. He's down to 2 wounds on that one.
Yep.
Okay. We'll do Belarus now.
Yep.
4 shots.
If we don't kill these, we don't get grind again here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing. And then
I think we already we may just be writing off grind, honestly. Like, you're going to lose this Vanguard, and then the White Scars are going to go and do their whole turn. Going first really sucks for grind, honestly.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Watch this one Vanguard veteran, though, or not Vanguard veteran, Vanguard somehow boss every one of these saves.
For this turn.
Okay.
So...
Your 6 up involved, you can do it.
To go first. No, he doesn't. I get to go first.
I'll just pull him.
Okay, cool. I'll activate Unit 2.
Raven, you're asking if there's any more games today. There's one more, right?
Yep. We got Ashley Thompson versus Jan is going to be right after this one. Basically, as soon as this one finishes.
Yeah, it's on.
That game's going to be sick. Although this game turned out real sick, too. This is not the game I was expecting after that, like, walloping in the first turn.
Yeah, holy crap. We're 12 points up on Skalky going into the bottom of round 4. He is assuming that we break, I think, at this point. We send a Vanguard unit up top and try to charge, get on the other side of the wall on Objective 2, kill that Corpuscarius, and,
I mean, can we just send the bikes there?
Also, you could probably send the bikes there. They don't go through the wall, though. I'm not sure what this engagement looks like on that objective, honestly.
They could just... can they not get within an inch? Yeah, it does seem like he's a little bit off.
Yeah, he's a little bit off. I think he might have placed...
That guy is a little off the wall. Have you seen him?
Also, I guess we could just tow the bikes in and then shoot that dude or something. So it's not the end. But we're a shoo-in for getting up to 12 on both domination and direct assault. So we're going to be at 68 at the end of this game, or at the end of this round. We will already
1 point short. Damn it.
We will already have denied grind them down, so no more points on the table for Alex. Alex goes in. Best case scenario for him, gets a 10-point turn for 60 points, gets 6 more points for banners at the end of the game, assuming nothing gets contested, for 66. He can he can get max score for engage and grind potentially for a potential total of 72 points, which means that all that Skauki has to do to win the game is basically pass the turn right now. I think the White Scars have pulled this one out.
And then I'll advance the other.
Well, there are a few ways to mess that up, though. Like, if we do not move on to Objective 5, if we, like, somehow fail to kill this Scorpuscaria and don't get Objective 2.
If you just put 2
there's definitely a
bikes
series
on
of failure
it,
points
right?
here.
You hold it.
Yeah, but, I mean, like, that's if you put 2 bikes on it. You might just not. Through the mists of the fog of war, I mean, you don't always see the best play. Sometimes you put 2 bikes on it, or sometimes you wrap a single auto-exploding vehicle with 7 units. I mean, there's like...
Yeah. I mean, I guess a second good question is, how does this go wrong for White Scars? So we do have a CP saved
kind of like,
in the bank for Mechanicus. Do we?
It feels kind of like this might be like this aggressive push to try and kill this one disintegrator instead of just hopping over the wall here. I mean, it feels like we're trying to threaten this back objective, but I don't know why you'd even bother to move into this beehive. This feels unnecessary. This Scorpion's just going to explode. Or the CP's saved for the Iron Strikers. The Iron Strikers just fire their pretty good Overwatch.
Bring the attack bike back.
I mean, moving into this corner doesn't really net you much.
Apothecary undoing all of the shooting that the Adeptus Mechanicus army did last turn. Nice.
Well, he's not resurrecting the Incurus Art Objective 2.
Direct assault is the mission specific secondary for sweep and clear. That's not a codex secondary.
These 3 Inceptors are going to shoot that Corpuscari and hope that they kill him.
All right, we're going to shoot the Corpuscaris again with the Inceptors. 3rd time's a charm?
I mean, we're down to 1 this time, so
1. Okay.
I think we're just trying to get another wrap on this disintegrator.
I think
Although
we do have a CP in the bank for to fall back though. So
yeah. And we'll have CP next turn to fall back and explode. I think we want to do that.
One benefit that Alex also has in this game that we haven't really mentioned, but so far, is that because he's going first at the top of the battle round, he gets to choose his Canticle, and I believe that he still has the Stygius Canticle in the bank, so he has the ability to fall back and shoot at any point that he wants to.
I mean, so a good enough charge, you actually kill the Disintegrator, you just consolidate into the Iron Strider so they don't get to Overwatch you, and that means in the AdMech's last turn, you're forcing the target on the Iron Strider, so it's not an Objective 3, and then they only have the 2 Scorpius Disintegrators to try and clear off all these Vanguard vets in the middle. We're definitely being far too conservative with these attack bikes, and we didn't move on to Objective 2. So... And we didn't threaten Objective 5. See, I think this is how you lose the game. Is you just don't do any of the things that make you win the game.
We are direct assaulting, so we will get the 3 for that, but we might not get domination. Maybe we get a big charge at the Vanguard veterans and they string out, and you just route the Disintegrator and say that's fine.
Sure. I mean,
it doesn't feel fine.
A lot easier to just turbo boost a bike onto 2.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
which is the fallback.
I think that if we grab Objective 2, we're giving Mechanicus 10 points for primary, which is what we assumed that they would get anyway. I think the play to knock them off Objective 5 is a little bit a little bit of an overextension, maybe. But because the White Scar score at the end of the turn, and they have 2 attack bikes that... Can they double move, or am I thinking of Ravenwing? That's worth looking up. I think I'm thinking of Ravenwing. But now I want to double check, just in case. It's kind of wild. We have like 2 nearly identical bike-focused sub-factions in Space Marines. Just make them the same, GW. So I don't have to look up 2 sets of stratagems that are almost the same.
Okay, charge these forces as well.
I mean, they also have two identical bolter-focused factions, and
Well, one of the bolter-focused factions is a successor of the other one, so they're basically the same.
did you say
That
the Imperial
one,
Fists are a successor of the Ultramarines? Because it's true.
No, Ultramarines aren't bolter people.
Are they not?
Nah, they just do whatever.
This like tactical, doctrine-oriented. Are we just gonna kill off one of our own instructors here? What are we doing? There we go.
Okay, I think I'm thinking of Ravenwing. I don't think we have a double.
Okay, so this was a very good trade, and then I think we're gonna tap both of the disintegrators.
Yeah, I mean they can fall back. So it's whatever.
Okay, and I guess.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And 5 Vanguard.
I don't.
Maybe.
We're definitely just gonna kill this one though.
Yeah.
So we will do.
So
pylons.
with the attack bikes on the table for the White Scars, they're guaranteed at least a 10-point primary
Oh,
next turn.
I think this is a wrap on the Iron Strider.
Yeah, we
And
could
that
get
can't
both.
be escaped from.
Yeah, it's possible to get both, right? If we try point this disintegrator here, and put an Inceptor in front of it, and then also try point the
I just
Balisarius.
gave myself my 2 engage from last turn. I had forgotten.
Yep, that's fine. Then all these Vanguard will go into the Scorpius.
Okay.
Okay, that will be. Have they got Sergeant? They do. Okay, so that'll be 21. Threes.
Oh, there is a double move strat. Strat's
Alright,
pointing
nice.
out. I was looking at the green strats, but it's a blue strat. I don't know what the difference between
blue.
those is,
Minus
but
3.
Well, one of those is Ultramarines, the other Salamanders.
2 damage each.
Uh,
Well, that's
He is
not
definitely dead.
the roll you want.
Right.
ew, that was a
That's-
terrible save roll.
Yep, just enough to get him.
Eh.
Ah, kills
Maybe
the
mine-
Scorpius
Ah.
disintegrator. Get out of here. That is a little
he
awkward.
explode,
though.
though?
Still theoretically trap me.
I mean, is it? Because you just dedicate
Definitely.
yourself to wrapping the Iron Striders, and you can't like
Um,
leave combat and also leave combat
they
and shoot.
Can't really trap him.
It's
I guess they
awkward.
can, actually.
Well, it's awkward
YOLO.
now because
He's gonna blow.
we are gonna auto.
I don't like
into
that choice, though.
Oh, I
That's
guess
not
it doesn't
true,
really matter
Vanguard.
because if we
One
fall back the Iron
into
Striders out of the
Inceptors,
wrap with the
one
Desperate
into
Breakout,
the
then they can't shoot
chickens,
regardless of the Canticle.
1
Yeah.
for everyone.
Yeah.
Also, I guess you probably just stay and
Yeah,
fire
the
point
others
blank anyway.
don't matter, 'cause they
You're right.
still
So
run.
you would lose their
But-
shots
Okay,
regardless.
And then they will consolidate.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really matter. But what I think the most important thing that it does is it pins the AdMech army into their deployment zone. And there's nothing, they can't really do anything to move out right now. So Objective 2 is uncontested. Objective 3 is probably uncontested unless the Cerberus Raiders move
You're a
out.
hell of a rapper, sir. I
And
wait
you
for
can
your
kill the
mixtape.
Cerberus Raiders like easy peasy
I don't
with
know.
just random
I think
shit
my
in
actual
your army.
rapping skills
Like we got
be
6 multi-models over here. We're
somewhat
gonna be
lacking.
okay.
Yeah. They can't afford
and
to
then
move
they
them out though,
accept
because
blank,
X101, the hero that he is
Yeah.
just sitting on 2.
Look at this
so-
guy.
Go
What a
an
boss.
inch, which I definitely will. So
Um,
I think he dropped a
make
banner
sure
over there
these
too.
two
What a
deal
man.
with each other. They should-
Proud of you,
it doesn't
X101.
look like that explosion hit too hard, so at this point, even flying the Flappy Bird back over cannot free this
There we
unit.
are.
Yep.
The wrap.
All right. Give me the clock, and then the chickens will kick you back. They're gonna kick the
Chickens
Inceptors.
kicking back. 7 minutes 45 seconds
301s.
for this
Yeah,
coming out
this
turn.
is fine.
And then there's
There's
strength
so
five.
much, so little, actions to make
Two
on the AdMech
stir,
side here that I
pyramid.
think this game is mostly be decided.
Respectable chicken kicking going on, but that made the saves.
Fine. And
Yeah, no
and
AP
the
on those
bow
big stompy
will-
boys is not great.
aha, I can
Oh,
reroll
reroll
one.
ones.
Nope, nope, nothing.
Okay, cool. I will pass turn to you. There you go.
Okay.
Did the discriminator attack? Oh, that's
Alright.
what those last 3 dice are.
7 minutes
Yeah.
to lose as gracefully as possible.
So
Alright, a lot of
So
optimism
he will
coming out of the
come.
AdMech.
And he
yeah, so they get their
will-
10 points. They get their points for banners as well, I believe. Looks like we're going to be
Yeah.
scoring some engage on all fronts. I like this move as well because it can potentially body block some of the
Reroll
Yeah.
out of himself.
attack bikes
I'll
positions on
raise
the
banner
objective.
over there.
And
Yeah,
you
they
really,
cannot declare it as a charge target.
right. You want to give them
Nor can they move through the wall.
Yeah, you want to give them you force them to advance, I
Raiders
guess.
will just hang
Would it have
out.
been possible to position this in such a way as where it was even deeper in that? No, they can just tag it on the other side of the wall. So they, as long as they're using the strat,
Well,
they can still pull
they
this
can
off.
get
I
there.
think.
Closing happens. How far can
And
Um,
alternatively, if they survive the Vanguard bets, just pop over and then they
Right.
swap positions.
So I think the question here is if we kill these Vanguard bets in the center. Although I'm not sure that matters because
Yeah.
you just drop the Phobos Lieutenant over there and you hold it.
he
Yeah.
will
So I think we're looking at a 15-point primary for Skowkie here unless something bizarre happens, and that should give him the win because he will also score domination and direct assault again for a grand total
Maybe we'll
of
find out that he has
78 points, 88 points.
Maybe we'll find out that he also has too many Hormiguns.
This guy will.
Yeah, it definitely looks like 25 Vanguards.
5 after that. And then
I've got to mute myself momentarily. I
here, so
apologize.
This guy will not go that far. He's gonna just been
Yeah,
like
this game
that.
definitely feels very 8th edition in the
Um,
number of successful wraps that have occurred that were inescapable, and I think a lot of that has been down to the
Hang out over here.
AdMech just like flushing so many of their CP into that explosion. Like I don't necessarily understand spending the 2 on the fight at top profile. Like that really was going to be needed for more, like at least one more desperate breakout over the course of the game.
We'll come over here like that.
But I mean, it's hard to see the future.
And then the Rangers will come power in the back.
Rangers moving away. This is a bit of a risky play though. White Scars can leave combat and charge, so if they just pop out of the Iron Striders, kill off the Rangers, and then the Inceptors walk over and
then
step onto this
shooting
objective,
commences,
that's
Data Losses chucks the
kinda handing it
green
away,
grenade
although
at the Inceptors.
that also assumes they survive. How's Daedalus just throwing a grenade at the
Three.
Inceptors?
That dies. Oh.
Blood?
Dies.
Oh,
that a regular
and then
grenade, or
these
is that
guys
some
are
sort of, like,
getting
special grenade?
bombed.
Yep.
2 more to lose.
Oh, if it's during the bomb phase, it must be something special. Does Daedalus just have a cool
Wounded
grenade?
dudes. Him.
All right. Chickens will go, and they will.
Oh, he just activates the Archaeo tech device.
Try to bunk your Vanguard.
I've never been within 3 inches of that man at the start of his turn without him being a corpse before.
Yep.
Try to
Benefit.
bunk him. So it'll be 10 shots.
Hitting on freeze.
Rerolling 1.
Shooting into combat.
I did not divvy up, so we'll say the 6 is on a guy who was not.
2,
2s.
4.
Oh.
4 go
Uh,
through.
4 go
it's
through.
already
Not killing the
wounded.
squad.
It is.
Might-
One did that. Select 1.
Oh, it kills the one.
Don't roll 1s.
Let's do the damage here. Kills
Alright,
1.
2,
And then a 1.
and then that'll finish.
Not CP
no, I'm gonna
rolling.
CP this
Oh, we're
CP
CP rolling
it,
that?
CP it, go.
Really?
for pride. Damn it.
Into a 1. Oh, the
You,
rubbin.
you made the cardinal error there of re-rolling a 1. You must have known what was going to happen.
All right. This guy here is going to put his line of sight stuff into them, and then his Belarus will go into. Yeah, he's just
Alright,
gonna
got
go
3 minutes left to fire these
Them.
guns. You missed it. The Iron
The
Striders
Belarus
fired into
first.
point blank and only killed 2 Vanguards.
It sounds about consistent with what we've been seeing. Those 4+ invulnerable saves holding true.
1,
Yeah, he rolled 1 damage on one of them, and then re-rolled it into another 1.
and then
Yeah.
moving on 3s.
Oh no, it was 3 Vanguards, it wasn't 2. My bad.
Saves. 1 goes down.
The old 1
D6
into a 1.
missiles
Solid.
For 1. It hits.
Well, this has
Does
been an
move
incredible
next
game,
to-
honestly.
Yeah.
Skowkie,
Certainly, this is not the ending.
Yeah.
Showing us that
For
kills don't
1.
matter if you're playing the game.
Yeah.
Hey, at least it means the stubborns.
Yeah, I think
Right. On-win model.
Skowkie, man, he was just trying to lull us into a false sense of security for the
Okay.
Adeptus Mechanicus here. He was like, I'm going to make it so they call it preemptively for AdMech, and then
Roll 1.
I perform
Hey.
the world's most intricate
Alright,
series of
last guy.
try points.
Yeah, just 1 left.
Multiple turns in a row, and like expertly
left.
navigate
Yeah,
several
everyone-
combat phases.
Everyone blasts.
That'll show him.
So D6 missiles. 6. Come on, missiles.
All right, let's see if we can kill this last Vanguard veteran with all of the
Ones.
Scorpius disintegrator shooting.
Goes way.
Just think, it all started
On
with the Fulgurites
threes.
failing to kill that 5-man squad.
Alright, get him.
See ya.
Okay, and that...
Like the unit meant to
no
stick
fight
kind of like
phase,
in your
I'm
deployment zone and mix it up with anybody that
because
gets close.
Yep.
Kind of flubbed it on their charge,
Oh, wait, no,
left out in the open, just got peeled right away. And then
pass it
that
back
really
to me,
opens up
because
the
I'm
rest of the game for a lot of like
charge.
intricate plays.
Data losses charges.
Daedalus getting down and dirty in melee.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Within 3.
To
Or like you're
battle.
about to be
Within 3, let me
Daedalosus.
see if we need one. I think the answer is definitely. Yeah. Yep, he's fine.
Okay, and then the Dominus will go in.
Sending
Outside of this
all
maneuver,
the,
though, is
yeah,
Can't these
okay.
Vanguard vets now just jump onto
Okay,
4
we'll
and then
start
charge
with
through
the
the wall into the
Dominus
Rangers
into
and
them.
dice them all?
I don't think
Reattacks.
that matters.
No. But it's fun.
I guess it does. I mean, it removes
2
points from the
hits,
adaptive
will
mechanic, because
do,
the points don't matter at this point, though. We've
threes or 4s. The 1 wound.
this is an
minus
elimination stage.
1,
We're
I
just
think.
trying to win.
Fine. Data losses. 1 hit. Fails to wound. Alright, and now...
It's a good
37
day,
seconds,
Delosis,
it's
to
back.
die.
Okay, I will do Vanguard.
He is a good Daedalosus to die.
Amazing.
I think any Daedalosus is a good Daedalosus to die, because... Hey, them. Hey, this guy. Get this guy back in a fucking
Jesus.
fortress.
3 wounds, -3.
We're the
1 damage.
commentator's supposed to be impartial, Shuma.
Okay.
You can't be
I am
talking about my
impartial.
boy Daedalosus like that.
So
Alright.
it's 3.
I am partially don't like the Daedalosus.
Okay, and then I'll do my 2 Inceptors into that scenario as well.
It doesn't sound like
I
you
do
impartially
like
don't like Daedalosus. It sounds like you fully don't like Daedalosus.
No,
Oh,
see,
yeah.
you're looking for fair and balanced reporting. I'm giving you actual impartial reporting. Like I've looked at the stats. This man can get right back into his box set.
Cool.
I'm going into some both sides narrative here.
Or no, we'll go into the Vanguard. Right, so 2.
Take it. And then the Inceptors, you charge them, so they get attack, no extra damage. They hit with all of them very nicely.
I also want to commend
they
Jack
win
for
the
playing a full hour of this game, or a full half hour of this game,
Five.
less than.
Nope. 1 goes
Then
down.
Alex
Does
did.
he explode?
17 seconds left on the clock here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the.
If we judiciously
Alright,
clock
and
back
then-
to the AdMech
Yep,
on
all
every
you at this
saving
point.
throw, halfway into this White
That's
Scar's turn, they're gonna lose
super
all of their saving throws, and it's gonna make
Yep.
all like if you
I'll
can
go-
then fire the attack bikes at the Fuselov.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter, right? Like.
But it's fun.
I
You don't
mean-
you don't have to dance after you spike the ball in the end zone, but sometimes you do, and
Yeah.
you just take the yellow card.
I think chat just
Right,
wants.
right, they
Chat,
get yellow
chat probably
cards?
just wants to see a Fuselov get killed, right? Just death of Fuselov.
Yeah, I mean,
And then
everybody
I'll
loves
move
that.
the model onto the middle,
Oh my God! What a game this was, chat.
and then that's it.
Put your questions in the chat for the players for the post-game breakdown. And also, before we forget, exclamation point giveaway for the giveaway. We're giving away, I think appropriately, some Space Marine Scouts for this game, given how important these highly mobile Phobo
Well
Space
done,
Marines
sir.
were.
You definitely outplayed the hell out
Are
of
these
me.
Inceptors out of coherency?
My mistake.
The
was one
Inceptors, yeah, out of
Bobby
coherency?
Charles'
No, I don't think so.
transport was So avoidable.
That looks like it's more than 2 inches.
I totally
I don't
forgot.
think that was not a mistake. That should not have happened.
No, it.
Yeah,
it
1.9. Get out of here, Schumann.
You're right.
Okay, fine, I'll log out.
that charging that transport though with everything to surround it was a mistake for sure. I totally forgot that what do you call it existed. And until about halfway through my charge phase, it's like, well, I've got to stick with it now.
Oh,
so-
Machine Spirit Resurgent.
No, fall back even when you're surrounded.
Desperate Breakout, yeah.
Scars forgot Desperate Breakout existed.
Because to be
It's
honest,
awkward.
if I just
It's
do the
awkward. That's a
same
very-
thing,
that's a very
don't
important rule.
charge the
I would assume would come up a
transport
lot
and
in this
just sit
match.
everything behind the ruin,
Yeah.
I can just I have more units to just sit here. I won't even come towards you at that point.
Kind of
I'll
agree with the
just have
chat.
a
Chat kind of
sit here
asking
and
about
chuck
the
all
raise the banners
units
pick on
into
both
every
sides. I kind of understand on the AdMech or on the
I guess the only
the
benefit
White
was
Scar
it
side.
did
I do
force
not
the
understand
Scary
the
out a bit,
banners
but
pick
I
on
could've done
AdMech.
that
Mhm.
with
Yeah, at least the White
White
Scars have the
anyway,
incursors.
and lost 5 incursors. which
and
is
they're also
the
they're
world.
the army that's moving out.
I think
Like
your
the AdMech's just going to
Fulgurites,
give up territory all game as
I
it tries
would
to
have
pull
much
back and
preferred
continue
just to see
surviving
them
the waves
sitting
of
behind
output.
here.
You think so? And then
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause
that's fair.
I'm taking direct assault and domination. I am going.
yeah, that's
for
true.
the
That
objective.
does make sense. Yeah.
And you will kill any one of my units probably if you get the whole unit swinging in one activation. especially seeing as I'm probably throwing Vanguard there, which can't transhuman.
Oh, that's true.
And then,
Damn it.
And then,
Yeah.
then you power up on that objective, and while I think I can get rid of you,
You would
it
have to commit
just-
so much
it
that
takes a lot of effort. Well, I have the nice benefit of being able to do mortal wounds when I charge in with jump packs and whatnot. So between that and then a unit of Inceptor shooting or some attack bikes, I could probably clear enough that, you know, I can get the objective back in a turn. But the point is, it's effort. And like you said, it exposes units. But I exposed all the units anyway.
We have a crash
by
on
going for
TTS
the
here.
transport rack, so
Yeah, that actually happened to me earlier.
Oh, I have
well, at
DCs,
least it.
so there we
Oh,
go.
that yep.
yeah, I just did
Dunno.
something. Trevi.
Trevi's got anything
All right.
to say?
Trevi.
Looks like TTS just crashed for a couple of us.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
it's
crash,
down for me
crash for
too.
us. So.
Well, perfect timing.
Yep.
Yeah, it would have been awkward if that happened any earlier.
Yeah. I was very nervous after turn 2 in the desperate breakout.
Yes.
I was like, oh no. Gonna
Oh, that's
hurt.
funny because I was real nervous after turn 1 and
Yeah, those Fulgurites whiffing was like, what was it? You rolled 1 4+ wound, must have been like 12 threes or lower. Which is like,
yeah,
oh,
something
okay,
something
well,
like that, yeah.
What can you do?
Well,
Yeah,
good
chat.
luck in the
We're
finals.
just gonna be
dude.
back to
You,
Yeah,
you
I
deserve it.
pre-stream
I
loop
don't
here.
want to play against either
While we
of
set
us
up the
that are
next
going to
game.
be in the finals. I don't want to play against Dreadnoughts, and I don't want to play against Systems. So
Yeah, we did have some questions from the chat for you guys. But that was an awesome game. Jack, congratulations on the win. Holy crap!
Yep.
We were super worried after the incredible exploding.
don't worry, you
Dune
were
Rider.
not the only ones.
Yeah.
You were not the only people.
Yeah, but obviously you navigated several effectively flawless fight phases to pull many incredible wraps against the AdMech to be able to pull yourself out of that situation. And I think it goes to show that, I mean, we said it several times on the stream while it was happening. Turns out, killing models isn't how you win the game. You have to get
it
the
doesn't
points.
matter.
Yeah.
It's not getting killed by those models that it's important.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, you know, if those models shoot things to stop yourself being shot, you hug a friend.
I mean,
Like a friendly
I'm pretty,
Vanguard in the middle of the board.
I'm pretty sure that's cheating, but you know, we can agree to disagree on that one.
That's fair. That's fair. It's understandable.
No, that
that-
that was a masterful show by you. Like that was a hell of a game.
Yeah, I had to pull something out after that and one kind of mistake. I guess the upside is it forces you to spend the CP when you would have just spent it later to get out of a wrap as well. So it's like it's not now in hindsight, it's probably not as bad as I thought it was at the time when I moved everything within an inch, and it's like, great, I really shouldn't have done this. But actually, in hindsight, I guess you spent 3 CP on doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably
4
not terribly
actually.
unworth it. 4, there you go then. That's probably not
Yeah.
terribly unworth it then.
Yeah.
Maybe I wouldn't do it with as many units next time, but yeah, because I'm pretty sure if you don't desperate break out there, it's just game on the spot. Because I had so many units.
Oh yeah, no. If he hadn't
all within
if he
instant
hadn't-
charge range.
Yeah, if he hadn't made it out, yeah, that was just game.
Yeah, but I think that was a semi mistake on my part. Like I don't think I played it as well as I could have done with that transport, but I don't think the entire thing was awful. It just definitely put me on further back than I wanted to be. The mission is great for me. Like Space Marines love sweep and clear with direct assault. It's like great. I can pick domination and direct assault and walk straight into the middle every turn with an obsec character giving them obsec.
Yep.
So,
Yeah,
I can't complain there.
I think my big mess up was not sending all the Belarus into the squads that the Fulgurite were going into turn 1 just to try to weaken them. I mean, it didn't end up mattering at all.
Yeah.
But just to try to whittle them
Yeah,
down a
because
little bit.
Fulgurites bizarrely do struggle to kill a marine unit that has transhuman up on them. I mean, sure, you could roll 4 6s and kill the whole unit, but I'll take my odds you don't do that if I can force it to happen.
Yeah. No,
'Cause,
they're
yeah,
crazy swingy.
Yeah, no, they definitely are.
Yeah, so I'm curious to know how you both felt about the matchup. I know, Skauki, you just mentioned that you think Marines are probably favored on sweep and clear in that particular one, but going into it, how are you both feeling about it?
Well, having seen this game with Liam yesterday, it became very obvious very quickly that I'm not going to get any wraps on Scorpius tanks any time within the first few turns. Like, you clearly don't let that happen. So I've got to come up with other stuff. Like, I'd love to just fly 20 inches up the board and multi-charge your whole army turn 1, but use it up in a way I can't do that. So it doesn't feel too bad because Belarus energy cannons, bizarrely not very good into Marines behind cover.
Nope.
They really struggle with that, especially Vanguard. It's like it's not even worth shooting them. The bombers are a worry. I didn't expect you to fly them off the board. I saw them disappear. I was like, oh, I can't shoot them now. Sad. If I'd guessed that, I probably would have put the bikes in reserve. Because the only reason I kept them on the board was like, oh, he'll come bomb me turn 1 and I can shoot.
Well,
them
I mean,
melters.
and then conversely, if you had put them off, if you had started them off the board, I would have kept them on turn 1 and then flew off turn 2
true.
before you arrived. Yeah.
True. Same thing happens, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I did feel quite happy about the matchup, though. I mean, at the end of the day, all I need is a few wraps, and it's like very, very tricky for him to come back into it. He hasn't got enough obsec to contest me, and I really don't care about raiders.
Right.
Like, it's like, sure, you can pre-game move to the middle if you want to. I will just take it off you with obsec. They're irritating, but there's not really much they can do in that game.
We had a question from the chat as well about, from a couple people about the raise the banners picks on both your sides. It seems like, obviously, the Incursors and Infiltrators are great at scoring it for the White Scars, but there's nothing, there's nothing sort of that caliber that forward deploys like that for the Mechanica. So I was interested to hear.
I had nothing.
Picks.
I had absolutely nothing for secondaries. I suppose I could have done Scramblers, but if I felt like if I'd done Scramblers, you would have just screened X101 out of your deployment zone.
Yeah, if you take Scramblers, 1 unit of Infiltrators goes straight into my deployment zone and sits there.
And then then I get 0 instead of 6 or
I picked it for exactly the same reason. It's like, I'm quite happy to take a guaranteed 6 points when I should, apart from my little small mistake turn 4 and not getting domination, I should get 30 off the other 2 secondaries. Mm-hmm. Like, it's so hard to stop me getting 30 on those 2. And then I'll quite happily take 40 for primary, because I went second. 45 isn't unlikely for primary. Mm-hmm. And that's a pretty high score. So it doesn't leave you much room to drop points, and when you pick grind them down and banners,
I was pretty happy I was able to. Oh, you go.
Grind them down. Yeah, I think you were just screwed for choices of secondary, really.
Mm-hmm. I need to kind of recalibrate my list. I completely blanked going into this, that like I knew it, but didn't think about it, that my while we stands are now different, because before it would be my 3 tanks, but now it's the 2 priests and the chickens, and like the priests were in trouble this game. They were not going to survive.
No. Yeah, because I mean, once I kill your, I don't really want to say mobile stuff, because it's not more mobile than the tanks, but the stuff that doesn't want to sit in the corner,
right?
I feel pretty safe. Like, I think the turn when I got the charge off with the Inceptors and the Wrap, I felt pretty happy about the rest of the game. It's just got to cruise it out and not do anything super stupid.
Yeah, I concur. I was real worried about this one. Like, I win by, blowing holes in things and being more mobile than people, but those are 2 things that I cannot do well against White Scars with a whole bunch of jump packs.
Yeah, and especially with the distance between deployment zones, it's like
Mm-hmm.
you have to set up expecting or chancing that I might charge you turn one.
Right.
So you have to set up defensively in that way, because I can. Like, if you gave me an opening, then I
Yeah.
probably would take it. And there's not really much you can do.
Mm-hmm. I'll take the moral victory on. I think there were 2 Vanguard vets left on the table at the end.
Yeah, you killed pretty much all of them. I'm glad I didn't pick
that's
While We Stand. I thought about picking that instead of banners. I'm really glad I didn't now.
Yeah, that would have been brutal. Those guys eat
Yeah.
What would that have
all
been
of
for you?
those shots.
Yeah.
It would have been the 2 big units, right?
And then the
Yeah, the
Inceptors?
2 big units and the
then,
Inceptors. And like, because my original game plan was just play the most passive game imaginable, where I just feed a unit into the middle every turn. But then the boat appeared, and I'm like, oh great, I can do something really cool here. Except it's not really cool because it kind of doesn't work how I think it works.
Yeah, got the
So
big eyes.
I got carried away with being too fancy and not just being behind a wall.
Yeah. It looks like we had another question from chat here. I don't know if this is a general question, but I'll put it to you two. From Perseus388. How do you get into list building? I always have issues picturing my army on the field, or am I just too new? Do you have any insight into, I guess, getting practiced in building lists?
I actually think I can answer this one pretty well. So my first Big Hammer tournament was actually Youngbloods A this season. So I've grown a lot as a player, and I think it's just a lot of practice at first. Like you're not going to be an amazing player right from the get-go, and you're not going to build killer lists. And I would recommend not just not net listing, actually build your own to like try to understand the way everything works together. And play, just get on the Discord, go into the looking for game chat, go do Youngbloods events, do a pod. You're probably not going to do great if it's your first event, but whatever. But just get the experience in, and then keep tweaking the lists until you get something that works, I think.
Yeah, so I think it's pretty well accepted that most factions have a pretty solid core of units that most lists consist of. And then what you do with the list after that is up to you. And over time, you will figure out what sort of units you need. Like experience, you do need experience to figure out what you need in certain matchups. Like what you need versus Death Guard is different to what you need against Harlequins. And what you've got to look at is whether you need specific answers for those matchups. If you don't, then you can outplay those games. You don't need units to answer that particular problem for you. Because some armies can just outplay certain factions without needing specific tech. Once you've got your core, you tend to then have your tech units that you chuck in, sort of, to do whatever it is you want to do. So before this, I was running a unit of Blade Guard vets instead of all the Vanguard, right? So I just made the decision to swap the vets, because at least for what looked like the potential first few games, I'd be playing against highly mobile armies, which would either have, well, I was expecting 6 AdMech playing for round 1, of which Blade Guard are completely pointless into. Like, they don't answer anything in that army. They're too slow to cross the board and get to any ballistari. They get bombed by planes very painfully, and they can't charge the plane. So it's like, they're not worth taking in that case. So my list was built for a specific couple of answers, and I think if you sit there and you think about factions you struggle with, and just look for a unit in your book that may give you an answer that you need. It may even be a unit that everyone calls terrible. Ignore them, they could be wrong.
Yeah, and I definitely think just as you're getting started to it, iterating on your army is really important, and after every game that you play, just reflect on it and think about what units performed well and what units didn't perform well, and whether that was a reflection of your play in the game, if you made any mistakes with them, or the matchups. Like some units you just can't Like, they just don't do anything into a particular profile that you're playing against, and there's nothing you can do about that, but that doesn't necessarily mean the unit is bad. But then, from there, you can sort of tune it, which units are good and which units are bad, and you can sort of start to construct your list from there. I imagine, like, neither of you guys' lists are a list that you just built in your battle scribe one day and then you played with it. You're like, oh, this seems fine. I'll just take this to the Invitational. I imagine that both of your lists are the result of dozens, if not hundreds of iterations, like small iterations on a core build that have all been sort of tuned for the metagame and the matchups you were expecting. So I think, having that flexibility is very important when you're building lists.
I'd also like to note, like, you can get a lot of decision paralysis in picking units in 40k. There's oftentimes so many options. There's so many ways to play. Kind of identifying the playstyle that you enjoy is also very important for crafting a list and playing in the long term. Like, really leaning into a playstyle, like whether you want to be a very tricky, kind of like move up and engage, get the reps sort of style like this White Scars list, versus a more like kind of laid back, interfere with your opponent's advance, like, move and shoot list that the AdMech here had. Like, you sort of reach that endpoint by finding out that you actually enjoy that playstyle. Like, you don't get fatigued, you don't start like shifting around and bouncing between drastically different armies because you've identified what you want to do, and then you're kind of like laser focusing on the way to make that perform at its most optimal fashion.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Something actually I'd also like to add about if you are a new player, there are some factions that they build around a playstyle or like a game plan really well. If you're a newer player and you don't know what other factions do as much, it's really good to pick one of those factions that have a sort of a game plan going into each game, right? It's not something that changes on a game-on-game basis. Every game, your main goal is to, get into the middle, hold the mid-board, and then maybe contest 2 other objectives. That's a really ideal army for someone new to the game, because you're not going to have the faction-specific knowledge to know what you need to do with an army that changes its game plan based on what it's playing against.
Makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. Well, cool. I think, Shume, unless you have any more thoughts to add, I think that's all the questions from the chat, so we'll let these guys go.
No, I think that game was just great to watch. I mean, it's really great when you're playing a game and you, like, when it suddenly dawns on you halfway in that the result is notably different than how you expected. That's, like, sort of the best kind of 40k game, where you have to, like, you become informed of the actual direction of the game. Just makes it much more interesting to kind of like experience and see it. It also kind of like really helps to fight against the idea that 40k is kind of like a first turn oriented, deliver that hammer blow style of experience. Like, with sufficient generalship, you can come back from almost anything.
Yeah, I mean, this game definitely proved that I attempted that and it did not work.
Yeah, the nice thing is my list does not care if it goes first or second. In fact, I prefer going second.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Well, Jack, congratulations on the win. I'm looking forward to seeing you in the grand finals tomorrow, and congratulations to both of you on an excellent game of 40k. That was super fun to watch.
Awesome, thanks, man. Yeah,
Good
Jack,
to hear
good
it.
luck.
All right.
I'll be rooting for you.
Thank you very much. Best of luck with any future endeavors, and I will see you around.
Ciao.
All right. See ya. Bye.
All right. So we are, let's do the giveaway for the first game here. If anybody wants to jump in the giveaway, you got about, we'll give it a minute or so for people to jump in. ! Giveaway if you want to get in on the action. And I'll be drawing it momentarily. Where the players are just getting set up on our next game. This is going to be Ashley versus Yan. And we're just going to go to a really quick break between those, but I will announce the winner of the giveaway first.
Is it me? Did I win?
You did not win. I'm pretty sure you did.
I keep losing.
Yeah, looks like some people jumping in last minute. Players are just setting up their game over here, chat. TTS is not breaking right now, which is I appreciate very much. Thanks, Tabletop Simulator.
Will do.
I should mention also the giveaway is on it's on Twitch. So twitch.tv/tacticaltortoise.tv is where you jump in on the giveaway. So if you're on YouTube, you're gonna come join us on Twitch. And I'm gonna see if we can get into the players table here.
Go.
Yep, just eating some food.
That big spiky building thing is not obscuring, by the way.
I know,
So you...
I know.
Okay.
Yeah, I know. But it... Just a bit of an helper. I have to
Yep.
check the line of sight there, but these, if they cross over here, then it's obscured. So
Okay, yeah.
I try to angle this one.
All right,
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and draw this
the
just about now because we're gonna be popping over to this next game in just a few minutes. We're gonna have another giveaway for this game as well. We have some conversion bits, but we'll talk about that when we get in there. And also, we're gonna have some more for the grand finals tomorrow. So, stay tuned if you want to win stuff. We're gonna be giving away prizes every game. It's very exciting. But I'm gonna go ahead and close this one up. So if you're not in now, then speak now or forever hold your peace, I guess.
So you can't charge him through the ball.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, it's closed down.
My Gemini will go
Let's
down here.
draw a winner. Who will it be? Survey says the winner of the giveaway is Nidrog. Nidrog, thanks for tuning in and joining. If you are on the Discord, come hit me up. Exclamation point Discord in the chat. If you're not, I'm Trevi. And just shoot me your address. And we will send you these Space Marines as soon as we have a chance. But congratulations to Nidrog for this giveaway. And I will be starting up a new one momentarily. All right, chat. We're going to go quiet here for a bit. I'm going to send you back to the loop. But we will be live in just a couple minutes with this game. T5S2 stands for the Tactical Tortoise Tabletop Simulator Tournament Series. It is a global competitive 40k circuit that ranks players based on the results in online games, including events run by Tactical Tortoise and many other communities. At the end of each biannual season, the top 16 players in the series are given the opportunity to play for the title of Season Champion and become the greatest virtual 40k player in the world in this very event, the Seasonal Invitational Tournament. With hundreds of players and dozens of tournaments competing on the ladder in Season 2, T5S2 is now one of the largest and most competitive series in online Warhammer and shows no signs of slowing down, so what are you waiting for? Visit tts40k.com to view live standings, join the community Discord server, and get information on upcoming events and tournaments. There is glory to be won on this virtual battlefield, Commander. Do you have what it takes to compete? Want to get involved in T5S2 or events run by Tactical Tortoise? Visit the Tactical Tortoise Discord server on the link found on tts40k.com or down in the video description. There you can find signups for all manner of tournaments and casual events, including the T5S2 Youngblood series of free, new player-friendly events designed to introduce you to 9th edition and experiment with new lists. For those looking for more competitive action, rapid-fire tournament pods are currently available that award prize support and standings points and help you hone your skills to a knife's edge. And stay tuned for even more exciting events as we enter T5S2 Season 3, including online GTs and free weekly tournament pods launching shortly after the conclusion of the Invitational on February 7th. See you there. What is up, everyone? Welcome back to the stream. We are live with the T5S2 Season 2 Invitational Semifinals. This is the last game to determine who will play against Skauki on the Grand Finals table tomorrow and determine the best virtual Warhammer 40k player in the world. I'm joined by Shuma to talk about this game. Shuma, how's it going?
Hey, pretty good. Pretty jazzed after that last game.
Oh my
See
God.
if we can continue these like tight anyone's game.
Yeah, these absolute barn burners of
Nope.
games that we've been having.
Oh yeah, go. Oh yeah.
Oh my God. We might be keyed to have a Space Marine mirror match in the final.
Red ones go faster!
That blows Valdor's stats right up there.
Oh my God, right? The internet would love that. They love complaining about Space Marines, and having a Space Marine mirror match would be
too.
incredible. And I think White Scars versus Faceless would be awesome, but also Adeptus Auroritas being piloted by none other than Ashley Thompson in the red side of the table here. Not going to go down without a fight, and I think probably favored going into this game,
ready.
given that Ashley is the number 1 seed, not only going into the elimination stage, but also in the group stage. Ashley was number 1 in the T5S2 standings in Season 2, and was number 1 coming out of groups as well. She smashed her group in Group 1, and has so far, obviously, smashed her quarterfinals game, and we'll see how Jan stands up to her. He was able to survive the Raven Guard Alpha Strike yesterday, and it's up to him to see if he can stop the unending tide of aggression coming out of not only Raven Guard, but today also Adeptus Auroritas.
Number 1 in the world too for sisters currently, right? Like,
I think also number 1 in the world. Full stop.
Keeps of accolades. Okay, there you go. So there's just the number 1 seed among perhaps among any possible.
Among all humans, yeah.
Yep.
the number 1 40k player in the universe, as it were. But yeah, I think this is going to be an incredible game. Jan has been showing us his particular brand of Space Wolves all season, and it is a spicy Space Wolves list. So spicy, in fact, that it has some real-life actual werewolves in it. We have a Wolfen squad in this list. Shuma, there's Wolfen on the table.
I don't get it.
It's crazy. I mean, I was thinking about it while we were setting
we
up
just
this
spent a month saying Bigfoot's not real, and then we're just in line at Burger King, and he's just in front of us in line. Like, what is happening?
It's wild.
He's not in the woods. It's not a blurry photo. He's just ordering like some chicken nuggets and like a big king, and we just have to we're left questioning everything we've ever thought about, like the universe.
Yeah. it's pretty whack. I was thinking about it before the game, and I mean, in this matchup, they do make sense. They are a unit that just 1-for-1 trades for a Repentia squad, because if they haven't swung yet in a fight phase, if you kill them, they swing back at you. So there's a non-zero chance that if a Repentia squad goes into them, they cost, I mean, about the same. They're twice as expensive as Repentia, a little bit more so with the Storm Shields. But there's half as many.
Yeah.
But a Repentia
There is some
squad
counterplay in that, though.
absolutely kills the crap out of you, and then they just swing back and kill the Repentia squad, and there you are.
Because they only swing back if they are in, unless they have since changed this, if they actually can make an attack. So only if they are, within a half an inch of someone within an inch, and given the laser-like precision of Repentia charges, and Ashley's skill, I wouldn't be surprised if they actually swing back far fewer times than they might otherwise for having a wiped squad, simply because every Repentia is somehow tagging a single Wolfen who's within a half an inch of one other, and the rest just die from inertia.
Yeah, there's definitely some counterplay to the ability. I do believe that there was an FAQ. There was a change that allows you to pile in. It's a little mini fight activation, so you pile in, consolidate before you die.
So a little better than that then.
I have to go verify that though before I say that on the record. I think I will double check. But yeah, we'll see if that's an interaction that ends up happening. I'm excited if it does, because it's sweet to see Wolfen on the table in this very spicy Space Wolves list. And speaking of lists, let's talk about the lists today.
That's not the only thing spicy in this list.
Yeah, no kidding. Let's start with Ashley's list first. You have, if you've seen a Sisters list recently, you've probably seen one that looks very much like this list. Ashley does have her own flair. She really likes immolators with heavy bolters. Dealing 14 wounds to a Tesseract Vault in her quarterfinals game against against Raze. So I think being vindicated on her pick of immolators. But she is bringing a single battalion detachment out of our Martyred Lady to give the reroll 1s to hit and wound from Judith Eruita, as well as a +1 to hit if you've lost any models, which is pretty solid. We are bringing the aforementioned Judith Eruita in the HQ slot, as well as a missionary, 3 units of Battle Sisters, as well as a Gemini Superia in the elite slot, a Hospitaller, and an Imagifier, with all of the faith dice manipulation mechanics that Sisters love. In the heavy support, we have the patented triple Retributors, 2 with full multi-meltas, 1 with a mix of a multi-melta and heavy bolters, as well as 2 Armorium Cherubs in there as well. To house them, we have 2 immolators with twin heavy bolters on the turret, as well as the hull-mounted heavy bolter. And then, following it up, is a gorgeous Vanguard detachment out of Order of the Bloody Rose, bringing 3 units of Sisters Repentia. What? That's wild.
No way!
Whoa! Also,
well, they're not in rhinos, right?
Well, in fairness, 2 of them are in rhinos. The other one just standing out in the open, just ready to get shot at, just hanging out.
They're extra repenting because they have to walk here.
Yeah. Do they even let them wear shoes? Are they barefoot? Oh, they have
they have
Nikes.
booty.
They have a little booty.
Yeah, they got little.
That's how they run so fast. I get it.
Yeah.
We also have a Zephyrim squad with 7 Zephyrim with a pennant, as well as a Seraphim squad with 2 hand flamers. There are 2 sets of hand flamers in it, and the 2 rhinos that we mentioned earlier. Leading that is a missionary. Pretty, it's Sisters good stuff, it seems to me. We got the Retributors to shoot at people, we got the Repentia hit them with swords, and we're just going to trade for their best units with your also best units that you probably have more of, which seems pretty good. And Ashley's been using a similar list all season to great effect.
Yeah, if this was like a steamboat on some big Mississippi River, it would just say "old dependable" on the side. This has been plying those waterways for all season, and it has not let Ashley wrong yet.
Yeah, for sure. Moving over to Jan's list, aka Animander, over here in the blue playing Space Wolves. This is, I think, and Jan is proving to us, I think the optimal build of a Space Wolves list that you can take. A lot of people get hung up with Space Wolves. They want to play the melee. They want to play the Thunderwolf Cavalry. They want to play the fast boys with the big dogs, and then they lose a lot of their games. And Jan, he bucks the trend. He doesn't play that many fast boys with big dogs. He doesn't play that much melee, but he does not lose his games, and that's the kicker there. So Jan, with an incredible streak going into this game, he's beaten some of the game's best. He was able to take down Liam Vissel, Harlequin player, another elimination stage qualificator in his group stage as well.
Yes.
Qualificator. And in an incredible game, he's put up some masterful results with this list, and even fought through some really what looked like very terrible situations for him. But he's just shown us the power of big axes sitting in your backline, ready to slap your opponent around with, and a bunch of plasma cannons. Turns out, just putting a bunch of plasma cannons on big stompy robots is pretty good. And the reason for that is in this list. So we have a single battalion detachment coming out of Space Wolves proper, so no successors here. We have a big Smash Captain, the Warlord with Saga of the Hunter, as well as Imperium Sword to get the rerolls on the charge and the extra attacks. Looks like roll to go first happening here. We have a 5 for Ashley, only a 1 for the Space Wolves. Ashley going first. I think sisters typically like to go second to force their opponent into a position where they get to hit. So this Ashley might have been hoping for second turn.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there are some obvious targets for Repentia charges. You can clip out the incursors on either side. But, I mean, that does open them up for a trade, like you're down the Repentia squad. It's a difficult series of decisions here. You really have to expose yourself with sisters.
Yeah.
You want to be able to immediately start trading in drastically upwards, but if all you're doing is clearing out, half-sized incursor squads who are just holding down the midfield, it's not the best way to do that.
I just want to note, Ashley starting off the Miracle Dice train in true Sisters fashion, 2 5s. Pretty good. Not 6s. It's not 6s. But the Miracle Dice rolling pretty well.
You finished going through this list?
Yeah, let's round out this. While we're going through the movement phase, we'll round out the Space Wolves list here. So we have the Saga of the Hunter, Imperium Sword, Smash Captain, with, importantly, the Armor of Russ, which gives this this army a little bit of extra protection against those Repentia. If you let this guy heroically intervene into the Repentia squad, he's going to make them fight last, and then, theoretically, whatever they charge will just kill them.
We stand ready.
Which is some pretty sweet technology out of that guy. And one of the things that we'll notice in this list is that it plays very defensively, and it can use the 6-inch heroic intervention available to that Smash Captain to project that Armor of Russ debuff onto essentially whatever comes in to engage the Redemptors, which is pretty powerful. It's very difficult to engage favorably into it, even if you are a Sister Repentia. There are a lot of pitfalls that you can fall into. We were just talking about it with the Wolfen, where you can just die instead of killing what you want to kill. We also have a Primaris Librarian. He's bringing the Tome of Malkador. We're throwing our Retributors around.
Why can't I hold all these sisters?
A Primaris Librarian with the Tome of Malkador, so he can bring in spells from both the Tempestus and the Librarius Discipline. That's going to give him access to Psychic Fortress to give the Redemptors a 5+ invulnerable save, as well as the spells out of the Tempestus Discipline to allow him to Stormcall into a -1 to be hit as well. So you can layer multiple layers of protection on them. You can also potentially give them cover, I believe, also, for a 2+ armor save, if that matters. We also have an Assault Intercessor squad, as well as 2 Incursor squads to fill out the troops allotment. 3 Redemptor Dreadnoughts with Macroplasma Incinerators, Onslaught Gatling Cannons underslung on their melee weapons, and Icarus Rocket Pods up on top. We have 2 units of Wolf Guard, both with Lightning Claw, Storm Shield, and Jump Pack. So basically, we're playing more Vanguard veterans today.
Everybody loves the Vanguard veterans.
Everyone loves Vanguard veterans. We have the unit of Wolfen that we just mentioned. A spicy include. Jan told me before the tournament that because Jaime Paris won the Season 1 Invitational playing 2 units of Wolfen, he needed to also play a unit of Wolfen to get to the Grand Finals and have Wolfen in both Grand Finals of the T5S2 Invitational, which I think is adorable. And I hope that we see these Wolfen. Moving on, we'll see how it goes. We also have an attack bike squad with 2 attack bikes with multi-meltas. Are they in their patented Tetris formation? They are not! They've broken formation so that they can be out of line of sight of the Retributors on turn 1. Makes a lot of sense. Oh no. They may be engaged more easily now. Terrible. We also have 2 Cyber Wolves. Probably some of the best units in the game. 15 points for an individual model that's very fast, very solid. We have a similar pick with the Gemini Superior on Ashley's side as well. You can grab a free domination for 18 points with the Gemini Superior, so pretty solid. And last but certainly not least, 2 Landspeeder Storms, which I think is awesome. The
Is it last? Isn't there one more? Have we covered Logan yet?
Did I miss something? Oh, we might have missed out on
Jeez.
Logan. Yeah, it's whatever.
How are you skipping this man?
Yeah, it's he's not that big of a deal. He's also super easy to miss on this dark field with his bright white model.
Well, he looks exactly like every other model on the side.
He does.
I love these Landspeeder Storm picks.
Yes, Landspeeder Storms. They're sort of like super Cyber Wolves. They're like, what if Cyber Wolves had also an 18-inch movement and a heavy bolter on them? They would just be a Landspeeder Storm, basically.
What if a Dark Eldar Venom was just 10 points less?
Yeah, and had a big,
it had better
frickin' gun.
It was way harder to kill.
Yeah, Landspeeder Storms are great. Just a tech pick. You can use them to move out aggressively. You can score engage on all fronts. You can contest enemy objectives. You can engage their ranged weapons. You can just use them to shoot all game. Like, who's going to dedicate anti-tank shots to kill a Landspeeder Storm? And you just get to shoot with your heavy bolter every turn.
I love that this is a dedicated transport for only scouts, and yet you take it without scouts, and also it's driven by normal Space Marines.
Right, yeah. I think the official Landspeeder Storm model does have scouts driving it, but
yeah, you're probably right.
This one is the model's very cool actually. It has scouts you can model like hanging at the sides on little
Oh yeah, I love that model.
It's very cool.
So cool.
They're like shooting their bolt guns at the side. Very super cool.
It's kind of like a croc.
Sure. Like the shoe?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, I get it. But also, yeah, Logan Grimnar is in this list. He's on his Storm Rider. He's ready to go. The Chapter Master of the Space Wolves. Jan uses him in a very defensive fashion. He keeps him relatively safe over the first turns of the game, and then sends him in to fight later on. So essentially, he's just a reroll aura and gives full rerolls to whatever he wants in the early game. Later on, we're going to see him round 2 or 3. He's going to come in and try to get some work done. Is typically how that goes. So, interesting pick for Jan. Not one that you see very often. I think a lot of people derided Logan Grimnar when he came out. And which Jan has told me that's the reason that he started playing him and then was never able to drop him out of his list because he was finding so much success.
In fairness, I think he was derided, but then he dropped in points like a meteor and gained like 10 wounds. Like he was a completely different unit in the last edition.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like an aggressive push out for the sisters on this first turn. We have Retributors piling out of both Immolators. Gonna take some shots. This feels a little aggressive, since we're gonna be eating shots, return fire back into them. But I wonder if there is a line of sight that we have found onto this Redemptor. Looks like there's not, but maybe we're just gonna try to keep this objective 2 clear. I'm sure Ashley's got something cooking.
Yeah,
we are going to be...
I mean, like,
go ahead.
Not a lot of line of sight at all here. What are they shooting at? Period.
Yeah, it's
Perhaps
all heavy
they're
bolter. This is the heavy
measuring the
bolter
range
unit. We are moving to the shooting phase. I'm going to send it back to the players' mics here so we can hear what's going on.
I will spend 2 CP to give them -1 to hit and transhuman.
So smokescreen plus transhuman on the Incursor squad to try to keep them alive from the Retributor shot.
Rerolling 1s.
Or from the heavy bolter shot, excuse me.
Wounding on 4s. Rerolling 1s. 3 wounds.
I have a 3 upper armor set because light up cover.
Yep.
So.
Tanks the first
then
heavy
the
bolter
red
shot.
Retributors will put a multi-melter into you. Miss both shots. Worth trying to go for more. So you have 2 models on the objective. If I charge you, then that doesn't really work out for me. Okay, I'll just miss domination for a turn.
Ooh.
So,
electing not
get
to
direct
burn
assault.
cherubs.
No. Fight phase, I can try to heroic intervene.
Oh, yeah, you can. Okay.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Wow.
try
All
that.
right. So this
Once
game
you
is
finish
already
the organization.
spicy as hell, chat. So what happened here? The Jan elected to spend the CCP to keep the incursors as safe as possible. Ashley decided not to burn her cherubs to shoot at them to try to kill them. Declared no charges in her charge phase, and Jan used the stratagem to say perform a
also
6-inch heroic
recommends
intervention with his
here.
incursors.
Yeah, right.
So he's going to try to
Yes.
get in, and if he can clear these battle sisters out, he can potentially get this incursor squad into the heavy bolter retributor squad and peel them out immediately. Wow, what a sweet
It's a
play.
little bit too late. It's a little bit too late to elect them for the assault dock now, though, right?
Correct, yeah, you don't have an opportunity to do that. But they do have, I mean, they're 3 attacks each with AP1 weapons.
So
With plus 1
they
to hit,
are
they're doing okay.
4 up, 6 up.
Yeah,
right?
it's not
Easy
nothing.
scale model. They're 3 up. also.
And this is not the sister
Yeah,
subfaction that
I
ignores
have
AP1 and
one. Do you
2,
have
so
any-
Yeah,
Oh, yes,
yeah,
can
there's
be
no-
a -1.
this is just
and
going
4.
through.
There's no stoic over here.
You're not in
No.
ignorance
No.
for the ones one. Any stratagem to buff your durability or your armor?
We also have a plus 1 to wound stratagem available, I think, for the incursors.
Just miracle dice.
Do
Unless that
spend another
requires
CP.
you to charge.
5, 5, 5, yeah, 5 life. I will spend another CP for plus 1 to wound for these guys.
We are going to do it.
Okay.
And he will go over. He needs
Do you have to
stay
charge
safe.
for that strat, or does
Oh,
it
yes,
also
yeah,
trigger
yeah,
on
yeah.
heroic intervention?
Sorry, no, I have to charge for that. Sorry,
All right. There
I
you
was
go.
already my turn.
We figured it out.
I have to be closer to this one.
Good thing
so
we
back to
asked.
6. Thanks, Trevi.
But we are going to set up a giveaway while we're resolving this combat chat. We've got some, let me go to my giveaway box here. We've got some conversion bits. So I have 2 sets of conversion bits that I think are very appropriate for this
So
matchup.
that's 16 attacks, 3 per model, and 4
Yep.
for the sergeant.
We'll let these guys
Hitting you on 2s
do this combat first.
and wounding you on 3s.
3s to wound. Ooh, that's not a lot
Okay,
of
I'm
wounds.
gonna hold 1 for a miracle, and
That's not a lot of
Alright.
saves either.
we'll kill 4 of them. I'll then spend my miracle die to pass the last save.
Okay. So 1 battle sister going to survive. We had
So the last puzzle.
Five?
Does Battle Sister count as 6 models for the
I used my
purposes
miracle
of,
die on the last save.
Yeah,
So
I know.
5.
Yeah, you want, yeah.
Doesn't, right?
Okay.
That's gonna be a problem.
Awesome. Okay, then it's my turn.
Yeah, unfortunately,
I will
I don't
Spend
believe we
2
can
TP to keep her in the fight.
fall
Yes.
back with these guys, and
That's
we're gonna
idea.
insane bravery.
I control this objective. I control this.
The downside of having all the 5s in that pool is you don't get the 1 to toss in
I
on
control this
a bad
objective.
leadership check.
Yeah,
I will.
that cool move from Jan. I
This
think he was
isn't,
definitely hoping to kill the battle sisters. If
Chapter
you
Master.
could get the +1 to win, I think that would have sunk him. That was a terrible save roll out of the sisters, but also unfortunately not great attack rolls from the incursors either. So,
I mean, does that guarantee the
I
15-point
guess
turn?
they
anyway?
could. They could shoot her to death, right, and then just charge the retributors anyway, with the pistols. Boop, 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 boop.
Mhm.
These guys-
But this is bottom 1, so no primary scoring right now.
Oh, duh.
Yeah.
The space. Oh, it's not even gone yet. Okay. So certainly an unfortunate bit of a faux pas here, but didn't hand anything out to the Space Wolves just yet, other than 4 sisters.
Yeah, unfortunately we don't
And
have.
they were long for this world anyway.
I mean, both of these players we don't have all their buffs online, so not assault doctrine for the incursors. We don't have the ability to charge. We can't put them in assault doctrine. The battle sisters don't have all of their miracle dice ready to go. So it's sort of these 2 armies that require kind of a big setup that are just that are not not ready for it. I think, which is kind of funny to see them bump up against each other.
Yeah.
This is unfortunately at least going to require the dedication of either a Repentia squad or the CP spend for a desperate breakout.
Mm-hmm.
And that would only be 1 model as well.
So this is
So the
certainly
rest
just
would
a big
not be
loss of
okay.
resources.
Maybe the next one.
represented in this wrap, even if it's not necessarily snagging Object 2 right now.
It's not worth it. It's over. It's in the level.
And I think the banner was maintained.
The banner, Jan's using the banners to represent the command phase lock-in that Sweep and Clear gives you. So if you control the objective at the start of the command phase in this mission, then you control it until your opponent takes it away, which means that the incursors will hold it for a while. Same with the objective down here. We have to get objective secured to get those guys out of there, which is going to be very difficult. The sisters do have, it looks like, Seraphim in reserve. I think the rest of these are in transports.
So a desperate breakout for this one sister, followed by them shooting these incursors off of 2, would hand it back, but that is kind of risky there.
Right. And that's, I mean, we're also, I think, assuming that the Battle Sister just dies to melee, right?
Yeah.
I wonder if there maybe was a better way to do your consolidates in there instead of just bumping up against the sister. If you get to an inch and then you swing them around, you can make it so that the charge on the Retributors is a little bit better. It is sort of an awkward situation here if you can maybe manage to kill those Battle Sisters. All right, but let's while we're going through the movement phase for the Space Wolves here, let's give away some stuff.
Things for free.
Boom. Giveaway number 2 for the day. Let's create it. Boom. Exclamation point giveaway in the chat if anybody wants to join in. If you are on YouTube, you do have to do it on Twitch, so you have to come over twitch.tv/tacticaltortoisetv, and you earn points for watching the channel, and then you can spend those on getting tickets. We got 2 conversion kit sets from bitspudlo.com. Which makes all sorts of cool resin conversion kits and bits and stuff. These are pretty cool. They're alternate turrets. You're going to like this, Shuma. Alternate turrets for Repulsor Executioners. I have 2 of them.
Oh, that is way better.
And I think appropriately, they have pretty cool looking plasma cannons on them because you have the plasma eradicator you can put on that thing. And so you could use them. They also have the big Onslaught Gatling cannon, so and some storm bolters and stuff. So you can use them if you don't want to use it for a Repulsor Executioner. You could build some dreadnoughts out of this stuff too. So, come on in and buy some tickets. Get yourself some conversion bits. And thanks everybody for watching. While you're signing up, we're going to talk about our sponsors real quick here. We are sponsored the event by Discount Games Inc., who are awesome. They give big old discounts on all sorts of miniature gaming products, including Warhammer 40k. You can get rebates on a lot of the Warhammer 40k products on their site, so they actually sell them sort of below their allowed advertising price, which is pretty sweet. GameMat.eu, which makes all sorts of resin terrain, pre-painted resin terrain, as well as cool neoprene game mats. And speaking of neoprene, also 3D6 Wargaming, which makes neoprene objective markers of all shapes, sizes, and varieties. Well, mostly the same shape and size. It's like a circle that's 7.6 inches wide, but you know how it is. And but they also make all sorts of other components as well. Command point trackers, victory point trackers, all sorts of cool stuff. Very exciting.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is indispensable when you're playing. Like, Lockdown End, it's great to have those. Like,
oh yeah,
the circles are so much better than trying to measure out the 3 inches in a perfect little line. Getting in arguments about you're measuring from like the edge of the objective or the center.
Yeah.
Just,
oh, you bumped it. We have to
bypass
remeasure it. Get out of here. If you touch the objective, you're in. Stop it with all this ridiculousness. Yeah.
Exactly.
You can't like get them lost in terrain. That happens all the time. I have a kill team set I was using for ages like an idiot, and I think I'm down to like 4 of those things. You start with 6. And I lost many inside a little GW ruin somewhere. And you can't do that with a 7-inch wide neoprene pie plate. So
also lets you rep your favorite server with it too. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're gonna have some Tactical Tortoise themed ones pretty soon. Also, Gred2D with the subscription. Thanks, Gred. I appreciate it. Thanks for supporting, and thanks everybody who's helped out support the channel. While we're doing our coverage, it really helps us continue doing all this 40k stuff.
Strange that the speeders don't auto-advance, but the bikes do.
Bikes are just faster than super anti-gravity space aircraft things.
If it's okay, if I move the speeder afterwards, so he can take place where the trikes were.
Sure.
Just stay here. So I'm happy here, happy here.
So it looks like we're gonna. We got an aggressive
Well,
turn coming
try
out of
to
these
shoot something I can't
Space
shoot
Wolves.
guys because they're too far away. And behind
I think that's the only
mountains,
kind of turn they know how to
south.
have.
We also have a
Yeah,
unit of
what's the
Wolf Guard
retribution?
in Deep Strike. That's wild. I wasn't expecting any Deep Strikers
Okay, then,
this game out of the Wolf Guard,
go
but
for
out of the Space
psychic.
Wolves, but makes a lot of sense. You can't get killed by Repentia if you're high above them in the sky.
It's also a good way to deposit them in any situation where, like Brett's or an Immolator have just managed to pick everything you have, say Objective 5 or 2. If it's not surrounded, I mean, you just plop them right back on there and you've reconfirmed it. You don't have to take multiple turns, kind of like having a unit mosey on over there.
Okay.
Was that a Perils on the Librarian already?
Damn it.
Oh no.
Well, that's what
Awkward.
I for being a witch. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Pun it. I take that. It's okay.
This was a double 6 Perils, so the power goes off.
I will try to shoot with the bolt pistols into the sister.
All right. So bolt pistols going on the Battle Sister. This might be a very big, very important shot here. 3 hits, 3's to wound. Let's see it. 2 wounds. Drum roll, please, everyone. 2 fails.
Ooh.
Get out of here. Can't moment of grace
All right.
that garbage.
Go home.
All right. We have the
Then-
potential for an aggressive charge out of these incursors. We could make it easy, try to hit the Immolator on the side here, and then pile into the Retributors. Ashley has very cleverly not based them against the back edge of the table, so I think it's impossible to wrap them in. Unless you get a model way to the edge, and you can maybe pin that last one. And it looks difficult, though.
I still think that's a great play, though. I mean, you're forcing the spend. If they want to fire, they're forcing the spend on the move and fire. You're still dealing damage, probably quite a bit to the Immolator.
Right.
Presuming you put them into Assault Doctrine. And it keeps the Retributors from really threatening much else. I mean, if they move up and away past the obstacle, which is a little bit difficult to do, to just get out of that get out of that combat. I mean, they have no line of sight, and if they move behind the Immolator, they have no line of sight.
First we start.
So it really
with
takes them out of
the
the game for another
cursors
turn.
and The Immolator with the Retributors in it.
That's if they have the distance to even do it. Do they have to Desperate Breakout anyway?
It would be a 4. That's not
Because you have to
enough.
get out of the
will reroll that
engagement
for
range of this
CP.
unit.
Yeah, you might you might be
Let's
able to
see
lock
these
in the
dice.
Immolator, actually.
Come on. That's a 6, 7.
Okay, Incursor's charging in. Looks like we didn't take many shots. Jan electing to play relatively conservatively.
We've seen this before out of Jan.
Yeah.
Very much he understands that it's not a great idea to expose all of your army just to get a couple of repulsor or redemptor shots,
Absolutely.
especially into into Immolators. This is not worth the time. That's
Yep.
very much a trade down if you lose it on return.
Yep.
And every turn you're just kind of
Then
sitting pretty in
the
your own
roof guard
deployment
will
zone. You're
charge the
forcing the Sisters player
Chimney.
to kind of make
Yep.
choices with where to send Repentia that they just don't like making.
And can you heroic intervene with units?
Gemini Superior doing the thing Gemini Superiors do, which is
Get
Die.
stabbed.
Yeah, I mean,
immediately.
Obviously, Gemini Superior are great for running in, getting that direct assault, basically, for freezies,
Mhm.
but it does give you easy charges for Warrior Pride for the Space Wolves. Speaking of which, we should talk about the secondary objectives these players have picked.
Oh yeah.
Ashley coming in with Domination and Direct Assault, so the combination that we saw Skauki just straight up win with last game, those 2 secondary objectives essentially sealed the deal on his victory. And last but not least, While We Stand, We Fight, which I believe hits 2 of the Retributor squads.
Roof guard on Gemini.
Or I think all 3 of the Retributor squads get hit with that.
Oh, let me first consult.
Which is kind of unfortunate given their current circumstance.
Well, they're not going to die. They're just going to get engaged. So that's okay.
Can you Desperate Breakout into the Immolator? And then just leave?
That's a good question. Can you?
Or even, I guess, just
embark
fall
off a
back into the
fallback?
Immolator, because that would do it too.
I don't know the transport rules well enough. I apologize. Yes, you could desperate breakout into the immolator, it looks like.
Okay. I don't even think we would...
You
no,
can't,
you can still
you-
get the solid map. You just put
You
yourself
can't
between
embark
two of
onto a transport that has that is engaged, though. So they'd have to finagle their way out of that one.
Alright, well I do
I
have
didn't know
final
that.
save and 2 wounds, so...
Why not?
Well, it turns out a single Gemini Superior cannot make 18 consecutive saves against Wolfguard, unfortunately.
No, that's not the Preacher. Preacher would have been okay. He would have killed one of those Wolfguard, but
2.6 to the Rhino.
not her.
This girl over there, 2.6. And the other guy here is the one in the back. This one. It's 4.2. And
So it looks like we're just going to try to get our consolidation going. It looks like the goal is just to block as much movement from the Sororitas as possible.
so that I'm closer.
Unfortunately, this is a big expenditure of resources on Jan's part that the sisters don't really need to reciprocate with. Like she can send out the Zephyrim or the Repentia, but you're losing the Incursors and the Wolfguard on the swing back, and I think you end up down in that trade. And so much of the Sororitas matchup is about trading. It feels like this might put Ashley a little bit in the lead in terms of that attrition game.
Well, yes and no. I mean, you are forcing the target selection, and it's not like those trades weren't going to happen anyway.
Yeah.
But forcing the sisters to stay within their own deployment zone, keeping the Rets from firing, forcing the Repentia to show up and expose themselves to counterfire, rather than plowing into your own line and then somehow just sitting on the other side of the wall in your own deployment zone and just being well out of any real threat range without you putting even more of your stuff at risk. I feel like this is kind of the most optimal way you have to handle the Repentia charges. If you can't just stop them from happening entirely, you at least force them to be kind of inimdeal.
Yeah, you're not wrong. We're also, interestingly, in not a very good position to react with Retributors onto this bottom side of the L in the center, which means that if Repentia have to pull out and are able to be seen from that angle, you could potentially just kill them with Redemptor Dreadnoughts without getting shot back.
Mm-hmm.
Which is sort of the...
or even Landspeeder Storms.
Or the
Tactics.
Landspeeder Storms, yes!
I don't even know that you need to reveal the Redemptors, at least at this stage. There's plenty of hyper-mobile elements that can get some pretty nice, little tiny, laser focused line of sights that will keep you safe, but will still put, heavy bolter profiles or just bolter profiles into that unit.
Yeah, we got 8 shots out of these attack bikes. We got 10 shots potentially out of these Incursors. You don't need that much to kill a Repentia squad.
Attack him with a Cyberwolf. That can take out 3 by itself.
Cyberwolf!
Or 4. That has shock assault, right?
The goodest boy. I don't believe they get shock assault, but they do get the chapter tactic, I think is how they work.
Oh, okay.
He's not that good of a boy.
No.
He's an okay boy. So it looks like we might be trying to pin the Rhino in. Looks a little difficult at this point, honestly. Oh, we're using the 6-inch pile in here?
Alright, thanks GTS.
Alright, yeah, I can come.
That's not gonna wrap me though. I can just
Yeah,
move down this way.
Yeah, I can't do that. But hopefully can you make your movement a bit awkward. Base you here.
So no wrap on the emulator, the players have decided. Probably needed a bigger
already
charge on the Incursors, I think, to confirm that.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been pretty sweet, though.
Okay, you can strike back.
Alright.
So I wonder if part of Jan's game plan here is recognizing that, A, he is second player, so he has no impetus to come out. He has to force the sisters in to fight him.
Sixes.
And a lot of the
hits,
fight is going to be
27
over
hits,
who controls
wounding
objective
on
2.
5s.
Because one thing that Ashley's army is, while it is, super dangerous, it's not particularly mobile. It's just sort of normal sisters mobile. There's a unit of Zephyrim and there's some Seraphim, and that's about it. The rest of it is foot sisters. And
well, I mean, in the Repentia with their 28-inch movement, but that's not like a
right. That's not a Repentia
quarter
thing.
table
that's
taking. mobility.
Right.
That's like, that's just a.
They also don't.
They're almost like a ranged unit.
Yeah, they don't hold territory well either. Like they don't sit on the objective for the entire turn. And we have just straight up seen Ashley like table her opponent in this matchup on this mission, but lose because she couldn't quite fight over objective 2 as effectively as possible. And it seems to me like that might be Jan's game plan in this game. He's gonna clear off whatever's on objective 3. I mean, they're just gonna trade over objective 3 to get that domination and direct assault every turn. And he's gonna send something in to fight over objective 2 and force Ashley to commit resources to that. And if he can do that, he's probably on 10 to 15 points on primary every turn. He has the potential 15-point final turn in the bank. And he can hold her down to a 5-point primaries. And if he can do that, he wins on primary objectives.
And the two,
Dropping some
the
Seraphim here.
one you got from killing the character,
I got
right?
1 from you killing my Battle Sisters, 1 from you killing the Gemini, and then 2 from the Turnstile.
Yes. Awesome.
Counting up a Grand. No.
No, so we're counting up Miracle Dice.
Ah,
So the Miracle Dice pool exploding quickly. A true Sisters Miracle Dice pool. A 1,
Doubles.
a 2 are going to burn to Moment of Grace, and 2 6s. They've always got the 6s, Shuma.
of course.
Every time. Here come the Handflamer Seraphim. Oh, looks like we maybe actually be trying to kill the Cyber Wolves, which
So do
Makes
these drop
total
at the end
sense.
of the movement phase, or
there, and that's it. Okay. So you don't have to worry about horse
we're just going to be proxying their final position, so that we can play the rest of the turn according. You don't necessarily have to kill the you don't necessarily have to declare your reinforcements at that time, but what you can do is just proxy base out whatever you want, and then just say that these are my reinforcements. They're going to come in on these exact positions. If anybody calls you out on not being able to do that, tell them that they're wrong. If you ever put a reinforcement model down that's not your reinforcement step, and tell your opponent that you're just in to see if you fit there, and your opponent tells you that you have to commit to that position, and it's now your reinforcement step, then call a judge. So it looks like we burned one of the 6s on an advance. We're just going to get these Zephyrim to objective 5. Looks like we're probably going to be advancing and charging with them. We can use another 6 if we want to confirm that. And that will get them into the Incursors, probably kill that unit to clear off objective 5.
bit of a risk there, though, right? Should we send the Repentia in somewhere? At that point, you're kind of asking for an interrupt, and I don't know how you clear these Wolfguard otherwise. On like objective 3.
Yeah, you're not wrong. At least the Zephyrim are relatively resilient to an Incursor interrupt, but I guess if you kill, 2 or 3 of them, they may not be able to clear out the Incursors, especially through well, I guess the transhuman only works if you pop the +1, but Jan will
if you
know
it's
that.
coming, you can strat for the assault dock, and like that they'll hit substantially harder at that point.
Well, the assault dock strat triggers in your command phase, so we would have to do it already.
Oh, never mind. We're not Dark Angels today. So we're not within 6 inches of a
Dark
captain,
Angels
so
today.
it would not matter.
Yeah. Well, if they were Dark Angels, they would just shoot you while you were in melee, right?
Oh, these would be the
Pew,
Green Marines.
Pew, pew, pew! Get out of here! Get those AP1 bolt guns going.
Alright. Contributors planning on getting some retribution.
Yeah, these Incursors are not long for this world. They may just die if the Immolator decides to stand in melee and shoot them.
Outside of the range of this guy. Yeah. Then the Immolator will fall back. 6 here and then 6 here. Red Retributors will get back.
I love
Immolator
this.
just body blocking line of sight.
Yeah, it looks like we are
They're not all
trying
line of
to
sight.
physically block line of sight to these ladies.
Unfortunately, just given the front of the simulator, like this would have had to turn around to even have a chance of that. It's still pretty clearly visible
yeah,
with
it
the
looks to me
defenders.
like the one on the end you can see between the heavy bolters there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
But it looks like the range may be such that the Redemptor would have to expose itself a little bit scarily in order to get that shot. And it is
Although
only...
it's exploding.
What's that?
It's exposing itself to Retributors.
Yeah, I mean, it's dead.
Which it is also killing.
Well, not so that it kills one Retributor squad, maybe. It is only D6 shots into a 6+ Feel No Pain with, Miracle Dice and Moment of Grace available. So
I mean, can it not get within range to fire every other gun? It's got
Nah,
24 inch range on most of this.
it's slow guns.
It just has to get past to get to this blue line.
The blue line is 30 inches.
Oh,
'Cause that's
well,
how-
never mind.
5-foot tables work.
Womp, 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 womp. Although yeah, there's 2 Redemptors here that can also fire. You can also jet over a land speeder or 2. There's quite a bit to respond to this unit with. And the other Retributor squad here is what, the heavy Wolfer squad? No, it's got the
Thanks, chat.
the double shot.
They're gonna get out.
Okay, so it looks like we are piling out Retributors to hit the Wolf Guard in the center.
You mean Repentia?
A Repentia, the other ret unit.
Then
Yep.
I will also hop out
I get them always
Missionary
mixed up. You
and
got reps, you
stay
got reps,
on the other side of the wall.
you got rets.
He was the one giving +1 attack, right?
Yes.
Does Wolfguard have green shields? Does this imply that they are Salamanders, Dark Angels?
Green Battle Sisters.
Who they get these shields from?
Shuffle
Maybe they just
around
painted
a
them
little.
green. Maybe they just like green.
They don't
man.
know how to paint, Trevi. These are space wolves.
How did they paint? They got those claws in their hand. How do they even hold a paintbrush?
They go 11 inches, which does get them far enough to all hop inside. That Rhino, one at the back, gets within 3. Then
You don't need to be wholly within 3?
no, it needs to be partially within 3 to get inside. Wholly within is only for disembarking. So yeah, they can all hop in.
So we are reloading the Repentia. The Repentia shotgun.
This Rhino will shuffle down a little.
One unit pops out, the
This
second unit
one will
advances and
shuffle
jumps
over a
in.
little.
The Matrix reloading Repentia is a very
Yes.
like undervalued
We'll hop
movie.
up to there. Hop to Talon, we'll go back to there. And
Agent X-Men, Fenrisian moss
I
growing on
will
sturdy
jump-
oak shields. I could buy that.
I'll actually jump the missionary out of the
I feel like they
second
probably
Rhino.
don't clean their shields too often or keep them in a.
And
They probably
drop
just
them
drop them on the floor
there.
when they're not using them
Just
and go
blocking through it
drunk.
so she can't get charged.
Mhm.
Okay, that will be the end of the move phase. Seraphim come down. I will spend a command point to have them shoot. 2 hand flamers will go into this Cyberwolf here.
Mhm.
And the bolt pistols, I guess, will go into a Redemptor. It's fine. What else? So, hand flamers into Cyberwolf first.
Okay, only one
Yeah, they
Cyberwolf
keep
getting
killing
hit here,
Cyberwolves.
looks like.
That will be 9 hits. And
Ooh.
That's not a good look
Yeah,
for that
yeah,
Cyberwolf.
never mind.
Somebody call PETA.
that's going to be 5 wounds at AP1.
I failed all my psychic tests, right? So
Yeah.
I just have a 3-up.
How does the
Plus,
Cyberwolf have a
this
4-up save?
thing gets like cover.
Because it's a robot.
Yep.
It's like a
Yeah,
servitor.
so are
It's
the
got-
ad.
it's got metal all over it and stuff.
No, sorry, I have AP1, so it's a 4.
Oh yeah,
so that
okay.
kills you.
I think he makes the saves though.
No, other
Oh.
Cyberwolf.
Oh no, it failed too.
Oh, this one.
Exactly nice.
Yeah, the one that I needed the 18-inch range for. And then 6 bolt pistols at your Redemptor.
I like this split firing here. We're just gonna
3
leave the
hits,
closer
wounding
Cyberwolf
on
alive
fives. This is
in
the
order
closest
to
Redemptor
hit it
Two
with the shooting
AP1s
phase shots.
On this Dreadnought.
Where did I put the wolf in? The Cyberwolf in?
Sorry?
There it is.
Oh, right.
2 wounds against the Redemptor.
Yep.
1 damage.
Then I will get
Bad
the Miracle
dog.
Bag for killing a unit in the movement phase.
Rude. Chat.
It's a 1.
Who's the goodest boy?
Shooting phase.
He didn't deserve to be
Seraphim will put
flamethrowered
both
to
hand
death.
flamers and 2 bolt pistols.
I
into
don't know,
the
I mean,
Cyberwolf.
They look an
And
awful
2
lot
bolt
like the
pistols
dogs
into
from the
Redemptor.
movie The Thing.
So, hand
Better safe than
flamers
sorry.
Got to do a blood
will get
test on those
14 hits on the Cyberwolf.
Cyberwolves to see if they turn into
and,
something.
3 wounds. The toughness 4. Yeah,
Toughness 4.
3 wounds.
I had to do one of those tests recently.
1 wound.
Oh, the second
And
Cyberwolf
bolt pistols.
survives. Amazing.
Oh no.
2 hits. 2 wounds.
Oh, I might have gotten hit by the bolt pistols though. No!
And then
Cyberwolf, the
bolt
bolt
pistols.
pistols
Oh.
clean it out. So sad.
2 hits.
Really heads up play from Ashley though. You can't leave those little guys alive, but because having individual models available means
They're very
that
Retributors will
yeah,
prefer them all to the rank.
those are like free
You
rolls.
throw a
on
frisbee,
the-
you're just trying to play with your friends, and they just catch it and run away to someone else, and it's like, come on.
I won't. No, I won't spend it there.
But it's like a free roll on domination, right? Like you can shoot the Repentia to death with like something random, and then you run the one Cyberwolf on the objective and you hold it. You don't have to give up anything meaningful. So just knocking those little puppy dogs right after there makes a ton of sense.
No Raven Gear, there are no wolves on whatever planet this is right now, because they just got killed.
Well, there's two.
Wounding on 3s.
Oh,
God.
what are they? Frecky and Gary, or
You didn't spend the
Whatever their name
CPs
is.
to fall back and shoot, right?
No.
or is that what he names his
maybe I
like
should have-
ravens?
ah.
This man is
Too late. 4 wounds.
little bit too much
on
of a
the Wolfguard, -1,
Yeah.
right? So 3 up.
Yep.
1 is dead.
Okay.
And this is this guy.
I will pop smoke on the simulator, the one that fell back.
I mean, you really got to take care of these wolves early, because like if you have like a chocolate bar on the counter or something and they
And
eat it,
then
like that's
I
bad
will
news,
end
you
the
know?
shooting phase and get a miracle die.
Yeah, like take care of
It's a
them.
5. Charge phase. I will put my Repentia into your Wolf Guard.
Do you Overwatch here?
They get a 9.
Throw a frag grenade. Is that worth a CP?
I'll take
No,
everything out.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
We're hitting on
What's
6s?
the
No way.
lead there?
It's Repentia though.
Yeah, but you're still getting like one hit. I mean, it's not even full blasting, right? So you're
Yeah, it's
maybe
again,
getting one
blasting.
hit, maybe getting a wound through it. And I don't know if 8 Repentia kill you any less than 9. I think we kind of talked about this before. We've yet to discover
charge
the
Zephyr
limit
into
on
your
Repentia
encouragement
damage.
up the
It's kind of like
top.
asking how much Superman
give
can
them
lift.
8.
Like there's no actual way to know.
20
Right, it
18.
depends on however much damage they need to do in any particular situation.
Yeah.
Just like Superman.
Okay, I need to
Like,
measure
if you
this
remember
up.
that in our last game,
that's-
like a single Repentia was still cleaving through
5
like
inches,
entire squads and
15
characters by
inches.
herself, turn
Yeah,
after
there's
turn.
There, so the Battle Sisters need the 8, which means that I will be giving the
Oof, I don't like this
Zephyr
possible
a
Battle
6
Sister charge
slot.
though. That seems like that would just be
Yeah, 6
begging
slot.
for an
I'll give the
interrupt.
Zephyr a 6. In fact, I'll
Although I
give the Zephyr a
suppose-
5 and then
Well, no,
roll
they're-
the
If the
rest.
plan is you move them and then you just activate and
The
move
other one is a
onto
3,
3
so
with
they're
them,
also-
that
they're
just
going 8.
presumes you're moving the Repentia first. Which lets the Zephyrim kind of kill the Incursors scot-free. But I suppose you don't have much of a choice, given the interaction going on here. Zephyrim also
Then
declare the
with the
attack bikes?
Simulacrum, I will have the Battle Sisters do an 8-inch charge into the Wolf Guard.
The Zephyrim, I don't
yeah, of
believe
course
that they do.
you just can use otherwise Miracle does once, right?
Yes.
So we miracle to charge with the Zephyrim to ensure that that happens, and then we charge the Battle Sisters to get to Objective 3. So the goal is to kill the Wolf Guard with the Repentia before they get to swing into the Sisters.
Mm-hmm.
And the Sisters hold on the
And then just-
objective.
And just hope the Zephyrim manage the Incursors punch back. And if we didn't also touch the attack bikes, which I don't believe we did, then that's probably okay.
Yeah.
15 attacks, but you're on a 3-up save.
So
Don't have to what they're for
that
and
will
all.
be my charges. I will
Yep.
start with the
Incursors even have
Zephyr.
any? They do.
give
They have
me
the
a
paired
second, I
combat
can,
blades, which are
Heroic
somehow just a
intelligence
hand
them.
knife is 1 AP, as long
Yeah.
as the Space Marine has it.
It's got a...
Or 2 AP in the Assault Dog.
It's because you use the two paired combat blades to like pry open the armor a little bit, you know?
Yeah. Those guys fighting a Lehman Russ, you know, they're just holding them. They're just like
You will pick them later anyways.
they're just like unscrewing nuts and bolts with them by
Intervention.
spinning them really fast. You know, they're just really great at it. They put that Lehman Russ on a 5-up save with those hand knives.
Okay, so we're heroically intervening with the
Yes.
attack bikes.
And I can't use the
Makes
heroic
sense.
intervention down here. You killed everything here, and are outside of 9. Yes.
I always forget they can do that. It's not infantry,
Okay.
it's just everybody.
The whole
So
army.
yeah, start with the Zephyr.
It's Redemptor Dreadnoughts. Part of the reason that this list
and I'll
of
be putting
Animanders works.
6.
So we are
into the
starting
Incursors
with
and 1
the
into the bikes.
Zephyrim. I like this play because it means that we limit the amount of attacks that could potentially go into the Repentia on an interrupt.
So this will be.
I think you
19
still swing
attacks
with the
into
interrupt.
Incursors.
You can potentially get 2
Oh, yeah.
into them, I think. If you do a pile
Depending
in
on
this
how
guy
nine-
up to
how-
here,
why is
and
19?
you can chain into this dude.
Because they're 3 each and the
Oh
superior.
yeah, for sure. Like if we're going
Why
first
is
with the
that
Zephyrim and not
reach?
the Repentia, you
Because they're
definitely
bloody
interrupt
rows.
with the Wolf Guard. You clear out
I
all
thought
the
Bloody
Battle
Rose
Sisters
was
there,
plus 1 AP.
I think, instead of
Or
the
both.
Repentia.
Also shock assault.
Okay.
And then you just shoot at the Repentia.
So that's just going to be 19 hits straight up because the 6s cancel out all the misses.
Big roll.
And we're
19
wounding
hits. Jeez.
on 3s, re-rolling. We'll kill all the incursors.
Yeah, people
Slice, slice,
Minus
slice,
four.
people
slice.
really sleep on these Zephyrims. These Zephyrims will just kill anything they touch.
And then 3 attacks into the bikes.
Alright, the
Will
force
be
to bike
2
attack.
hits. Wounding on 4s.
Good peel a bike down.
2 wounds.
It's like we do. Oh no, wait, it's only 1 damage. They have 4 wounds.
Oh no, no minus.
you're
Yes,
not gonna
yes,
save.
yes, right. That.
Although with a good point, single combat knife is AP 1, but 2
Okay,
combat
and
knives
then
have no AP, but they give you an extra attack.
move in
No, it's the other way
like
around.
that.
Two
yeah,
combat
sorry.
knives give you an AP, but the one combat knife gives you an
No,
attack.
it doesn't give you an but we'll get
No one
something
understands.
else at least.
Like, you know the thing that you do when you're pretending you know a knife
Would you
fight, where you
like
just
to
like wave your hand really fast,
Mhm.
right? Like,
One guy
that's
can
the 2
swing at
attacks,
the
whereas the
Repentia,
other
they
one,
have a 5 up, right?
you're holding them like ice picks, and you're just constantly hitting the same
Three
point on the
can swing at
vehicle over and over again until you drill in.
This is a 5 up as well.
Or no, maybe you're holding one down and you just flip the other one around. You're hitting
will
the
interrupt.
handles together like a
Okay.
pick and a hammer.
We'll go down to
So
4.
we are interrupting here. The big question is whether or not we can get this
Um,
second Wolfguard and just swing into the
That's 4 attacks into the Repentia.
Repentia. I guess we're not even measuring. All right, cool. Well, there you go.
I mean, do we even want to? I
Down
think
3.
that there's no number of Repentia here where you don't render the Wolfguard combat ineffective. I
But
think
if you-
killing the
you can-
sisters
if you
off.
swing 9
Why not?
attacks into them and you kill most of them, like you could shoot them with a bolt
Okay,
pistol and the
dies.
unit dies. You don't even have to worry
Kills
about
two.
them.
Does
And,
9 attacks kill 9 Repentia?
Well,
That's-
4 attacks kill
Kills like
2, so
4.
9 attack kills, it kills, I don't know, 5 probably.
Sisters.
2's to hit, and then
Which leaves 5
3's to win
Repentia.
with
That's
full
still
rerolls?
that'll kill the whole unit. Yeah, but then they save on 6s and then they ignore the damage on 5s.
Yeah.
Right? So they're cutting the results in half.
Yeah.
5 ups again.
So you kill a 4, I guess, yeah.
Which leaves 5 of them to wipe out the entire
I
squad.
can
They'll
save
still do it.
one.
5 will kill. 5 will kill
Um,
5 Wolfguard.
Yeah.
What is it? I think
No
it
problem.
is- I will
No
spend
problem.
a moment of grace, burn a miracle die.
Whereas if you could just
Give a
like
plus
pick
one
up all
bonus,
of these
I
battle sisters, they have an OPSEC unit off the table, and then it's relatively
Mhm.
easy to just keep trading and snagging 3 from anything the
Mm.
sisters want. The sisters have domination, so they kind of need to keep taking this middle point. But I mean,
Oh,
Now
we
that they're
pulled
down 2
4
sisters off.
sisters off.
it's not enough.
Right. On to the Repentia.
And there's
Did
there
we
we
not
are we're
consolidate?
rocking.
I can pile in first.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you can.
Do that consolidate? Because I think if we
Um,
base the
this
Repentia, we
guy
could make it
needs to
awkward if you spike your
stay-
invulnerable saves against them.
Weird.
Yeah.
2.3.
I mean,
It's-
maybe.
It's worth. Well, it's
Oh,
worth.
there.
It's worth moving out because, I mean, if you randomly do it, like it's such
Is
a
it also
sink.
like they're closer to the sister superior back here still too? So I don't even know if they can consolidate.
Well, this one in the back here, he can go up and probably base like
This
at least 2 in the
way.
front, and the Repentia then has
mean,
to kill the squad to get to objective 3.
Yeah, but also you're not on objective 3, so they don't have to do anything.
Well, they're trying to get domination direct assault. It's 6 points they
Okay.
lose. It's 5 points you gain
Yes.
if you survive, and it's 6 points they
True.
lose if they don't kill you.
Although the next turn the
Currency.
sisters is going to advance and stand on it anyway.
He won't go that much.
No, this is the
Sister
sister's
Superior
turn.
that survived.
This is the sister's turn. We're still.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. I keep getting this backwards because all this like momentum is on the
Who
space
takes
wolf
this guy?
assaults.
Yeah.
And this guy here.
God, killing you this. You keep losing track.
Yeah, there's so many interrupts,
Replace these two.
heroic interventions.
Okay.
The space wolves just take an entire turn every time in the sisters fight phase.
Then Repentia will get 28 attacks.
All right, Repentia. Let's see the one-time
Yeah,
Repentia don't roll
fours.
incredibly well.
Rerolling everything.
No, we didn't see it.
No, we rolled 8 6s. All right, well,
There you go.
Explode.
3's to
Hold
wound. Let's see.
19 wounds.
14, 5, 15 5-ups or 4-ups? Nah,
One, two,
okay,
three.
that's it.
No.
Oh well.
No.
We tried. A valiant effort was made. Do we have a 1 in the Miracle Dice? We have a single 1 in the
We
Miracle
do.
Dice pool to keep
We
the
do.
Battle
Yep.
Sister alive.
Nice.
Ah!
Every sisters use every part of the animal here.
All right. Goodbye, Wolfguard. You did
can swing back
something.
with your
You killed
bites.
some Battle Sisters and some Repentia.
Yeah,
Good job.
that's,
This
3
faith dice
attacks.
use is that like
So 6
Jeff
attacks.
Bezos would be proud. This is just some like
Hyper
raw,
efficiency.
vicious, like corporate efficiency. Like it takes too long for all the workers to shuffle out of the warehouse. Just have the Repentia kill them.
Okay. One dead
Attack
there.
bikes knock 1 Zephyrim down. That's not really going to slow down the attack bikes. They can fall
No.
back and shoot anyway, so they're just going to pull out and
And you are
keep
basically
doing their
right.
thing.
So
Probably
that'll be
shoot
the end
this
of
whole
the
squad to
fight
death.
phase. I get a
We
miracle
also have like
die,
randomly Logan Grimdar's
It's a
Storm
3,
Bolter. Will probably
or
kill
I'll-
like a
I'll
bunch
spend
of
my
them.
1 keeping the last battle system
That's
around,
Zephyr Squad
and then I
is
will roll
wrecked.
2 that I can't fail to try to farm miracle.
You think
die.
the guy's ashamed
I
of
do
the
not
fact
get
that like he's the only
that'd
special
be the end of
character
my
Space
turn,
Marine
I'll get
captain in like the
direct
game
assault
that doesn't
and
have a
domination.
special cool named Storm Bolter?
He's
Back
a
into
sad
you.
boy, that's for sure.
Okay.
He
It's
like looks
weird
at
that
it,
he
it's all
doesn't-
covered in runes, it's covered in gold,
I
and it's just like
will-
it's just the case is cool.
It's got this little
It's like
skull
when I
and
buy a-
crossbones on it. Even like, look at this thing. It
It's
has
like a gamer PC covered in LEDs and like liquid cooling, but it's still like a GTX 970.
I like that it has a hood ornament on his gun. I think that's very Space Wolf. So we scored the domination. We scored the direct assault this turn with those sisters Repentia. Question: the throwback question to the Space Wolves is: what do you send in to kill these Repentia? Probably some assault intercessors, I would
I would
guess.
say the sidearms and a Redemptor. Like you're gonna
Well, you
move
don't
these two
wanna-
Redemptors to orient themselves to fire at the Retributors, right? And their sidearms will be out of range, so I think they just casually fire at the Repentia anyway. Alternatively, Logan could pop on over there.
You don't want to expose stuff to the Retributors, though.
I mean, if you're killing the Retributors, it's okay to expose yourself.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm not really sure what kills the Retributors right now. I guess you get 1 plasma cannon shot into one of them.
Well, you get 2. There's 2 Redemptors here.
The one in the back is out of range. They measured that
I will
before.
put the assault intercessor.
Oh,
into
he
chapter
can't
tactics,
walk up to get there?
chapter
No.
master,
Oh,
The gun only
Womp
goes
womp.
36, and he's only move
and I
8.
will
Yeah.
spend a CP
Womps the chat.
to get
Yeah, it's a real question of how many resources we can sort of keep committing as the Space Wolves before you run out.
could try to shoot this.
you could also pool, 2 Land Speeder Storms plus a Redemptor Dreadnought.
Yeah, I'm not sure the land speeder storms are even in range. It might be actually.
I mean,
You probably only get one
18-inch
though.
move?
I will spend
Oh, I
one
guess-
CP
is this
to
the silver-
reroll wounds rolls on this
Okay,
Redemptor.
the Retributor
over
Superior's on the side here. So the one that
Ah.
is in the easiest line of sight
One
is the
to
one
one,
that you're
right?
going to pull first.
here. Reroll once to wound, yeah.
Does that work? It does work on itself.
Yeah, and the Cherubs aren't
Yeah,
attached to this.
all
Do you need the
units,
Superior to use the
reroll
Cherubs?
to
Isn't
the
that, do
card
the
unit.
Cherubs belong to the Superior?
No, that's just attached to the unit.
That's...
Okay. Thought they were like a work gear item attached to that specific character.
And I
Yeah.
spend another CP to put the unit into Assault Doctrine.
40K is a very interesting game. So many of the unit squad sergeants are the ones you kill first.
Yeah, some of them are and some of them are not, right? It depends on the role of your unit. If your unit's all about people carrying large weapons, you always kill the unit sergeant. But if your unit's about punching people
movement.
with fists, it's a very different story.
Well, no, it's the same story because Terminators famously have all fists except for their sergeant.
Oh yeah, you're not wrong. All right, here come the Assault Intercessors to Objective 3.
Maybe this is just the plan for dealing with them. You just get a good swing up on Assault Intercessors. You make them combat dock. Like they should just pull them right off. That's
Yeah.
what 20 attacks, 25 attacks actually, 26 with the sergeant, plus exploding sixes, access to possible rerolls off Logan.
Well, they're 4 attacks each, right?
Well, 3 up to 4th combat dock, up to 5 off of the Astartes Chainsword, right?
The Assault Doctrine just gives you plus
I'm
1
sorry,
AP.
well,
It doesn't
sorry,
give you
not
plus
assault
1
dock.
attack.
Shock assault.
Shock Assault. Yeah, so they're two attacks base, and then the Chainsword and the charge, so they're 20 for the
Oh, my
unit,
mouse
plus
is hovering
21.
the Intercessor Sergeant. That's
Oh,
why.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they're not 3
Whoops.
base attacks. Could you imagine? Oh my
Alright.
god, that'd be so gross.
Well, I mean, they are at Blood Angels.
Yeah.
Hashtag some people's
Just Blood Angels
take
things?
for best Space Marines action. They don't warrant a just things meme. They're Blood Angels. You gotta.
Hey man,
They haven't
just
heard it.
Blood Angels things is all the Blood Angels have going for them, okay? So
Just Blood Angels thing is just the Sanguinary Guard. That's like the only Blood Angels thing.
you got
It's
that
like
priest guy who puts him in Assault Doctrine. That guy's okay.
he's all right.
He's alright.
And I personally think that the Librarian Dreadnought's pretty good.
Probably.
He's like 20 points more than a regular Librarian with a jetpack, 30 more, but is also a Dreadnought.
I think Ashley is demonstrating pretty effective command of retributor placement this game. Like, what do you do?
Definitely.
Like, how do you engage favorably into these retributors? Like, you could send one dude in, and it's probably not enough to kill the entire squad in one go. And then they 100% kill you back.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of like the notable downside of the belief that, like, 36 inches, that covers, like, the whole board. And it's like...
Until it doesn't.
It does in Ninth Edition a lot. Yeah, until you run into a situation like this, and you're like, oh, no.
Yeah, she's also very cleverly placed. That I want to put on the one multi unit is in the top corner here, so that is an easy pick for Storm of Retribution as soon as it's able to get decent line of sight to something. So it gets the extra 12 inches of range. The other multi unit is in this immolator, so it can pop out and it's already in range of anything in the center. So you can only spend one Storm of Retribution, but she's set up so she only needs one, which is appropriate.
So here's the thought on the other side, though. I mean, like, do you need to deal with the Retributors? Like,
the Dreadnoughts
can't
lose commit until the Retributors are dead. And so,
well, they can. They just commit on the other side of the board. Like, they have pretty clear line of sight to these Zephyrim. They have pretty clear line of sight to these Seraphim over here.
Well,
they have ways to shoot the Repentia. Like, they have clear ways of interacting with the game while being outside of range or line of sight of the Retributors. And unless the
of the Retributors in the corner,
all they have to shoot back is like...
the Retributors in the corner. I agree with you. They can't really see that far. But the Retributors in this the immolator on Objective 2. I mean, they have a 9-inch out of the Retributor threat range plus 36 from there. So they threat, almost to the back edge of Objective 5, essentially.
Yeah, I'm sure they're like shooting like a... What, they shooting like a land speeder there? Like, who cares?
Well, that's why you can't move your Dreadnoughts out, because that unit's going to get you.
But from hiding, they have multiple units they can already shoot, right? They shoot the Seraphim, they shoot at the Zephyrim.
Yes.
Like, you're still getting some efficacy out of these units, whereas these Retributors on the side, like, while they are perfectly safe, they have kind of nothing to do, right?
Yeah, they're just going to force
if
the
fights,
Dreadnoughts to move away, essentially.
Yeah. And if the fight's over this, like, center objective, where, I mean, all we're engaging in is peace trades guaranteed anyway, kind of no matter what, like, it's kind of okay if these units aren't acting, because you're still taking the center point repeatedly.
Yeah.
And at some point, the Retributors have to do something.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest issue for Jan, right, is that he needs to be able to continue to commit to the center objective, but he also needs to be able to peace trade effectively with the sisters while leaving stuff available for the final round.
Okay.
Because he wants that 15-point primary turn, which I think is what he's banking on to win him the game.
You can still shoot you.
I mean, the sisters themselves are rapidly, however, like, they're kind of running out of their own forward momentum. I mean, once the Zephyrim and the Seraphim are dead, you're just looking at, like, what, 2 more squads of Repentia after this dies, and you're probably gonna have to send both of them into 5 in 2 successive waves.
We got Repentia, we got Rhinos, we got the stupid missionaries and stuff. Like,
well, the Rhinos try and move out. They're just going to get shot by the Dreadnoughts.
Those are Sororitas battle Rhinos, sir. You will respect their melee damage output.
I just don't think they're going to make it.
They'll kill everything. Everything, I hear you. I tell you.
Yep.
So pulling the attack bikes out. I'm not even sure we need to strat them to be able to fall back and shoot. Like, you're just gonna burp so many.
Yeah, I also don't know how this
onslaught Gatling cannons into the Zephyrim. What's that?
I was making the joke.
Oh, okay.
3. Oh, I got 5 points primary. You'd already
Yeah, I
got
split them up for you.
I think my biggest question is how well the Sororitas are going to be able to deal with the models on Objective 5. I think the position of the Zephyrim is good because it forces these attack bikes to move out from...
I spent a CP to shoot with these guys.
Their... from the little cubbyhole in the corner where they couldn't really be interacted that well by the Sororitas guns. But being forced to move out means that they're suddenly in range of at least immolators.
Yeah, they didn't need to be within line of sight there. I mean, they could have pulled back, like, well beyond this and behind the line of sight of the wall. And you knew it was very fast.
Is there anywhere that they could go? They're not in line of sight? Where do they
Yeah,
go?
I mean, you just move.
No, it's not about the bait. No,
Because
no.
they have to
say-
move outside an inch of the Zephyrim, and the Zephyrim are just covering this corner.
I mean, I can't ping, but like, you can just live in the shadow of this obstacle here.
But I don't think they're on the objective there, though, right?
Yeah, but the land speeder is.
Right, but the land speeder
And
is
once
also
the
in...
Zephyrim are not on it, then it's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder if there maybe was a little bit more of a safer position for the land speeder, but I think the hull is so
They could have
long.
pulled forward probably another half an inch.
I don't think it keeps it safe. I think if this
You can
land
turn
speeder
them
goes down, we could potentially just lose everything on objective 5, and then we don't even have to worry about the having to contest it with stuff. Looks like a Wolfguard unit is dropping in outside range of the Seraphim.
So all on.
See, that's the
One
unit. I
inch
might have
away
liked to
from-
see if I've seen that drop
far away from
near
the wall.
5 in the shadow of this obstacle, so that if the worst comes to worst and you do lose these attack bikes in this land speeder, you have them to just hop over there, because... I mean, right
then
now, who can
we
even hop
start
up? Like,
attacking
can Grimnar
phase.
make that with an advance? Like, that's gonna be a pretty tough move to reinforce that objective if you lose these
We
units.
go
Yeah, you're not
with,
wrong. Even if everything
Five
dies
of,
here, and even if
you
the
know,
Zephyrim
five
die,
of,
but they
forward
trade
save.
for the attack bikes and the speeder, it might not
Like,
matter.
the other speeder could have done it, but
Awesome.
he's kind of put himself into the danger zone.
And
I don't even...
think
To just fire a heavy bolter into the distributor squad, like, if you're not backing up with a lot more shooting, that seems like kind of a
we
waste.
take Stormcaller, which goes off. Level 6. And then we go on to shooting.
So we got our Stormcaller off
This
for
Dreadnought over
light
here will
cover
shoot everything and second.
on the stuff in the middle here. Not that that affects a ton.
This Dreadnought
Might
over
help
here
out the
shoot
Assault
everything in
Intercessors
the
later, but
Seraphim.
Yep.
So for
and
Stormwater
we are
shots,
beginning to kill the Zephyrim.
now we start with the plasma cannon, so at least 3. But it's 5
Starting off with a missile there.
on 3s. Rerolling once. And 2s, rerolling once. 5 wounds minus.
Yep.
Oh, not.
3
3
dead.
dead. And the onslaught Gatling cannon.
Do you think that the
Rerolling once.
every
sorry.
time the Redemptors shoot those Onslaught Gatling cannons, do you think the half dead dude inside is just yelling like "Haha, Onslaught go burr,"
Rerolling once.
as he's just
I mean,
like
I
pouring metric tons of lead down range?
Kills 2 more.
It's like that scene from Predator where he's just like sweeping the gun side to side, just
Stormwater.
shouting the whole time. It's probably like piped through the speakers, and everyone else is just like rolling their eyes, like, "Shut up! You do this every day.
Rerolling once.
How are you
One
still
wound.
excited?"
Minus 1.
How do we still have
And
bullets?
Icarus rocket pod. 2 shots. 2 hits. Rerolling once. 2
Alright.
wounds minus 1.
She's dead.
Looks like the that single Redemptor finally with its
Okay.
unstopping tide
This
of
speeder will shoot his,
unceasing tide of different range
weapons.
profiles eventually killed that Zephyrim unit by itself. Good job, buddy.
Yay!
We have a couple potential shots into the Seraphim.
He will shoot at the Seraphim
I mean, I think
Yep.
shoot the next Redemptor at them, I guess.
on the 4. Nothing.
Save the
D6
time.
blast weapons. 5 shots. On 4s. 3 wounds, no minus.
No, kills 2.
This Dreadnought will just shoot his Stormbolter into this unit.
Okay.
On 4.
Just the Stormbolter. We're looking to charge them with
Oh,
the
the
Land
unit
Speeder
isn't fully
Storm?
in dense cover. That's why.
Ah, we're trying to get Warrior Pride.
Oh. Yeah, no mind.
Hmm.
2
Yeah, I
wounds.
suppose if this unit's left
I
on
thought
like 1 or
it's,
2 models, it doesn't particularly matter. Like, what are they gonna do?
Except
Everything in this entire army heroically
Okay.
intervenes and kills you in combat. You're not worried about like 2 bolt pistols.
Yeah.
Even the hand flamers are just gonna kind
I
of
think
bounce
we
on
wanna
everything else in
kill,
this entire
They
list.
will
I,
go
honestly, like,
to
the Seraphim might just kill the Land Speeder
2
Storm in
pistols
melee,
into the
though.
simulator.
They punch at plus
Will
1
they?
AP. Yeah,
How?
they punch at plus 1 AP, and then they shoot it with a bunch of pistols at plus 1 AP.
Like 1 attack though. And...
Yeah, I guess when they're not charging, yeah. Well, they'll get 2 attacks on
Oh, wait,
the
no,
first turn.
Doesn't take it.
Are these Bloody
Yes.
Rose?
Yeah.
Minus 1.
Oh.
because they are in
That's
the
why
top
their
bottom,
pistols are
yeah.
so effective.
Oh yeah, then it's even -2.
Alright,
And
the
alternatively,
heavy
maybe the
bolters
land
go
speeder just kills him.
Yeah, it does have 3 attacks, right?
Let's go back.
Yeah, 3 attacks of the charge. Hitting on 2s.
Okay,
enough.
Then I think I should.
I mean, even if it kills just one, it probably becomes
1 to
relatively
2.
safe. And I don't like.
Can the
I don't know
Seraphim
if we are
fall back
assuming the
and-
land speeder's gonna
yeah,
survive
with
anyway,
the
like,
2 CP, you can fall
The
back
Seraphim
with
could
any
just
pistol
walk
you
away,
can
and then the
act-
Retributor's just
act
pull
normally or
it
just
down,
shoot?
like right out of the sky,
normally.
or these immolators. It's kind of quite a bit. Like, pick this guy right up. Might just be trading him intentionally to get.
Look
those
at these
points.
subscriptions, everybody.
Nice.
We stand
Amazing.
ready.
Woo.
Dr.
Go
Dudes
Dudes.
gifting
Yep, I
gifting
will
the
just,
subscribers,
shot the Seraphim
taking
with
number
the
1
speeder.
on the leaderboards. 5 subscriptions donated. Thanks, Dr. Dudes.
With a
You're the
4.
best.
That's enough.
Good enough, yep.
All right, so we got the land speeder stormman to score the warrior
And
pride.
then
We're gonna get the assault
Seraphim,
intercessors
the
into the
Repentia
Pencha.
with the assault intercessor.
Yep.
That's an 8.
Made the charge. That'd be pretty embarrassing if they failed that. That would have been a bad.
That would
bad
not
time.
have. That would have been. Well, it's not the end of the world if they don't make it. You miss out on the warrior pride, which sucks. But you still get the direct assault and domination because you're obsec.
Yeah. Although at that point, I mean, you've got a Sisters Repentia squad that's just gonna
Yeah,
loop
I mean,
around and
yeah,
snipe
there's-
something else out in your army. Like
They're
pick
like,
up this Redemptor on the
They
side.
like brush themselves off. They're like, sisters, we survived. How did that happen?
Sorry.
It's extra embarrassing when Space Wolves fail like a 6-inch charge because you could just strat to heroically intervene 6. So it's like, what are your legs not working this time? Yeah, you're waiting. You gotta wait till it's not your turn.
This, your character will fly anyways, right?
Character? Which one?
The unit.
Yeah, she flies.
Got a question about your castle list, Trevi, in the chat here.
The answer is you
And
just say
devil
Gene
guns.
Stealers, and then you're okay.
It's hordless.
For 8
Yeah.
inches over here.
They take 80 times. That's a lot.
Yeah, but they're given their new points cost, that's still kind of like a downward trade in almost any horde.
Yeah, I mean, you have
Horde-oriented
the rest
unit.
of your
I suppose
army,
you just like vanish
you
out.
also, you know, the downside of Horde list is that everything just passively kills them as the game goes on.
Yeah.
So it's not like Exocrines are bad at it, you know. Strader with the subscription as well. Thank
So
you.
you don't think Devil Gods have a trade? I thought you were kind of up into Devil Gods
I
once
am
they
up into
dropped
Devil
like
Gods.
a
I think they're
substantially in points.
okay. I think they needed a special list for them though. They're only good into hordes, unfortunately. Silly Pudding with the subscription as well. Holy crap!
Ooh,
Look at everybody jumping in with these subscriptions.
yeah, having a good time.
They have 5 up at the moment.
I mean, this game is like
Yeah.
a pretty good one so far too. This has not been
I
a
will
Dudes is
activate
this has
gifting
not been
everybody.
one-sided. I have no idea. How this is
Dudes
going.
is gifting everybody
I
with
will
subscriptions.
Give them +1 to wound.
Dudes is
Let me
just
show
the
you
most
that there.
generous
Yep.
Zinchian demon prince today.
I don't think that went close.
I think Dudes, one of the finals was in this tournament
Always.
as well. So
that pylon
also
was
cheering
not
on
there.
his fellow
Yeah.
contestants,
Middle.
his fellow
I
tournament
just had
tees.
to change the camera.
Soryev with the
2.8,
subscription
it's
as well.
closer to her,
Thanks, Soryev.
and 2.8, so both as same.
And we met our
Maybe
goal.
Dudes
That was
is
our goal
enthused
for the elimination
here.
stage, and we did it already. It's
Nice.
only the semifinals.
Yeah, go team.
Good job, team.
Dudes might be a little bit extra excited because for one quick moment, Magnus just popped out of an Adeptus Mechanicus transport in the last game, and just like waved his mighty arm and smited an entire Space Marine army.
Yeah, like the pilot of that AdMech transport was like looked directly into Magnus's single remaining eye and was like, "Watch this. Don't you wish you could do this much damage?"
I like the idea that it was Magnus. Like if you actually look in the vision slit there, just this giant hulking man just like
He's like
punched
he's all
over with a tiny
crunched in.
steering wheel.
21 attacks.
It's like the Hulk inside of like a car, you know, head sideways, pushed up against the roof.
Okay, big swing into the
One save.
Repentia. I'm hoping that
Cheers.
we kill these Repentia. There's kind of a lot of ones here.
I mean, not a great roll. Rerolling those.
6 exploding.
Oh, we got the chapter master buff from Logan.
Yeah.
And
Alright.
twos.
Alright, this is a pretty good.
All
pretty
right,
okay
all right,
conversion.
all right, all right.
Okay.
We give him
I'm
+1 to
gonna
wounds to
roll
convert it.
into batches. I'll do my saves and feel no pains for the first group first, and then roll the second group. So saves here and feel no pains. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 dead Repentia off that. Alright.
What was the split up there? Are some of these on cover?
No, we're just. I think Ashley's just keeping
yeah.
the rest in mind for CP and Miracle Dice
See, but, like,
expenditure
what,
in
moment of
case.
grace and
Yeah, in
materials?
case there's like 2 ladies left on the objective or whatever. But
Yeah.
I will pick up
Makes
a
sense.
miracle.
she wants to slow roll them.
Moment of
so she's
grace,
better,
a very
better-
powerful ability that we saw kind of spike the ball in, I think, Ashley's last game. With the one Repentia getting punched once
I
by
will
the crit
spend
tech,
another
then moment of
CP to
gracing
consolidate
to
6
survive and
inches.
just walking on to kill another like
Mhm.
300 points of models.
She's the closest one.
So we're using the strat to consolidate 6 inches.
I like this. This is going to keep the sister from coming out here and snagging 3. So even if the assault intercessors do get shot off, like
1.
Yeah, I think
not
the,
a lot. I
the
mean, they
goal
can, what,
is to
expose
just
Junith here?
physically body block her from getting on.
This is going to be awkward for the purposes of staying within 2 inches of your own squad, though. Is this possible? Can we get someone on the other side while it's
Yeah,
within
we don't have
CP.
CP to fight twice here, chat. Also, they didn't declare any of this stuff as a charge target, so they wouldn't be able to swing at it anyway.
Can this be done?
Oh.
Like if we just
I lo-
magnetize this guy to a wall here?
I love Animator's use of the flick tool. He's just like
I know,
when
too.
his models he wants his models in a particular place, he just flicks them in. So good.
Okay, it does work. Nice.
Okay.
Sorry, Tuff, with the follow-up question on the Tyranid.
Then
The
Max Speeder.
Tyranid question. I think
Yep.
the thing I've liked
3
against
attacks.
Necron Warriors is if you switch your Warrior and Gene Stealer detachment into a custom
Nothing.
High Fleet
Oh yeah, wait, one hit.
with
Okay.
Biometallic cysts, they actually become pretty good at killing
Alright.
Tyranid Warriors. Or Necron
You mean
Warriors.
Necron
excuse me.
Warriors?
The Tyranid
Yep,
Warriors
so,
become good at
let's
killing
see.
Necron
Bloody
Warriors.
Rose, did I kill the Superior? I did not. This will be 7.
Indoor is very bad.
Also
against Tyranid
smites,
Warriors.
but you should be bringing lots of smites in the meta
Hitting
right
on
now. 'Cause they're very good.
3s.
But and the smites keep the Warriors
hits,
down.
basically.
So you can like
And,
pick off the
uh,
front unit with smites, and then send a Tyranid Warrior and like, usually wipe it.
And it's kind of a funny interaction, but like Demarchions are also very good at it. Because you almost always are going to make the swallow, and then you're just throwing out super smite, sometimes multiple times a turn off of fight
I scored
choices.
direct
Yeah,
assault.
Demacrons are actually like a
Domination.
secret tech into
And
hordes with accelerated
This one.
digestion because they can't really kill them, and you're just dealing like
Thanks.
7
Your turn.
plus d6
Okay.
casualties a turn.
10
Especially-
binaries,
Especially when your opponent kills 7 of their own Poxwalkers through a
and I'll roll some
poorly thought out use of rerolling to try and
Oh,
max
I
out the
didn't
number
hit
of
you
mortals
back
you do.
first. But
Oh,
I'm gonna reroll the 3.
What a fool would do that, though. Jeez.
Aha! Another 6 for the Miracle Dice.
Missionary,
Amazing.
hitting on 3s because of the plus models in the squad. Rerolling 1s for Junith. So that's gonna be 5 hits. Wounding on 5s. Rerolling 1s. 3 at A0.
What is this? The Sister Superior
Oh,
just like
that's
kill an
good.
Assault
Model
Intercessor?
Lady Sisters are mad.
Yes. That's exactly what happened.
Hold on.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second, can I take this one out and keep the formation? Yeah, I will take this one out and keep you based.
Sure.
I'm not
Realize
sure
we
that that
just pick out
stops her
this one
from
instead.
getting to the. Let's put this on young stock for this. I'm not sure that that stops her from getting to the
Alright, so I got
objective though.
a 6 and then a 3. Oh, no,
You'd have to desperate breakout, right? Because you otherwise have to move around this one Assault Intercessor.
Oh, there you go.
4 and then 2.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really sure what the goal there was. I'm gonna be honest.
That was also a 7-inch movement that was just done. So.
Was it?
No. Yeah. It definitely was not 6 inches. Like she measured to like 4.7 in one direction and then 2.4 to place on the objective.
Yeah, no, you're good. You can go from the back, of the base, right?
Mhm.
Goes like 3.5, and then you go 3 there, and you have an inch base. So yeah, you have like plenty to get up here.
All right, but I mean, like the what you just
That
measured
one,
also had the base halfway
yeah.
inside of this one Assault Intercessor's base.
Maybe. So I feel like we measure like this, right?
Okay, I'm gonna need to do some complicated measuring out this step.
It's
I'm going to try
4 to there from the
arrange
front of her base, and then the other 2 to there, which is where she was.
pointy triangle thingy
Base with this guy.
where I can shoot you,
Okay.
but you can't charge me.
And also, I think we have like plenty of movement to squeak over if there's a little bit of other stuff going on. I think that
Now we just need
movement
to make
looks
sure
fine.
this Assault Intercessor squad dies. This Assault Intercessor lives, though. That'll be a problem. Probably not much chance of that happening, though. Well, no, because you're probably going to charge the missionary into them anyway. That guy can't die. Or Judith. Judith could probably pull this out, too. Or either of these rhinos. You know what? There's no way they're heroically intervening into the Sister's Barrier. There's enough. There's enough to prevent that.
Yeah, they're
Both
dead.
rhinos moved.
Yes.
Well, I was thinking, like, if you fire them, they swing low, and then the 2 stay inside of this, like, thing where they're completely visually blocked from any sort of fire.
Okay, so let's see.
But I mean, like, one of these
the
Roadhouse Rhinos could probably
Retributors
kill
are
that
getting
entire
out
squad.
on one
so-
side of the immolator will then move, then the Retributors will move to get into this position, so I can just kind of shuffle them through each other because they're actually not shuffling through each other.
Dragon Beef mentioning Nids were knocked
Take
out.
on one side.
They were, but
Oh,
Venom Mechanicus
saw that one. Range
plant
is
like
fine.
Forge World was just consumed by the Tyranids. And then became a hive
They,
fleet.
they
but then was
copied
knocked out
the schematics
Should
for
actually be standing
Archaeopters and turned them into
Yeah.
a super cool Harridan.
Like we have this
Come around.
new genetic code to work with,
Like
the
that.
genetic code of the Archaeopter,
Wait, I'm
but we
moving
can
my
improve it, and they did not improve it. They actually made it much worse.
Yeah, the Morgan Freeman
That's not gonna
voiceover.
work. The Magifier will just
They
move
did
first
not
and she'll
improve.
stand there.
But they did not.
Which means that then this Retributor will instead end up there. And I guess I'll shuffle
If
them
Arborean
first
Cherubs are left
forwards
out of
to get
coherency, do they just
range.
die?
No. They're just placed next to your unit as a reminder.
Wait, so- No, because measure the base, yeah.
Can they block line of sight?
Never mind,
No.
you won't have range.
A true line of sight?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, they're just tokens.
Because they, yeah, but they're tokens that exist physically and can block photons.
That's like saying if I put a piece of paper in front of my models, does it fly line of sight? I mean, I
Yeah,
guess.
does it?
Yeah.
Does it not?
If I just
if I-
rest my army sheet casually over my army, can you not see it anymore?
If my wound marker is actually just a large, like 6 by 6 inch, like piece of cardboard, can I just like, put that down in front of the model?
My favorite strategy is to put a full Nova L as a scenic base onto one of my characters, and then use lookouts to protect my character from being hit, but have the Nova
that's-
L arch so that it protects the rest of my army from being shot at.
I guess the other
That's
one
okay
should
though.
go
I'm just gonna
first.
stand behind your unit and hold up a mirror with my hand
Yeah.
to restore line of sight.
Thanks, True Line of Sight. Thanks for being the best mechanic. 40k armies have no concept of
These ones are
object
gonna
permanence.
Hang back.
Space Marines are like
Hang
goldfish.
They can see
Did they ever
the
specify
success
that
from
like line of
inside
sight
the
is only
wall.
done in the visible spectrum, or can I just plot like some FLIR goggles and like get a heat signature on the other side of a
Yeah, I mean, all it says is
something?
to like bend down and see if you can see the unit, right? Like,
Then the other
The
one.
gamma radiation
Sure,
will
if you can
penetrate
see
like
them,
the entire
remember what's
planet,
going here.
so if you're,
right?
Yeah,
So like,
it's
if
not
you're wearing like
obscuring
a sweet,
across
you know, some sweet
so I can
multispectral
see
goggles,
around like
I don't know,
that.
you could bend down and see whatever you want.
like, you know that like Arctic observatory they have where it's
That line
it's
right
just a
there.
pool full of weird floating globes that they
Yeah.
use to measure.
rhinos on the way,
um,
but you see
like gamma
some
rays.
chainswords, yeah.
Yeah.
It's gamma rays. You just put one of those. Like play 40k
And then
in there.
advance the orange retributors.
Destroy millions of dollars of
At
delicate
7, they will not
machinery
make
so
it
that you can
in
get better line of
to
sight.
the Rhino. I mean, immolator, whatever.
This line of sight is really awkward. I'm not 100% sure that they have it.
What are they aiming at? The assault intercessors?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm also not sure. Junith's Judith's like just dummy thick chair is kind of blocking the line of sight there.
Dude, that's why I always spray uranium-235 on my opponent's enemy before each game.
Oh yeah, you just pull out a Geiger counter, right? And if you hold the Geiger counter behind your unit, and if it registers anything, then they have line of sight.
Oh, okay, Judith moved. All right, that line of sight.
So I'll just roll it.
Yeah, Judith was being a problem there.
All
All right.
right. So an extra inch.
Get out of here,
Range,
Judith.
into range. The immolator.
It's kind of still being a problem though, because you need to be able to see over the lip. Well, there we go. Now,
I
now
think
it's
they're
a little
okay,
more. We
yeah.
got it. All right. Dr. Dude's just admitting he's actually like a Russian spy. Using his tools of the trade in a very unintended manner, but really pretty heads up for getting line of sight.
And then Hospitaller can't really.
Anytime
do
they do block on the
anything.
lip, but it looks like these 3 retributors have kind of like given themselves a
sure,
little
that's-
laser's edge.
Yeah,
this
there's a-
big brick obstacle does not
I
is like a more of a
Right,
trade
this
thing,
does
right?
not
'Cause
block
it's-
line of. This blocks line of sight naturally, not obscuring. And there's a looks like there's a space between the
No, she'll
corner of this rhino and
Stay
the
okay.
edge of their base to this guy's chainsword.
In
Is where we're
fact,
drawing line of
she'll
sight.
advance backwards there.
It's very dangerous though. I mean, you're
Okay.
firing these
Shoot
3
again.
massively powerful
I'll
like
start-
anti-material energy rifles,
Okay.
like essentially through the
Start
treads
with
of one
this
of your
immolator
tanks,
going into
through
the
a few of your
assault
friends, and at some people that they were just a moment ago in combat with, and then
Putting
immediately
9 shots,
behind them
putting
is one of
trees,
your own
putting on
tanks.
trees,
But there's no
and
risk here.
rerolling
Yeah.
ones.
In fairness, almost all of the terrain is obstacles. It's just some of it is
The
obscuring and
ones
some of
works
it's
on
not.
the vehicle, right?
Yep,
The
I don't
buildings
have a
are not,
copy,
but the walls are.
And you have, but just +1 armor, vulnerable save doesn't work.
Yeah, that's infantry only.
Yeah.
So 5 wounds.
Yeah,
On the
once you've played on this map,
That's
you
all
get
I'm
pretty
saying,
used to
yeah.
it, because the 2 non-obscuring obstacles are, like, every other wall is kind of constructed of the same
3 of
pieces,
them
but these
have
2 are
cover?
completely unique.
But it doesn't
Alright.
matter, they're all dead.
With cover would be metal.
Wait, alright. Yeah, okay. So I
We'll
guess
roll
you
them
can
again,
pull 2 that have cover because. Yeah, just pull 2 that had cover because
Oh,
I
they-
didn't kill enough to get
Yeah,
rid of
that's
cover anyway.
These guys will go. Then
Then the red retributors, I'll spend 2 TP for magic extender multi-melters. Put the one at the back into the assault
Ooh, we're gonna drop a
intercessors,
storm of retribution. on
then
these guys.
1 into the land speeder, and 2 into the attack bikes.
Oh, but we're gonna see if we can knock
Oh,
everything off
I
objective
forgot
5.
about
Do we see a
that.
skilled
Is it okay
riders
if I
here to
improve
keep these
that?
attack bikes alive?
rest yourself. Yes, of course.
They will pull back.
Good sportsmanship from the players
So
here.
Right,
again,
okay.
who is
Actually
shooting
forgot to
whom?
fall back her Seraphim.
1 multi-melter
But yeah,
into the
letting her
assault
go back and do
intercessors, 1 into the land speeder over here on the objective, and 2 into the attack bikes.
Okay, I suppose this guy can see the intercessors.
This one can. They all can.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah, but I think she can't see the other ones. But yeah, okay, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, let's go.
okay. So 2 shots into the intercessors. Both miss. 2 into the
Ooh.
land speeder.
Oh my god!
Roll 1 hit. Wounding on a 3 does
This
wound.
retributor squad.
You don't have a save, right? Against
No.
multi-melter?
No. 4 up
No.
armor save.
I will miracle it with a 6, you die.
Alright.
Okay.
So
Does it
kills
explode?
the storm with a miracle 6.
Okay, and then 4 shots into
Not
the
good
bikes.
shooting so far.
All hit.
All of the bike shots hit though. Oh, but only 1 wound? Get out of
Uh-oh.
One
here!
wound will kill the wounded bike.
Oh, too bad that the wounded
Oh,
bike is the
we're
one in the
rolling.
back, so we
Oh,
can't
yeah,
pull
+1
them out
damage
of
for you.
range.
Yeah.
Oh, so we're
Mm.
gonna eat some
So
Armorium
first
cherubs
cherub, I
here.
will shoot the bikes again.
Mhm.
1 hit.
The one?
Does
No.
wound.
Nope.
For 3 damage.
Doesn't
That's
kill it.
okay.
That's probably okay. Second cherub into the bike.
Alright, we're gonna burn all the cherubs killing this bike.
2 hits.
Both of them fail? Get out of
I
here.
will moment of
Uh-oh.
grace, spend a command point, burn a 3. One of those 2 becomes a 3.
Alright, we're
that
gonna
will kill the
moment
bike.
of grace to kill it. What was that?
Alright.
That
And
was
then-
wild.
I will put
2
the
cherubs
yellow
and a
retributor into the
strat.
assault intercessors.
Well, fortunately, you have the safety
Someone can
belt
see
of
this.
Moment of Grace.
Yeah,
All
there's.
the
I mean,
boxes.
yeah, there's
You
a
have one
variety
that
of
stands
levers
right
we
out
could
the
pull to
open.
make sure that that
Yes, all the
happens.
waters and the
Yeah.
multi-melt.
Multi-melter can see, but doesn't have range. So yeah.
As exciting as Sister's Dice appear, oftentimes they're really just a 1 CP
The guy out
spend
in the
away
open
from
won't be getting
being.
cover, so you
they're
have
very
to slow
unexciting.
rolls.
Yeah. Honestly,
Would be. Wait a second.
I wonder if the skilled riders would have saved like this.
9 shots. Hitting on 3s, right? Rerolling 1s.
Yep, we're doing.
We're just placing the wounds differently.
Yeah,
think
I guess
more than
so.
2
anything.
won't survive. Yeah, go for it.
Reroll.
Really wishing we had put the wolf in then on
Wounding on
kind of behind objective 5 so they could easily
roll.
jump out and get on there because they can do it now, but I don't think they can do it while being out of line of
5
sight.
So
That
3
might be an advance roll too to even pull it off.
3 up. 3 up. Dead.
Oh yeah, Chet, that might actually have been a misplay on
And
Jan's
4 up.
part. I think he wounded the bike in the back when the first hit went through. And if
So-
he had wounded the one in the front,
Mhm.
he could have pulled it to the
Okay.
first cherub,
Then
and the second cherub would have been out of
second
range.
immolator will go into the last guy out in the open.
Mhm.
I was under the impression they took that from the fight with the Zephyrim earlier.
Oh, they already had 2 from the Zephyr
Wound on
shot. Yeah, no, you're right.
3s.
I was in my
Three
head that
saves.
was a unit of 3, but that was last game. We had units of 3 bikes. This is only a unit of 2.
4 up. Can anything else shoot at this intercessor?
Intercessor Sergeant still hanging
No.
around.
If I stay, you
We have
gain
left even fire
back
him
at the middle one.
Like immolators at this point.
Then I will use my last CP to reroll that.
This other Retributor squad is mostly out of line of sight.
We're rolling a saving throw on this sergeant to keep it alive. Looks like we pass.
All right. So end of the shooting phase.
Hold the
next
baby.
miracle die.
Oh my god.
Charge phase.
Do we risk-
I will put this missionary
Alright,
into that
we're
last
gonna charge
intercessor.
that intercessor. See if we can get him with the priest.
Yeah, I mean, you
back
got-
here.
10.
Two missionaries. I mean, it's
How many attacks do you have?
They are
This
not
sergeant gets
amazing
5
at break.
attacks.
I guess they will.
they
They
are
will just
amazing.
hold-
This is
They will
10
hold the
10
objective.
attacks.
Suicide
Yeah,
burst,
they'll hold the
other
objective.
Yeah, but they're
military
like-
will charge.
Also 10 attacks
that's
between the two of
really
them.
Yeah, it's 5s into
Reroll-
a 3
rerolling their
save is
hits?
tough.
Every time you say that,
Okay,
they immediately
and
prove you wrong.
that
I'm
will be
waiting for
all
them to
the
do it
five
again.
charges.
All right, I'm excited.
Let's see if I can duplicate your repentia from last year. Last round.
So miraculously, this land speeder storm
Do you mind
survived.
if I roll? Wait, no, it does matter if I. kill them with the first one, so-
Yeah, just
I think
First
it's-
missionary.
the seraphim fell back, so they didn't shoot
Reroll
there.
all misses.
Yeah.
They just
Nor did
punched
anyone
it for
else.
1. Yeah.
Wounding on 5s. 1 wound.
So 1 win for the first missionary.
Save.
All right.
Okay,
Can the
second-
second missionary kill him?
Yep, second missionary.
We'll never know. Ugh,
Yeah,
good thing
we
he's
can-
a
he can-
zealot.
Well, he does. Yep. There we go.
All
4
right,
through.
there you go.
Wounding on
Conversion's good.
5s.
Just one.
One
Nah,
Yeah,
one.
no, he'll be fine. See,
Nice.
get out of here. Ah,
Oh,
He
take
takes
a
it.
window. Ouch.
All right. You can swing back.
All right.
You are based on both
it's-
of them, obviously.
Is there any different on the missionaries?
No, exactly the same.
Okay, I will just hit the ones further back from my wall.
Yep.
So, 5 attacks. Hitting on 2, 6 exploding.
These missionary models, they're just like so old and
Another,
pudgy.
And wounding you on 3s.
That's
Like
a-
missing an eye.
That is what the
Perfect.
actual missionary model looks like too.
Look at the
just
fours.
They're also like
It's just
9
an old
feet tall.
ball.
because
Did
they're
we
the height of
kill
these-
one?
Sliced
Get
in 2.
stuffed, missionary. Amazing.
Okay.
All right. So that will be the end of my turn. I will score domination and direct.
Valder in chat commenting, I wish sisters would roll
I
like this against me
will
more
have a
often.
moral
I
testament.
feel the same way.
Yes,
They all these idiots always make their 4+
So
vulnerables
far, so
against
good.
me.
He did a good job so far.
Yeah,
score
you could say that.
I score 5
Missionaries are
for
like
that.
a
Then-
bottomless bank of wounds, chat. So if he splits, he doesn't kill
All
either.
retributors are in the open. Okay. Where is the last unit of Seraphim in? Repentia?
There are 2 squads of Repentia. They're both in the rhinos.
Didn't I kill 2 already?
Nope.
No, yes, right. Yes.
Yeah, I'm
Mhm.
feeling what we're all thinking here. Sorry, it's Esther. It feels like we've gotten through the repent ship. But no, there's 2 units just chilling around. I was ready to go. He's like, haven't I killed them? No, you have not. It's an endless cavalcade of threats you have to deal with.
Charge, they need a
Turns out,
6.
when almost every unit in your entire army is some sort of incredibly high damaging bomb unit, there's no end to them.
6.
That costs like less than 150
5
points.
would be
You got a lot of them.
sufficient, and I can pile it on the objective.
It's sort of the archetype we saw in the last game too, with the White Scars list. Just basically
The
like
sharps are gone, right?
like 7
Oh, yeah.
bomb units.
So they don't count.
You gotta deal with.
Oh, they never
It's a
count
similar
for
style. Not quite the same level of reliability though.
Oh wait.
I mean, the Sisters bomb units also, they go out, they do their bombing, and then they might as well be holding like orc rocket hammers for how quickly they die after that. The White Scars, they have a 2-up save, 4-up invuln, couple wounds. They have a good chance of just surviving the punchback. But they do cost a lot more.
So what is the play as the White Scars here, as the Space Wolves, excuse me, here? The losing objective 5 was such a big swing.
Yeah,
The
I mean,
positioning on the Zephyrim was very good to stop that from Jan from being able to hold that down.
Like, the Wolfguard are out of range. Like, can Logan Grimnar make that move to just get onto 5? You need something on that. It's out. Like, the Redemptor can't make that run. The Wolfen can't make that run.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a turn where we just
Turbo
like break
boosted
cover.
speeder.
I am a little disappointed that there's not one Redemptor on this
Chapter Master.
in this corner
6
here
inches.
anymore, because if it could just pop out and
I'm
like
not
we
within
just
6
go all
this
in.
guy.
We start putting Redemptors in range and just like try to kill 2 Retributor squads in one go.
No, I will chapter master the.
Because you can kill this
Wait a
red
second,
one,
this
you can
is
shoot
the
this red
library.
one with like whatever
No,
and
I'm
kill
not in
it.
6 inches to the captain.
And if you can squeak a plasma cannon
chapter
with another
master
one, maybe
Wolfen.
you mitigate the multi-meltas enough that you can
The Wolfguard?
come out, and
Yeah,
then
you
your
want
Logan's
Wolfguard.
like sort of open
Yeah,
to
sorry.
go
You said
fight on
Wolf while
5.
pointing at Wolfguard.
Yeah. I can't put it on Wolf and they are not core.
Ah, makes sense.
I'm in the assault option, by the way.
Yep, of
Anyways,
course.
I mean, the first part is just getting literally anything onto that objective at all.
special.
I'm a little worried about these Wolfen chat,
And
given that heavy bolters are really good at
Jesus,
killing them.
actually.
Like, so good. It's like, they just like the profile lines up like chef's kiss, wound on 4, save on 4s, and then they just die if it goes through.
Yeah.
So you gotta live down the 18 heavy bolter shots plus this unit in the back. 27
Breaking cover
heavy
on the
bolter
Redemptor
shots.
here.
All right, we're doing it. We're going all in. Looks like we're just gonna try to burp down this this Retributor squad before things get too dicey.
We're gonna pull out the Assault Intercessor too. Probably fire the Gatling at the Missionary.
Curious if this Hospitaller is sitting on Objective 1 in the back here and not attending the Retributors. Oh, I guess, yeah, she could follow up with them. That means that if any Retributor squad does not get wiped out, then she starts repairing multi-meltas back into the unit.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
I mean,
okay.
I think the intention there is to just make sure that Objective 1, especially against that deep striking squad, could never take action. And by the time you landed that squad, I think is multiple turns of running away before the Hospitaller is going to start helping their Tributors. You put her with a Rhino and run that forward. That's still multiple turns of activity.
Yeah. All right, here they come. The March of the Ancients. Get two potential shots into Red Squad.
Don't think you can see that around the obscuring terrain.
Are they Ancients? I mean, these are in Redemptor Dreadnoughts, and they're like Primaris Marines.
But I
Well,
see
weren't-
this girl.
Weren't Primaris Marines designed
And
like
that is the Magifier.
like 100
She is
years ago?
not one of
Oh yeah, yes, yeah.
Is that Ancient?
I can shoot it.
I think that's not even Ancient in our consideration of time, let alone this Empire that's been around for like 10,000
If
years.
there's a dude who's 100 years old, you'd call him ancient.
No, you'd call like the Parthenon ancient. The dude who's 100 years old just old.
March of the Olds.
There you go. March of the Senile. These guys have like trouble, like kind of problematic opinions. You have to listen to them during like Thanksgiving, but otherwise,
what
you don't
kind
spend a
of
lot
gun
time with
is
them.
this again?
Fine.
Tell me, Assault Intercessor, do they still call this a plasma cannon? No, Gramps, it's an eradicator now. It's a plasma eradicator.
I don't like the name of plasma eradicator. What was wrong with plasma cannon?
Why did they replace my storm bolters with these grenade thingies? What was wrong with a good old storm bolter?
Was at the store the other day and I just wanted to buy some Cadian sugar, and they were saying we don't sell that anymore. Why not?
Did the social justice warriors cancel Cadian sugar? No, Gramps, Cadia was destroyed in the terrorist attack. What? This is why we have to give more funding to the Astra Militarum.
Those AdMech spend too much time on their cell phones.
They touch this terrain.
Why don't they just
Then
ride
you
their
can see-
horses like they used to?
This girl's
They used to just sit on the porch all day and I would watch them riding the
Necroplasma,
horses.
Back in my day, we only had regular plasma cannons.
We'd walk 15 miles through the Fenrisian snow both ways to get more ammo.
Well, I wonder if I can find the Tor Garadon memes when that guy came out. We had a field day with that dude. Are they still in my picture gallery? I bet they are. Tor Garadon, where are you?
You know, if this Landspeeder Storm won the giveaway before, this would have a scout squad.
Good this millennia.
I still love that awful photo.
Lysander, fetch my cane!
Oh no, part of the meme's blocked by the chat. You gotta move it more.
Oh no! What have I done? I apologize, everyone. Good stuff. We're just waiting for Tor
Actually,
Garadon to be put into a Redemptor
I'm a
Dreadnought.
coward.
Yep. Always thought so.
Inks, it's because Guy Fieri's favorite
technical genius.
catchphrase
I lure
is
you
BAM.
If you're hiding.
Oh wait, no, that's who's the
Uh-huh.
BAM guy?
Sure
That's a different
thing.
cook. Anyway, I was making an artillery joke.
Artillery
Is
does
it
go
Emerald?
bam.
Is Emerald the BAM
This
guy?
is why I don't need the speeder there. I can
Emerald
put the speeder-
Gassy?
Oh, come here.
What are you
Oh.
doing there, bud?
Lighting.
Just repeatedly. This is
Put the
why
speeder over
they
here.
also need seatbelts.
Sure.
Sisters rolling and this land speeders. You need
The
seatbelts.
captain.
Oh, bearable. Do I look like I write for the popular blog
Captain
Eater
with
Eats?
Kinda.
I look like-
So
I
it's
mean,
19 inch.
I kind of do actually look like that right now.
Oh, man!
Pandemic hair's getting pretty long.
Here goes the hunter.
Here we go.
Here we go. He's an orc now.
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
It's
Here we
getting
go.
spicy
into
with an
the
8-inch advance.
cosmos. Where we end
If I
up.
want to charge, the
we
shortest
don't know.
way would be hopping over this
Here we go.
Redemptor,
Here we
right?
go. Here we
this
go. Here we go's a
Redemptor.
part of the song. They don't like sing it
gotcha.
anymore. They don't like talk about it because it's a little bit too lame. But it was a part of the song.
So here we go. 19 inch the shortest way. Let's see 1 inch.
Although I only have eyes for the Burger King. It's the only shift I care
Okay.
about. Royalty.
Then
Ever notice how small this captain's Thunderhammer is?
Yes.
minor
But remember, it's not the
barrier
size of the
advance.
hammer that counts. It's how you wield it.
It's true.
For 2.
Alright, everybody's coming out to play now. Probably trying to get some smites into these models in the center. Ensure that we get that,
Oh, right, the librarian, like, parrosed earlier. I was like, where did this damage come
Yeah.
from?
Sure that we get the models off objective 3. He also has the right support aura, so if we get the Wolfguard a successful charge into the Imagifier, we're going to steal this objective away to get the domination.
You mean the Rights of Wara?
Rights of Aura.
So
We gotta make sure we kill these Seraphim, though, because they can just pop over him
moved,
and pop this librarian.
moved.
I gotta imagine, though, we got
Psychic
got quite a
Haze. I
few
will
sidearms
try
to
to
put in there.
cast Fortress.
Does not look like Logan made any sort of fast advance, so he's not getting onto 5, so we're just not on 5 this turn.
Goes
I'll
off
be trying to
finally,
pull Sisters
and,
completely off of 2 to prevent
Stormcaller.
the primary imbalance from really spiking here.
which goes off as well.
Alright, so that's 5 up inbound and light cover, right?
Yes.
Is there
It's kind of
anything
a tall
looking
order,
screening this librarian? I don't think he's within 3 inches of the back
He
stuff.
has a good side.
So if these
anyone,
Wolfguard charge out of 3
he's
inches,
just
he might just
one
get shot by
sister.
one heavy bolter and die.
So this guy will start shooting at the sisters.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
I think I will put
Uh-oh.
everything in them.
Well, I mean, what are the heavy bolters that are gonna shoot him? Like, from these dead
So
immolators?
I don't need to
They
overcharge.
gonna
so
do it?
plasma cannon. 3 shots
Well, there's an entire Retributor squad with heavy bolters over here.
on 3s and 2s. 2 wounds.
Oh yeah, he is
Wow.
definitely gonna be in line of sight. Yeah.
One dead.
I'll do it. Yep.
3,
All right.
3 Icarus rocket shots.
Someone call
1
Guy Fieri, because we got
hit.
another BAM target here.
for Stormbolter. 3 hits. 2 wounds minus nothing.
Yep. There'll be 2 ups, I have cover.
And then there is Onslaught Gatling Cannon.
Right, I guess I have to roll them 3 at a time, so that I think one of them might not have
Minus 1, yeah.
Oh no, she does have cover. I can just roll them all.
Just farts.
Yep,
Three down.
they're fine. I ignore AP1.
Oh yeah, you ignore AP1, yeah, of course.
Alright, we ignore AP1.
Then this Dreadnought over here, he doesn't see anything, he will shoot at this Immolator.
Yep.
With his Plasma Cannon overcharging, and the other guns will go into this Seraphim.
Okay.
Plasma Gun overcharging for 2 shots.
So I wonder if maybe we're trying. Maybe there's
No hits.
a universe
model
where we
ones,
can
awesome.
tow a Wolfguard onto the
And then 4
onto
shots
the
on
objective
Stormbolter.
and
All
string
hits.
a wrap. Only 5 models though. I guess we probably can't do that. No, if we charge the Immolator,
hits.
if we kill the Retributors, we could tow a guy in
That's
the
fine.
front and then wrap around the side. And
Onslaught
maybe...
Gatling Cannon.
I mean, I think we're looking at what, having the Wolfguard
Wolfguard
kill the Retributors, the captain just kills the Immolator, probably.
I think the captain's going into the Retributors. There isn't a place to stand here where you can get engage
wounds,
the
one's
Retributors. But I do think the Wolfguard go into the
one of
Imagifier
them-
to try to kill her.
Oh,
And they cast
that's an
Rocket Launch.
Imagifier. That's not a part of the Retributors.
Right,
Okay.
right. Yeah.
That does explain the different
One
base
hit.
colors.
It's a
And the 2.
Some
Why
clever
are
placement.
Sam supposed to have like a
because
big bone cabinet that
What's
they're
the
holding?
difference?
This is a flag.
Minus 1.
Okay, she's fine.
What's the difference, really?
Okay, awesome.
A lot. One has bones, the other one
Just
is
speed over
flags,
here.
sir. Bone cabinets and flags they're not even in the same part of the Bob's furniture.
Will shoot at your long superior. Two hits. 1 wound. Minus 1.
I'll roll it. She's good.
Okay, he falls back. This Dreadnought over here. Plasma Cannon won't kill the Immolator now. He will put his Plasma Cannon into these sisters.
Okay, it's mentioning. Oh yeah, that is the bone cabinet's a simulacrum. What's the Imagifier got?
A bigger bone cabinet. Oh, big
That's
marble statue. Oh yeah, it's
This
like
is
the
a work
li-
for safe
Just need
stream,
to kill
Trendy.
his
Come on.
sister. Everything else in the kid's sister. I want to have them.
Yep.
I want to kill her for sure. So.
Yeah, they have like the
You are
little
right though.
mini
The
Celestine
Imagifier
there.
has like
That's
yeah,
on
they
the
have the
shots.
really big bone cabinet.
1, 2.
It's the statue. It's like the 900-pound flag
Right.
that they're somehow like one arming.
Damage is how much?
Well, it's made out of stone.
Like, this thing's Yeah, like it's just plastic.
Yeah.
It's just like cheap plastic.
You buy them at a party store. You know?
No, not on the
Oh,
emulator.
sorry, yeah, because
In
it's
the,
not
on
consistent.
the
There,
assistive.
okay. 2 of them will die.
Mhm.
All right, we're making this charge easier for the
Okay.
captain.
I do pull these two.
You can just charge right over the top here, looking for probably a 6
Then-
to get in.
The rest of the guns into the sister.
So did we not
Stormwater.
manage to shoot the missionary or Sister Superior?
I just don't think we're at
2
that stage
hits,
yet.
rerolling once.
Okay.
3 wounds.
She's dead.
Yep, there's the
Okay.
sister. So that's gonna lock in the objective for.
Mhm.
At Valdor, it's not discount furniture, it's
then-
quality furniture. At a discount.
They can't shoot.
Valdor, I could probably buy that
they
thing
can
off
throw
Wayfair.
frag grenade. At
Let me
this
tell you, that's not quality
emulator.
furniture at a discount.
Okay.
It is steeply
it.
discounted, though.
The red dreadnought shots. Yeah. So we go on with the charges.
Right, miracle die. We kill the modded lady unit. It's at 5.
The Wolf Guard will charge the magnifier and the emulator.
Okay.
Oh
Sure. Have to reroll
no!
that.
Fortunately, the Wolf Lord rerolls by himself for his warlord.
That's
trait.
5. Won't be enough.
Oh,
Oh yeah, 5.
no,
is
no,
enough.
we're good. I think we make it.
Yep, just.
Ooh.
So,
That was so close.
That would have been a disaster.
I think Ashley is currently in the winning position. Being able to shoot all the wolves off objective 5 and
Like
force
at the
Jan into it's sort of a scramble to hold that objective down. It has been a real big boon to her, and she's just sort of waiting for this commission or this committal right here.
and then the Wolf Guard will need
So that,
Six.
you know, these
Fortunately, the-
multi-meltas and heavy bolters
charge
let
the
loose.
Might be a
Retributive.
7.
Missionary being left on 5 means that
measure
this
from
guy
the
just
back.
walks over and
Right.
kills
Yeah,
the
he
Assault
will charge
Intercessor,
the,
or Rhino does. There's any number of things that can, and then you're almost left in the same situation where you're having a hard time putting anything at the central objective either. Like the Space Soldiers just running out of units because they keep having to keep these Redemptors so hidden.
Yeah, and I mean, this is almost exactly, basically, essentially precisely the Sororitas game plan. Like, the goal is to bleed you out of units because they trade so much more effectively. And,
Normally they
that's
do it
what's
by just
happening.
decapitating you, and like the neck just like spurts enough blood that you die. But this time it's kind of more death by 1,000
Yep,
cuts.
I'm gonna try it.
Okay.
So 4
Yeah, I mean, the
shots.
games look a little bit more
That's
different,
5.
a little bit different when you're, we don't just watch like a Tesseract Fall get ripped
Nope,
off the table on the
almost.
top one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Then
their first action is to throw a spear 100 feet through the air, just have it go directly through your heart.
that's an 8. That's plenty.
All right, here comes the hunter.
Is the hunter.
The hunter. Gonna bonk some retributors
You
right
are
in the head with that hammer. Bonk.
You are the hunted.
Base, you. What can this lady do in close combat?
4 attacks. Strength 5, damage 2, AP 1.
Yeah, I don't want to get eroded.
Squidzilla! Thanks for the raid. How's it going, everybody?
Nice.
We're playing the
There we
T5S2
go, this way.
Invitational Grand Finals, or semifinals,
Yep.
excuse me. We're going to determine which of these players will be going to the Grand Finals to play
your-
against Skauki's White Scars.
It's very tight in here too.
Last. Wait a second, I'm out of. I need to stay with it. I have to go like here. Magnifier, yes. Emulator, yes. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the emulator will fight last.
Rad raid.
All attacks into the
raddest.
Retributor. Wait a second, I need another part. No, he falls back. Yeah.
I think
Alright, so
all attacks
chat,
into the
the
Retributor.
issue here isn't that. I mean, I think that if Jan is more more aggressive earlier in the game, then he just loses the Redemptors to the Retributors. It's not like he's gonna try to trade in melee, right? Because if you push all your stuff forward, like you lose 2 Redemptors, you kill 1 Retributor squad with the swing back, and then you lose the 3rd Redemptor. Like that's all that happens.
Then go.
The
yeah,
Retributors
you have
are
to
just
engage in. You have to engage in proactive trades against them, not reactive trades. Reactive trades, they cost less than you. They're getting the choice on when to act, like when to do so. You end up like they'll end up with a unit and you have none, and then that one unit spends the rest of the game just wiping everything you've got.
Yeah. Do you think we can finagle a wrap here, and we just swing everything into the emulator?
So I think,
A wrap on the captain would be a big deal because the captain cannot effectively be engaged by Repentia. I mean, he can, honestly. Like, he can a little bit. Because they just charge into him and he kills like half the unit and then the rest of them kill him. But it's still not exactly what
2.2, 3.2,
what the Repentia want to be doing.
3.2.
Yeah, I has to be a little bit worried about his clock use here,
won't
too.
be able
He's
to see
only
anyway,
down to
so I
26
can
minutes
just attack with 3 guys.
at bottom of 3.
and we're kind of in a
Here,
we're in a portion of the game where we're going to start measuring very carefully.
we're going to objective
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, he's been spending a lot of time so far.
Ray's could have played 3 entire games by now.
He will stay in this aura. Okay. Then all the attacks will go into the.
So we're definitely just leaving this Primaris Librarian to get shot, but I mean, like,
He was
Maybe
the one
that's-
with.
maybe it's a trick,
Right?
Yeah.
right? Like, if you can't dedicate
No idea.
either of the emulators to firing at him, you can't really dedicate the Retributors, because
No,
at
all
this
on
point
the
they need to break
fire.
containment and start firing
All
at Redemptors,
the
or
guys.
possibly even Santa Claus, or just the Wolf Guard
Guys.
directly in their faces. Like, maybe you just can't spare anything to fire
12,
this guy.
13 attacks.
I don't know what's going on here, chat, with this colorization, but it is wild.
Chapter mastered
Captain's there to get the
Loading.
rerolls.
on 3.
Well, this is from Logan.
Wounds.
He hit him with the
Yep, again,
rerolls
hold
at
on
the
to
top.
miracle.
From Logan? You mean the captain?
Yeah, no, Logan hit him with the chapter master at the command phase. Goodbye, Imagine.
Oh,
So
I thought
we
you were saying.
were-
I thought you were saying Logan was hitting something.
No, no. We were not going for the wrap, it looks like. No way we can wrap this immolator.
No, I mean sisters are on enough CP to
Invitational,
emergency dismark
yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
so you'd have to wrap multiple units simultaneously.
Well, the immolator's empty at this point. Oh, there's nothing in the immolators. We just killed the squad that was
Yeah.
inside it.
Yeah, but I mean, like you would if to do a meaningful wrap anyway. Like at that point, all you're doing is just like forcing.
Oh,
actually
yeah,
dismark
because they would
units.
desperate breakout. Yeah, no, you're right.
The Seraphim have to roll 1, but they can't fail. I just wrap my miracle die.
Like if you wrapped both of those units, it would have been great, but
I do.
that'd have been,
will
I think,
forget one
actively very
miracle
difficult because
attack
the
die,
captain
one
would have
for
had
my
to swing at the
lady die, I'm
immolator
gonna
and
get
not kill
2
it
miracle
somehow.
dice. And then 2 when my turn begins. I'm gonna go 5, basically.
I get another domination. Direct as the
It's
soul.
classic sisters. Get
Very
5 miracle
quiet.
dice at the end of your turn. 2 5s and a 6. Get out of here. Ooh, that was a 4.
I think I would have liked to have seen these Wolfguard maybe orient themselves a little bit more towards being behind the wall on 2 to just keep them out of the line of sight of the
I
Retributors.
get 5 this time.
But I mean, at this point, you know, a tank moves, they pivot a little bit over to the left, and then they can
I'm
see
gonna
the entire
measure out.
unit.
Yep.
Repentance
So I do
charge,
think that was a good
Like,
follow-up
what-
play from Jan. He
can't do anything.
definitely he was forced into a tough position by losing getting all of the stuff on Objective 5 killed. But I think he responded appropriately. Instead of going for Objective 5 and trying to scramble and throwing up his hands that he couldn't get the proper advance rolls, he elected to just make a push for Objective 2 instead, and appropriately was able to kill a Retributor squad there. I mean,
Unfortunately,
he's about to be,
he's-
they're about to be repension.
no CP for an Overwatch here.
Yep. Rip.
And I mean, it's not especially great at Overwatches, but just out of the sheer volume of shots, the Redemptor can peel
it
like
is
3 or
rerolling
4
ones from Logan.
Revenge out.
Oh, looks like we may be going
Not
into the Wolfen.
Oh. Are we just gonna knock the banner? Like, are we gonna knock the control of 4 off? Like maybe charge the land speeder?
Sure.
Well, with a big charge in the
we'll
Wolfen
be
and a
jumping
swing
into French
around,
out.
assuming the Wolfen don't kill the unit, which they're not super likely to. There's nothing on Objective 4. Yeah, I'm sort of relying on the sweep and clear lock-in
You can't
effect
do a
to
second stroke
hold
hold
that
that
one.
Exactly.
one, right?
You can just pop the banner right off of that. That's and then he's not on 4 or 5. That's like a 0-point
Yeah,
turn.
0-point primary. Oh, ooh. And that big turn of Miracle Dice, I think, makes this possible. We have a potential for a 5-inch advance into an 11-inch charge. Yikes. Those sweet Miracle Dices.
Or a 6-inch advance into a 10-inch.
The Wolfen do fight on death, chat, but they're kind of strung out. And we were talking about it at the start. The counterplay to the Wolfen fight on death is if you just engage one model, they only maybe get 2 in to actually fight you. The rest of them can't quite get in to swing back.
What's the other play is you're trying to kill the Redemptor, which becomes a little dicey. I mean, you're -1 damage. You're still probably going to swing like 20 wounds through and kill it. You could go into Logan Grimnar.
Yeah, I think they still easily
I don't know if you get both.
It is
The biggest issue there is Grimnar just like walks in and wipes the unit out and then proceeds to stand on 5 afterwards.
Yeah.
Into that dense cover.
It is going to be interesting. Valder, you're in the Invitational. You should know these things. But the awkward part is
Aura
that
Evacuate instant soporific aura them and then put them at one attack each, and then I just kill them, and I'm like, yeah, do it, whatever.
Yeah.
Just hit me. Who cares?
the awkward part is that we can only advance and charge with 1 unit of Repentia. I mean, we could reload the gun with the 2nd unit. There's no interrupts available in for the Space Wolves right now, so we could send the 2nd unit out and go use some miracle dice for a big charge of the Redemptor Dreadnought. But I mean, this is sort of how Jan needed to respond to this turn that the sisters have presented. He needs to just threat overload. The Repentia can kill one thing, and if they go for the Wolfen, they sort of mutually annihilate for the most part. The Retributors can kill most of another thing. Like, they'll kill the Wolf Guard or the Captain or both. But then the other Dreadnoughts just get to pick up the Retributors, and we're left with one Repentia squad on the table for the sisters. So Jan is forcing Ashley's hand here, and I think she can deal with it, but he is putting himself into a position where, I don't know, if this captain makes a string of decent and vulnerable saves and bonks the Immolator to death and holds objective 2 on his own turn, we could swing the game pretty quickly.
You don't have any way to keep me locked in combat or...
Heroic Management for free on a single character per turn, right? 6 inches? So I think there is not a position these Repentia can charge where Logan cannot tag a few of them.
Do you want to tag them
can
with
they just...
Logan, though? Because they, kill him.
Well, I mean, yeah, but then they don't kill the Wolfen. And then you just walk the Redemptor onto 5, shoot all the Repentia to death. The Wolfen are now free to move out onto 3 because, I mean, at that point...
Yeah. It depends on how...
One of the Magic's threats are gone.
On how Ashley elects to charge here. I think that... I think that she's going to be... I mean, she's going to be cognizant of the heroic intervention, but also... she can probably get it in such a way that if Logan did elect to heroically intervene, she could get multiple Repentia on him and just put him down. Like a dog. How
many does it take? I mean, he's got 14 wounds out of 4 pinball.
So it takes 7 hit through, which is approximately 3 Repentias worth of damage.
Like that, so they can also see the Librarian.
What, 28 damage, so 14 wounds into him, averagely, to kill him without a reroll? That's,
yeah.
They won't have the Missionary, so they're only looking at 3 attacks apiece in on 4s.
They might have the Missionary. There's a Missionary right in the middle. They'll probably have the Missionary, actually.
He did. You're right. He was not engaged. They didn't kill him. Well, that's unfortunate.
He's hanging out.
There you go. So I don't need to kill this guy. What's he even gonna do? Well, he's gonna create 9 more Repentia attacks, which become 11 Repentia attacks.
And my Lone Seraphim will advance. She goes 14.
So one 30-point character just shoots 8 Melt-A-Gun shots a turn just through another unit.
Basically.
Should be blocking
the backup missionary.
This guy's 5 more points than an orc mech. I don't understand this unit at all.
Brick get extra
How does this exist? Can you imagine the missionary in any other army in the game?
Yeah. Also, the fact that he's an HQ choice, so he can he fills in your
so he will advance.
Yeah, your
requisite
your
HQ choices. Yeah, amazing, incredible. Missionaries are amazing. Big advance, so yeah, he's going to be in pretty good range. Awkwardly could be hit by this Assault Intercessor if it survives, but I think it's going to get shot by a Heavy Bolter.
Okay.
I mean, it's also just going to kill the Assault Intercessor. Just duck. Avenge his buddy. He's already done 1 wound to him, he'll do the next.
Heavy Bolters into the Assault Intercessor Sergeant. Actually, we'll start off with that Rhino just Storm Boltering the Hero Intercessor.
Yeah.
At Valdor, the only way orcs can source an additional attack is a unit that's 10 times as expensive.
Okay, what's blocking me from seeing you? Maybe Junith? I'll just move her back a little bit. Without her in the way, I can definitely see you.
Yeah, then you can see me. Yeah.
Okay, sure. So yeah, Stormbolter. All hits. 1 wound.
Jade Esquire, it's just
Okay.
exclamation point lists, I think? Or is it lists exclamation point? Oh,
Exclamation
there he
point.
goes.
Lists.
The...
Yeah, there you go.
Let's see how we do this.
We're also doing a giveaway.
Just keep
We're
trying
giving
both
away
of them.
some repulsor executioner conversion bits. You can exclamation point giveaway to join that,
Levy Flame the Wolf Card. No, they have cover.
or to figure out how to join that.
We'll start with the orange Retributors, actually. They will put everything into the Wolf Guard.
All right, Melt is going to the Wolf Guard.
Except for the Bolter, which will go into the Captain. There we go.
Yes.
So, 8 Multibolters at the Wolf Guard.
Just gonna try to overload the Captain save. Captain is on a 1-up save though, so if you leave the heavy bolters to hit him, he's actually probably doesn't die.
5 wounds.
Okay. All 4 up, so I can roll them together.
3
3
go
go
down.
through.
Choice
roll
either
the
just
dice.
leave the objective or leave line of sight.
Do you get, or did you get +1 to damage?
Oh, I have +2. You're in half
The
range.
Melt is.
Oh yes, of course. Sorry. Yeah. Where is it? Flip.
I think we have to pull off.
Yeah,
the
this is what I was saying
objective
is
here, unfortunately.
really needed to just like pull farther behind the wall.
All right.
Like this
No, what's
this
gonna-
effort to stay inside of the fort librarian's aura was a little bit of a misplay there.
What's gonna happen here is the Captain is gonna survive and then
Heroically intervene Junith.
heroically intervene and pop the
Then
immolator to
Bolter
death,
on
and then that
Captain.
is, and then hold the objective.
2 hits.
He definitely won't be
Overkill.
charged by something random and pinned down.
Reroll.
Well, I mean Junith
1
would
wound.
just heroically intervene him, right? And then be on the objective.
Well, she can't because this is the sister's turn.
Aim is 1.
Ah!
Of
He
course.
took a
I
he took a wood from
will
the
take
the
Sharon.
superior's bolt gun.
Take
Get out
2
of
shots at
here!
the Wolf
There you
Guard.
go.
Brutal. All right, so we're gonna save the Armorium Cherubs to take out the
hit.
Captain probably.
1 wound.
With whom?
With this one.
Ah, you can barely
Yep.
see his jetpack. Yeah, it's okay.
Ah, 2 invuln saves on the Wolf Guard from the first Armorium Cherub on the
Do it again
orange
with
unit.
second cherub. 1 hit. 1 wound.
Oh, another save! Amazing.
Right.
Get out of here. Storm Shield's too
Then-
strong.
Alright, boss in these saves. We can do it.
The simulator
I
will
mean,
shoot
this
heavy
is the
bolters
game
at
plan, I
Captain.
think. Just make every save. Heavy bolters
Is the
into
immolator on 3 fired yet?
9 shots.
The immolator on 3 fell back, so it cannot fire.
Oh yeah.
9 shots. One of them
This
did
Oh, can it not? Is there just like a 1 point strap for that?
It's 2 CP.
Wounding on 3.
Probably not worth.
Rolling.
All right.
8 AP.
All right, Captain. Oh no, the Captain fails 2 saves and dies. No, not like this.
Like this. Can you fight on death and then move 3 inches and attack something?
No.
Hello?
Hello, he's
You
dead.
do not?
no.
You know, that doesn't
Okay,
do
yeah.
a fight
Yeah,
activation
sorry,
where you
I
can
had
move
a
and
lag.
just swing, and since you didn't
okay.
charge, you could hit anything.
I didn't even see the dice rolls there.
Oh wow, alright. Yellow Retributors will put their multi-melter into the Wolf
Like
Guard
a dog.
and their heavy bolters into the Librarian.
Oh, too bad.
So, start off heavy bolters. Maybe I should put...
Had that Captain, I mean, if we needed a
Librarian
ridiculously
has- oh, he has
favorable
light cover
turn
at
of
the moment,
saves,
right?
which, in
Okay,
fairness,
that's
we're
on
getting
two
from
up.
these
all
Wolf
the heavy
Guards.
bolters into him.
But if
Yeah.
we had a really
Roll
good turn of saves
ones.
there, I mean, this could have swung the game directly back into this Faceless
Wounding
favor.
on 3s. 5 wounds.
These are some good wounds from the heavy bolters so far off the Sister Shooting
Yes,
Phase,
that's
and
well.
not good saves
Okay,
on the
and
Librarian.
then multi-melter at the Wolf Guard.
Ooh.
Rerolling 1s. 1 hit. 1 wound.
4 up.
Okay, first Cherub, multi-melter into Wolf Guard.
All right. But Wolf
They
Guard
don't have a
boss
shell.
their saves
Oh, yeah.
again.
They
Didn't
do.
you use the cherub last round?
That was on the orange squad. The yellow squad, this is the first time they've ever shot. So, 1 more wound on the Wolf Guard.
trouble with the dice box here? What are we doing? There it goes. Oh, saves again! Amazing! Double 6s from the suck and multi-melt a shot. 2 wounds into the wolf guard. Can we continue our streak of 4 ups?
We've got to run out at some point of fire. I mean,
1.
Lose 1 wolf guard.
3 seconds.
Oh.
I mean, doesn't really matter if you leave the one on the objective or not at this point because you're not.
Well,
not
you're
keeping
contesting it still, which is good.
Alright.
It means that they don't hold it for
Center
domination.
objective. Did
You
it smoke
forced
last
that.
time? No, it didn't. It will pop smoke.
Yep.
Then that will be the end of the shooting phase. I will get a miracle die.
I think Junith
Charge phase. I will spend
did
a
shoot her
CP for that to
flankers,
charge
if I
with
remember
Repentia.
correctly. I think
And
that
they
was
will
the
go
first thing that
into,
shot.
I think, just the Wolfen, but I'm going to move them first and make sure that this is correct. So they're going 10 each.
Charging the Wolfen, and only the Wolfen.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to pre-measure out this charge here just to make sure that we don't have to declare anything else to make this work. You do have to watch out that like random heroic interventions don't bone you. Because what could happen here is like we trigger a bunch of awkward heroic interventions and the unit gets really strung out and then like killed by a bunch of little attacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it looks like Ashley's being very cognizant of that 6-inch intervention from Logan there. And no CP to heroically intervene the Dreadnought 6 inches or anything. So as long as he stays out of 3 of the rest of this army, it should be okay.
I mean, is she outside of 3 of the lane speed of Storm?
Yeah, I think she measured that.
Yep.
You need to be in unit currency.
Yep.
The clearance is so awkward.
Don't measure properly. It measures the model, but that's within 2 inches. If you measure from the bases, it's definitely within 2.
Yeah, she's like 1.7. Yeah, she's fine.
Yeah, looks okay.
So that should be safe from any heroics. No, I'll pull her back a little
Yeah,
so
there we go.
that she can't get heroic onto.
Remember, was 1 inch farther over. So it would have been impossible.
Yeah, that's hard to like eyeball though.
Yeah.
And especially because you also don't know what's in the Sister's Miracle Pool. Like between
They will
Logan moving and
charge
this
like
charge, two
Then
5s and a
will
6
charge
I think
wolf
were added to the
attack.
I mean,
Miracle Pool. Like
It's also safe to just always assume.
yeah,
it's
it's always like
set of 5
you're like they
sixes,
always
'cause it
have 3
is.
6s. Yeah, they always do.
I mean, these aren't even that compressed. You probably could have had
And
1 less
that
inch on
will
this
be-
too and still pulled this off.
All
Probably.
the charging. So you shouldn't have any heroics you can do here.
But I think Logan is in. With 6.
Any tech mentioning
Yeah.
wouldn't light up if they were all within? Yeah, is
I'll
this
pull them
one
back like
punched on the end within 2 inches of 2 other
Yeah,
models?
they
It
were
looks like
mentioning
it
that
is.
before.
Yeah.
The repentia measure awkwardly. Like if we look here, it measures to the center of
Oh,
the base instead
yeah.
of the edge.
Alright, so the collider's just in the wrong place.
Yeah, so you have to manually measure edge to edge if you want that coherency. So if we look at this
That one?
measurement here, it's 1.9.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So start with the Repentia. Spend a CP for +1 to work. Yeah, Wolfenite Primaris. So yeah, spend a CP
They're
for
getting
+1
far
to
fewer
wound.
attacks than they could otherwise.
Then we'll go in.
Yeah, this
Half
this
an inch,
bunch on the side here aren't going to swing. I mean, I don't think you need it. Like it's only 5 2-wound models. You just need 5 hits through
Yeah.
the storm shields. I mean, I think we have to hope here that the Wolfen like boss their follow-up attacks, their fight on death attacks, and just kill this entire Repentia squad. If we do that, then they don't flip the control, which will be good. But if they flip control here, might be curtains.
Yeah.
We're starting to crawl
There,
ahead on the scoreboard.
base you over
Ashley gonna
there.
grab another 6 points at the end of the turn. She's gonna be up by
Back up.
4.
So these ones will just stay outside and keep the priest.
She also has
This will be
10
20
remaining
attacks.
on While We Stand We Fight. For the end of the grind, the end of the game.
Hitting on 4s.
Why they
Good
were.
one.
I'm pretty.
Yeah, a lot of ones.
Yes.
Rolling.
Not a lot of
Into a lot of ones and
6s.
twos.
Oh,
There you go.
this is the one time we don't see
14 hits.
Repentia go absolutely
Wounding on 2s,
bonkers.
12 wounds.
Well, still 12 wounds should do it. We do have
I
four
mean,
storm
you gotta-
shields in the unit.
I gotta roll these one at a time then.
So
Yeah, you have to sort of declare your save first because the fight on death is so awkward. Wolfen, probably a unit that eats your clock pretty significantly.
I have to do them separately. Or
Yep.
yeah. So the minus
Well, you
4,
can roll
right?
the saves and then kind of resolve the casualties one at a time.
Yep.
It's-
Minus 4, so remove one for the pack leader.
Okay.
With him. And the rest are storm shields. Yeah, that.
So all the storm
they're
shields go through.
Allowed
See
to
ya.
fight again before I remove them. So
Yep.
pile in.
So it looks like 3 Wolfen will get to swing.
So you get 3 attacking.
Maybe I
Not
maybe
nothing.
others
At least
as well.
a survivor.
Half an
The
inch.
pack leader, that guy will have been removed before
they
the
all
pack
dead?
leader makes attacks.
Oh, they all died. Never mind.
They attack and then die one at a time. So by the time the pack leader gets to pile in, this guy will already have died.
After
Have been removed from the table.
I don't remove the models, and after you done fighting, all models that died can
Oh,
select
okay.
card.
Right. Wait, no. What?
Let me
No, you
let me
still
read
fight.
this.
The models still fight one at a time and then get removed from play one at a time. It's not the whole unit. It is model by model.
But it's after you
Do the
finish
models
all your
fight one at a
attacks,
time?
not in between.
Because they all.
Yeah,
Do
I
they
know.
die
Sorry, I finish all my attacks.
simultaneously?
Your guys are going to die. Then one by one, you say, okay, this guy moves in, attacks, and then dies. This guy moves in, attacks, dies. This guy moves in, attacks, dies. It's not that the unit fights before they die. It's that
Okay.
each model fights separately and is then removed.
Oh, where's that? So, but then basically, the four guys can. I moved this guy now. He was there.
Yeah.
He should be then moving. Is he 4 inches away? 3 to here.
Biggie Sergeant Reed. I think the issue there
Okay.
that
that's
looking
just
at right
the three
now is
guys.
the
Yeah.
being able to then key your attacks off of another unit in the squad to extend your engagement range,
Still 12
so that
attacks.
this fourth one in the corner can still attack.
Right on. 12 attacks. Hitting on 3s. 6 is exploding.
Yeah,
nine
the
on
way
the
that
twos.
the game,
Okay.
the way that the game sort of
I'm going to try to save one with Moment of Grace. One of the
looks
5
at your
comes
attacks
six,
as,
and then I
as
just
if
have to
each
try to
attack was
pass.
happening one at a time. So like
2 yellow panes with 3
technically,
damage.
ooh.
So that's the first slot. The second
Alright,
round.
get
No,
outta here.
okay, the whole squad dies.
They gave
Oh, we
Bloodletters a very
got him! Get out of here,
Alright.
Repentia.
There we go.
All right.
It's quite a trade.
Yeah, but you gotta make
So,
it. I think
still have
that's
the
kind of
banner.
what the Wolfen were
Yeah.
there
Do get a
for.
miracle die. Which
It's
is
a 6 on the miracle dice from the
then
Repentia.
Jonas
die.
will make
Alright,
her
yeah,
Of
attack.
course.
okay.
Direct
Yeah, so
target,
they
yeah.
gave Bloodletters a very similar ability in Engine War, but it's
Jonas.
like it's an entire
Four
paragraph.
hits.
It's like they
Seven
stay
on
on the
threes.
table
3 wounds.
and then they make an attack, and they can make an attack if
Yeah,
against
that'll
anything
cancel.
that is within within engagement range of anyone else in the squad at any
Yeah.
time.
Right.
Like they really over-explain it to the point where it's basically impossible for them to not get it.
Yeah, there's
Although
a
I think they also
rare-
made it way worse.
There's a rare rule section that
That's-
covers
phase,
like
get a
how
miracle
that
package
interaction
in a
works
unit.
essentially.
It's a 5. And then that'll
The
be
individual
attack.
model fights. Yeah, fortunately, I don't think you need a paragraph anymore. But Grey Knights also have the same, essentially the same.
I got
It's a
5.
stratagem on paladins.
It's kind of weird that they decided to write it that way when they had already had like the lash whips just say not to remove the model and then it just fights and then dies.
I will give you a hard time for understanding it, Valdor, because Jan also should know this.
I won't give Valdor a hard time understanding because he's not playing the army.
Yeah. But he was playing against the army.
Logan with Chapter Master the Dreadnought.
Yep.
All right, looks like we may begin a great reaping of the Retributors. We have a Dreadnought, full line of sight to them. A second Dreadnought.
We take
can
two-
probably again land some line of sight.
We got 2 10-minute turns here. Seems pretty doable.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I don't think the time is going to be particularly questionable. Yeah, Valdor, your shot with the Plasma Scepters was heartbreaking in your game against Jan. Like, you killed, like, 1 with 5 Plasma Scepters. Like, get out of here.
Over here.
So, holding down Objective 5, this Dreadnought is going to make a full activation.
8.
Going to try to shoot a Retributor squad down. Maybe a Missionary. Charge in, kill whatever's left on this objective. Unfortunately, 6s and terrible dice to throw at a Moment of Grace for. I guess we aren't representing Moment of Grace on Ashley's side. But we do have a couple 6s to use for invulnerable saves on that Immolator, which could be awkward. But here come the Space Wolves Dreadnoughts breaking out of the formation. I think I agree with the folks in chat. It seems to me like maybe Jan needed that last turn a little bit earlier in this game. He is only down, or he's up by 1 point still, thanks to that Warrior Pride. But unfortunately, While We Stand is gonna come in for 10, unless he can kill these Retributors. If he kills these Retributors, he's in the lead pretty securely. Although he has to deal with the
currently. I don't know how he kills the other 2 though. I mean, they can both just pile into this one Immolator on the coming turn, right? Or is that of a capacity of 6?
That's a great question. I think it is only 6, but we can double check.
So one can have almost complete safety, and then the other one can just be completely body blocked by it by turning sideways.
Yep,
and then
6
at that point, it becomes very difficult for the Redemptors to even engage them. It looks like it's gonna be tough to get both. Logan Grimnar doing his best job sitting on an objective all game and not interacting with anything. Feels like a unit that probably could have been used as a push out earlier, but
yeah, you don't want to just lose him to the Retributors for nothing. I love this Rhino coming in to contest that objective for later too.
Yeah.
Actually, just setting up to make this the final turn push as difficult as possible.
5.
Yeah, definitely not a fan of the placement of Logan there. I think he needed to be on the other side of 5, and then he would have just heroically intervened with the Rhino.
Yeah.
But as it is, that Rhino could just like tap in and contest it.
One big downside, I mean, Space Marines in general, but especially this style of Space Wolf list, is that it is very slow and deliberate. So one thing it does not do is react to the game very well. It's like, yeah, only line of sight from one of these Redemptors into the Retributors.
Okay, then.
Chat saying Logan should be ashamed of himself. He didn't hand out any presents this game.
This Dreadnought
He's gonna go back to the factory with all the elves, and they're gonna be like, "Sir, you're drunk.
And
We're not elves.
No,
Where did you even get that sleigh?
We're not elves, we're scouts, sir.
So
Stop taking our transports but leaving us behind.
Immolators, it is on normal BS and on -1 on the Judith.
The Immolator Cop Smoke. You're at -1 for everything.
Ah, yeah. Oh, okay. Then it's like just -1. So there were Plasma Cannon, 3 shots, 1 force.
Ooh, 2
wounds.
wounds onto the
Attack rate.
Redemptor from his own plasma cannon. Awkward.
Awesome. The Icarus rocket pod on Judith, 1 shot, no hit. And the Stormwalter, 2 shot hits, 2 wounds.
She takes 1.
And then the Icarus.
Eat bones gun!
Oh, that's not so many.
Trying to knock out Junith to
1 force.
contest objective 2.
And
Could potentially drop
Toughness.
Sororitas down to a 5-point primary turn if we were able to do that.
3 wounds.
That's 3. Yeah.
-1.
Be pretty important.
Junith with that 4+ invulnerable save, though, pretty difficult to take out.
Then this Redemptor.
This has been, I think, a pretty good.
just the same. Plasma cannon to the Immolator. And
Yep.
rest in this one.
A pretty good demonstration and why
Plasma
a lot of
cannon.
folks are moving towards
shots.
to the chain gun redemptors. Just because in this situation, having that enormous volume of 8v1 shooting is much more
And
reliable.
1, 2, 3s.
Yeah, I mean the
Minus
meta shift
4,
towards
3 damage.
like a hard emphasis into
hold
like
on,
significantly
one
powerful
American.
invulns. In part of the response to like eradicators and meltdown from these attributors,
Yeah, it's dead.
does
So
definitely
it's
damage the plasma cannon stamp like output.
All right, immolator down.
And the rest in
So we just have to hope the Redemptor punches this missionary to
Icarus
death.
rocket pod. 3 shots.
Go. Don't make all your invuln saves,
No
buddy.
Storm Vulture. 2 hits. 2 wounds.
On the plus side, even if one goes through, he is automatically splatted from that D3+1 minimum damage.
1
Yes.
slot Gatling cannon.
Ugh, these
wound.
wounds on the rolls in the Redemptors have been terrible. Plinking Junith
Yeah.
down to 3, and that's it. Oh no.
So
That is not enough.
Not enough.
Are you aiming the third Redemptor Rider now?
It
And
looks-
not shooting the Retributors?
it looks
I think
like-
we have to.
We can't
uses
quite.
overloading plasma cannon into this empty rhino.
Oh, okay, we can't quite
Alright.
get the
And
the
everything else
full
into this.
boat of attacks
Sure.
into the Retributors, so we're not even gonna
The-
try. We're just gonna put the shot, the
Icarus
big
rocket
shot
pod
into the
driven.
Rhino.
I mean, I think you need to prevent. This is 5 points you prevent, or it's 5 points you prevent by killing the Retributors. But you have
Three,
one more
rolling.
turn to try and kill the Retributors again afterwards, right? Whereas you don't have another turn to try and prevent the score.
And 3.
4. Wait, oh no.
Yeah,
three.
only one unit of Retributors can effectively
Nice.
escape.
It's fine.
The other
One
one
more
will be
shot.
in danger. Although I think it's going to be tough to get line of sight. Like if this orange
yeah,
unit
rolling.
moves around here
Yeah.
and just bodies up against the wall.
Oh, yeah,
and the
and the
unit
other one
goes
just gets into the Immolator.
Yeah, I don't know how the
Yeah, becomes
Redemptors
almost
get line
impossible.
of sight.
Okay, how many wounds is she on? 3.
So
Oh,
we
hold
may
on.
be looking
I
at
think
that
you're-
10 for while we stand,
yeah.
which is going to be difficult to make up. Although Jan
Still
can
have
do
a
it if he
Gatling
gets the
cannon going
15-point
at her with
primary
the
in the
plasma
final
cannon
round.
Rhino?
Yes.
But I mean, it
I
looks
rolled
like we're not
one
killing Junith here.
Oh, jeez, triple ones. Okay. Does
Or we
she
are killing
kill?
Junith. Were those for saves?
Ooh, we got the. Oh, we got Junith.
And the plasma
Okay.
cannon.
We got him with the
Okay,
little guns. So that objective 2 is
6
contested. Only a 5-point turn
One,
for.
threes.
4s. I'm touching the dense cover. 4s.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah. Rerolling everything.
Oh man,
So-
big shot from
And
the
threes.
overcharged plasma into the Redemptor. Ooh, not great
2
wounds
wounds.
though.
Uh,
Can we bracket
Minus
it at
4.
least?
yeah, I'm just figuring out.
I mean, it can just advance and get to anywhere it wants regardless, even if it's not a
Yeah,
second
yeah, you're
bracket.
not
And then roll the other. Takes 3.
All right, so we
You're not
miracle
bracket.
diced it,
Ah,
so
this-
it's only going to take 3.
This placement on Grimnar might be a make or break thing
That is
here.
my shooting. Charges the Redemptor on the missionary.
Yeah, I think we're at the stage where it would have been nice to just like,
An 8.
well, I guess you can't. You can't put him in a position where the orange Retributor squad can just unload on him because then you lose objective 5 forever, right?
Yeah, but the Orange Retributor squad can just unload onto the
This
Redemptor in the
Redemptor
middle and you
onto
lose 3,
Seraphim.
like,
Yep.
forever too, right? There's nothing to
Well,
get
the
over there.
other Redemptors are in a position where they can move towards 3 if you need them to. Like, and especially
7.
since
I suppose the
Ashley
the
needs
speed
to
of storm
put
could
stuff
also
onto
pull it off.
3 to
Yeah.
get her direct assault, so you're gonna have stuff to charge over there. And it looks like we're
Yep.
gonna
Okay,
be
so we're
using-
doing this
slingshotting
charge.
off of the Seraphim Superior to get additional movement out of
Yeah.
these guys. That's gonna put them
That
in
would
a
definitely
much
be one
more
way to do it.
aggressive position.
And the Redemptor.
Like
as
both
well.
the Dreadnoughts do that, then they one of them gets an additional 3 inches
6.
towards the simulator. The next turn they just shoot it, and then you charge the contents. Perhaps is a way to get at the Retributors.
Mhm.
Although I mean, at that point, the Retributors could just do the opposite thing, not hide, and just shoot both the Dreadnoughts to death.
Yeah. Chat, yeah, I think we miracle dice this or the Rhino over here.
Okay. Then this Redemptor will start.
Do you think we have
Into
anything that can
Mercenary.
get to objective 4? To drop
5
it?
attacks.
I don't see how.
Yeah,
6 exploding.
Alright.
4 ups.
Does he do it? Oh, he tried.
Okay, that's billion damage, yeah.
Could you imagine
Sorry, I
this
got
little
10
idiot
miracle
just
dice
gets
for Jared.
enveloped
Yeah,
by this
I love
fist?
that.
He's like, no! The Emperor protects!
I can't imagine
4
it.
I've seen it many times. Alright.
Oh, he's finding stuff there.
Yeah, covering this.
And then this.
I don't know if I love this.
Redemptor-
What you can do with these Space Wolf Dreadnoughts is if you cover the
this
base at
in
the
the
center
bottom,
of the objective, there's
Redemptor.
no way that the sisters can get onto it without you intervening.
No, the top one.
Although, in
One.
fairness, I guess we're out of
5
6s.
attacks on 2s.
We have 4
Sixes
5s, but no
loading.
6s for the sisters miracle dice.
4 wounds.
She's dead.
Okay, then you can move 3.
So what do you think? Is the play to hide the Retributors, or is the play to just kill both these Redemptors?
Well, you can only hide one unit, so you hide the
And
unit
this Redemptor
with the
can move 6 or up to 6.
heavy bolters, and you shoot. I guess.
Well,
with
even
large ones.
the Bolter Squad has one multi-monta.
Yeah, but that's usually so you can
Okay,
you can
that was
load
my
the
turn.
cherubs into it and shoot them out of it.
Yep.
Whee!
I got
So it doesn't
Yep.
in itself doesn't do too much damage.
8.
Okay, I get 2 miracle dice.
But I mean, it's a
Uh,
sister's multi-monta.
I
It,
controlled
in and of
this
itself,
objective in
it
my
can
last
still
command
just
phase, and
take
you have not taken it, you just contested it, so I
a
get
full
10
half
points.
the wounds off one of the
Did you
Redemptors.
control it?
Mhm.
No. There was
Yes.
no.
Oh,
There's definitely a
Necromancer,
6
right,
that's
I
the
did.
pro there.
The wolf,
Right.
Or
Sorry, I'm
5s.
mixing
Only
up
5s in
rounds.
the pool.
So you just get 5.
Yep. So
Yeah.
we are at 56 for Ashley. Looks like we're probably gonna get 10 for While We Stand for 66, and probably get the domination and direct assault. I would imagine that's gonna be pretty trivial to score out. So we're gonna get 72 for Ashley. Will be probably her final score. And the question there will be, can we beat that with the Space Wolves? We're looking to get the 15-point primary bottom around score, and if we can do that, Jan will win, assuming that he gets one of his other secondaries.
So I think to do that, all you really have to do is kill
This
the
is-
Center Redemptor and one of these others.
This is a wild game, chat. Today's
Yeah.
games have been incredible. I just want to say.
Certainly,
Oh my
certainly
God.
quite the difference from many of the games in the group stage.
The group stage, I mean, you get some good ones. You get some bops. Some wild lists come out. Some weird stratagems. This
Like
is
that-
just
was
some-
every one of Ashley's games 100 points in the group stage?
It was pretty close. There was a reason she came out first seed here. Oh, I think Ashley really wanted to go second this game. That would have made this a lot
So
simpler.
definitely getting the last
Oh, yeah.
squad out.
For sure.
But let's see how much damage all of these Repentia and these Retributors can do.
I forgot there was another squad.
There's always
Oh, no.
another squad. Always.
Okay.
Always and forever.
No, that's probably going to sink one of these two Redemptors. You just fire all the Retributors at the other.
Importantly, though, we have 1 CP
Hmm.
for overwatching. Definitely don't charge this one in the middle because he's full rerolls. He will straight up kill that unit if they charge.
Or just
him.
charge him from the other side of this wall.
Yeah, you can just miracle the charge on the other side of the wall. I think you definitely do that. But I think the issue is that might just like body block the Rhino from moving.
Or charge it
I don't
first
know
with
where
the
you want that Rhino to go though. There's not really anywhere good.
charge it first with the Rhino by 5, and then just tag it with the Repentia. If we're just trying to stop a 15-point score, all you have to do is pull them off of
I think we need
that,
that
and then
Rhino
kill...
by 5 to contest
Mm.
5. I think that's the goal with that one.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if it gets passed on to the Space Wolf's turn, that Logan
I
just
guess
steals
you
around
can-
the corner
you
and
can-
kills it and stands on it, right?
Objective 1 is locked in, so you can throw the sister squad into the Redemptor, and then the Repentia squad is fine. So I think, yeah, we have multiple ways to get around it, I guess. But the Repentia may just go up top to not even take that fight and kill one of these Redemptors up top. You can shoot the other one with the Immolator, or the Retributors and Immolator to kill it.
Can the Repentia just kill Logan? I guess they're not really setting up for it, but that would have been like... funny.
Yeah, we could burn a 5 on a Miracle Dice. And then a 10 on the charge, assuming we don't get any more. I think what's going to happen here is we're going to hope to roll some 6s on Miracle Dice, and we're going to save some CP for Moment of Grace and hope that Logan bounces off this Rhino. I think that was a really heads-up play for Jan to turn the Plasma Cannon on that Redemptor around on that Rhino. He recognized that there's a potential that he loses that bottom objective if that Rhino survives. And knocking 3 wounds off of it means that's a full attack that Logan doesn't need to put through with his big axe. But he does need to convert really highly, which is so scary.
Of notice that we also have the 1 CP on stack to give any one of these other units a 6-inch heroic as well.
Going to advance this rhino.
Mhm.
How
Which
far does it need to go?
could get the land speed or storm into the immolator and then consolidate into the retributors, couldn't it?
4, no, a 3.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what that gets you though.
Although you can't fire the dreadnoughts, and on the following turn you just like walk up and start smacking them.
Just a block.
So it looks like we're just gonna try to physically body block Logan from getting to objective 4 or 3, which is okay. I mean, I guess Logan.
Actually, I will not give it a miracle die. I'm going to roll, so I might have to move it back or forward. depending on what
Logan
this
could
result
potentially
is.
just leave this objective because
a
it's
5.
locked
I'll
into
move it
Jan's
to,
control
but
at
more
the start of the
interested
turn.
then.
Well, why wouldn't you just toe onto the objective? I don't know. I understand.
Probably to avoid the 6-inch heroic for free.
That's fair. Yeah, I guess this gives you the
I
most
still
body
have
block
that
while being
miracle
outside 6. Yeah.
3.
Because like I think there's a place you could just toe on in this corner, and he couldn't get you, but that doesn't get you quite as much
Hospitality will
body
advance
blocking
using a
movement.
5 to get
We have
onto the objective.
literally corralled Logan in his.
Logan's positioning there is
yeah.
very strange to me. Could have gone anywhere on that objective, and he goes like to the place where you can get the most line of sight onto him, and also he has the least access to his own heroic intervention.
Yeah, I agree. I think the play on objective 5. It was Ashley was doing very good at. It was doing very well, stopping Jan from having the perfect places to hide on the objective, but then also I think Jan's positioning on it was a little bit off.
So are we sending this Repentia into this Redemptor here?
The Battle Sisters are also going to advance. I've just moved them regularly. I will now give them a miracle die. It will be a 4. They have a simulacrum, so they can do that.
Okay.
Alright, there they are.
Oh,
What
no,
was
I
the-
give them a 5.
What was the first miracle you did?
Hospitaller.
Ah, the
So
hospital.
Hospitaller and Battle Sisters are both miracle advancing.
Yeah, yeah.
Alright, so we're going to make it as difficult as possible for this Redemptor to clear off Objective 3. We are walking into an intervention, so it could come in and potentially punch something, assuming we don't kill it.
And the play there is what, to punch the Battle Sisters? And then just shoot the Hospitaller in combat and finish punching the Battle Sisters and then follow up.
Yeah. I mean,
Result
yeah,
phase, probably.
it's a strong chance that you kill both of them in between the 2 fights and the thing. And the shooting phase.
And they can't afford to pull away from you. They have to stay on 3.
Right.
all the time.
But it looks like we're gonna line up the multi-melters to try to kill the Redemptor on 3.
Mhm.
We're gonna send the Repentia in with a miracle charge to the Redemptor up in the dents here, and we're gonna try to physically body block as much from getting onto Objective 2 as possible, and leave the Spaceless with just 1 or 2, I guess, 2 objectives.
Risk here is if this one Redemptor just heroically intervenes into this Immolator. I mean, it'll just kill it.
Move, 18
I don't think the Immolator's going to
18
charge
plus
the
6.
Redemptor. It doesn't seem like it's
Okay.
planning for that.
Yeah.
And then what? This Redemptor turns around and can maybe kill both Retributor squads. Like I don't know.
This is so tight because
Yeah.
I think this could go wrong for either of these players. If any of these attacks on the Redemptors go poorly, or the Redemptors like roll
Okay.
hot, maybe we see an Overwatch
Shooting
in
phase.
this
The
Redemptor into the
orange
Repentia, and if it
Retributors
kills enough
will go
Repentia that they
into
fail their
the
charge and
Redemptor in the middle.
they don't kill it back, and it kills them in melee, like that could immediately end the game,
8 shots.
potentially.
Aim on
And if
trees.
this Redemptor
Aim on
shot here goes
trees.
poorly, it didn't
5
though.
wounds, you don't have an invuln, right?
I think that's just gonna kill it.
No.
So
Did we
you
spend
want
our
to
CP on the,
hold on to miracles.
No
this
CP
Overwatch?
for it. Oh, this is a
Eight,
Retributor
so
shot.
wait, 6 damage so
Oh,
far.
right. Still have the shooting.
Roll the
Duh.
last one.
Not even moving into solid.
Oh, get out of
11
here!
damage from them.
Damage. Yeah. He's on 2.
He won't.
Oh my god! We're
And
just
then
gonna
the
roll
other
instead of
six.
miracle dicing and roll the
Let's
6.
start with the multi-melter.
Drops down to 2. And we can maybe pick him off with the
One of them
the
hits.
second Retributor shot.
I will use a 3 for the wound roll, then use a simulacrum for a 3 on the damage roll. Kills it.
And we're gonna simulacrum
It explodes.
a 3 to wipe out the Retributor, the Redemptor on 3. All right, so both Retributor squads
Okay,
shooting was
Immolator
we're able
will
to
go
take it
into the
out.
last beta.
So step 1 is confirmed.
Hitting on 3s. Wounding on 5s, I think.
Immolator just forgetting how to
That's
shoot
6.
its bolters.
So 1 wound.
-1, so 5 up. No,
Yep.
2 damage.
Then that will be the end of shooting. I will get a miracle die. Charge phase.
Another
I will
5
put the
for the
Repentia
miracle
into
Of course.
dice.
the-
It's been the story of the 5s so far.
Yeah, I can't block your Overwatch. I'll put the Repentia into the front Redemptor.
Okay. Do we see an Overwatch here?
I hope not. What I want to see is this back
like to
Redemptor heroically intervene into this Immolator to kill it, free itself up so that it can walk around the corner. If we spend on this Overwatch, that seems like a... To me, it seems like that would probably be a pretty big error. Like, it'll
Yes,
feel
I'll
good
roll
to
with it.
shoot the Repentia, but...
We're doing it.
So +1.
Oh, no, that's not... Oh, wait. You don't need to... Never mind.
No,
He's
you
right. You
intervene
don't
first.
spend on this. It's already within 3. Yeah.
Is it overcharged?
No,
Okay,
okay,
it doesn't matter.
I don't hit.
That was terrible.
The Icarus rocket pods is 3
I
shots.
wonder why the Immolator would have stayed so close to the Dreadnought then.
1 hit from
One
the
hit.
Icarus goes through.
1 and 2.
Mhm.
Go in. 1 wound.
Okay, 6 up. What's
2
the damage?
damage. 2.
Kills
He's dead.
1 so far, and then we got the little
And
guns to
I roll
shoot.
them together. It's all 6 and then 3s. 16 shots from the
Alright, we need a big
Storm
spike
Vulture
here
and
for the Space Wolves.
Icarus onslaught Gatling gun.
Only
2
2.
hits.
Oh, that's not what we needed. Only
Mm.
1
One wound.
wound. I don't
Minus,
think this is gonna do it.
6 up. And 5 up.
Kills
She
2
dies.
Did kill it at
Repentia.
least.
Yeah.
Okay, so I give them a 10-minute charge.
Big miracle charge to get them all in. And now we just have to hope that the Repentia are unbuffed, in fairness. Only 3 attacks apiece.
Then
they're
the
gonna be-
Immolator
You
is
only
gonna
swing them through
charge
for a
with the
single
Redemptor in the
damage.
back.
Yeah, wounding
Yes.
on... They could get it to wound on 4s with
Yeah,
just
you
1
get
damage
10.
apiece, so there is a potential that they
Then
bounce
the
here.
orange Retributors will charge the land speed.
Right. Immolator charging in.
So the Immolator charge and the Retributors
Alright.
are going to be charging the Landspeeder Storm. Alright. Just trying to stop as many things from being able to move this coming turn as possible.
Yeah, Repentia are not.
Can they make
facing
that without
the,
popping to the other side of the
fine.
wall?
It doesn't matter. Everything's engaged, right?
I mean, the Landspeeder Storm.
No, they won't actually. They'll stay
Okay,
like they
never
are.
mind. We're not going
Okay.
into the storm.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems
So, fight phase,
seems unnecessary.
Repentia, +1 to wound. This will
All
be
right,
21
drum
attacks
roll,
into your
please,
Redemptor.
chat. 7
Yes.
Repentia into the Redemptor Dreadnought. Can it survive?
Hitting on
We are
fours.
+1 to wound for the Bloody Rose strat. Good hits, lots of
Rolling.
6s. Even more 6s. Oh no.
all right.
Explode.
Yeah, that was a big
And
wall.
wounding
We
on
needed that to go
fours.
poorly. 4s to wound, not great.
9.
Only
wounds.
9 damage goes through. It
She's
survives
down to 1.
On one.
1.
Okay.
I mean, it doesn't really matter though,
so,
right? Because he's stuck here.
Facing you.
His
Not quite
his
getting
whole
through,
job
but
was to just get over here and attack these
Uh,
Retributors. He's not going to kill
I'll
this unit on
use
the
a
return.
pylon to
And if he
tag
can't get out
Landfeeder
and
in
fire,
combat.
or
Yeah,
even
you're
get
not
onto
wrong.
Objective 2, he's not doing anything.
You're not wrong.
I think the much
And
more
that will
important
be
thing is to be whether or not this
the
Redemptor
Immolator
kills the
will
Simulator.
try
Like,
to
that
run
Redemptor
over
surviving,
your
the
other
biggest
Redemptor.
effect
Yeah.
that might have had, it was to keep the Repentia from also touching this
Okay.
this
You can
Redemptor.
come
My into the Immolator.
If he can kill this, walk through, and then somehow kill
Sixes
both
exploding,
of these Retributor
on
squads,
twos,
that's the magic that's needed
3
here.
wounds.
6s.
Oh no! The
no!
Immolator survives on the invulnerable saves and the swing back from the
Mm.
Redemptor.
All right, that's that.
Oh
Then the speeder
no!
into the Repentia.
I should try to convince Stay the other
One
day
hit, 6
that
is
the
exploding.
sisters are not a resilient army. And
3 wounds.
I'm just looking to point out, yes, they are.
6s. And 5s. Kills 1.
Oh, and it swings into the Repentia. We're not
Alright.
amazing from this Redemptor.
5 attacks.
What's this
Force.
last swing happening here?
6 exploding. Oh yeah, I'll just leave the ones there.
Yep.
The
Oh, the engage
is-
the storm. So the storm was attacking. I get it.
Okay.
So this is the swing set of the Repentia. Oh
And
no!
then, I'm just gonna remove 4.
Four
because
more
Bella
Repentia
said it's
die. If they
not
die
good.
in morale,
To
this
the
could flip
storm?
this. No. To the 3 attacks were from the storm, and then the 5 was the Redemptor with the
Morale
+1.
phase,
Okay.
I'll give
To
the
hit.
Repentia
I
a
was like,
1, they
whoa,
take-
buddy.
Okay, we have a 1 in the chamber to pass with
And
the
then I will
Repentia,
score
but that means that this
domination and direct
Redemptor
assault.
isn't wrapped. Although I don't think it
Okay.
can really get anywhere. We might be
Your
able
turn.
to get it over
Ah.
to the objective 2.
I mean, but it doesn't matter, right? Like, unless they can kill one of these two, Retributor squads, that's it, right?
No, they just need to get 15 on primary. Yeah, so Ashley right
He
now.
will chip them
okay.
as well.
So Ashley has
I will
1, 2, 3
control
objectives. So she
subjective
got
over
her
there.
direct assault and domination. She's up to 62, and she'll be at 72 at the end here if we have 15 points on primary for the Space Wolves, and they already have 1 objective locked in. Remember, and Logan's gonna automatically hold this one over here. Then they're gonna be at 76, and they're gonna win by 4 points.
Down here.
Can we get a Warrior Pride
Yes.
and then only need 10?
It's Warrior Pride's gonna be tough. You have to either charge or be in combat at the end of the round, and the Redemptors should kill everything that they're in melee with.
Yeah, but I mean, the Land Speeder can. Land Speeder's
the
already
Landspeeder's
engaged.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We basically
We
need.
stand ready.
We basically need. I think if the storm can kill the Repentia and engage the Immolator, maybe. No, I don't think there's any way that these Redemptors don't kill what they're engaged with for the Warrior Pride.
Well, okay, so the Redemptor falls back and stands on 2.
I
The
mean,
storm
honestly,
shoots the
storm-
Repentia and charges the Immolator.
Can we get the?
Okay, back to onto the shooting phase.
Oh, nothing's moving. All right.
Oh,
Mm,
save that table.
this speeder will shoot at the Repentia.
Okay, so we're gonna try to charge, or we're gonna try to shoot the Repentia to death,
2 hits.
which is pretty likely. Oh, not with those
wounds.
dice though. No wounds with the heavy bolter.
And
Awkward.
Dreadnought next to it will shoot at the Repentia. 16 shots.
The heavy weapons hit on 6s, so that.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, yeah,
That's
I have
right,
to
definitely.
roll them separately. Right, so 5s. And 3s.
All right, 3 from the Stormbolter go through.
6s.
Do we kill him?
5s.
We leave 1
One
Repentia alive with the Stormbolter. We have to get 1 through with the
I
Onslaught
wanna keep
Gatling Cannon to wipe the
in
unit,
combat.
and that will allow these models to declare a charge and score the Warrior
And,
Pride.
other gun.
3 6s to hit.
Well,
The 6s weren't hits, but that doesn't matter.
oh yeah, no, it's right, yeah. I didn't do anything.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we fail with the Gatling Cannon anyway. Okay. Well, that is rough.
Then
Can we kill the Immolator with the miniguns on the
Dreadnought will
other
shoot at the
Redemptor? I think
Immolator.
we can. That will also make it possible.
Which one of these? You have to say it before you
That's good so
sorry, yeah,
far.
that's what the heavy ones. Or should I take the Stormwaters?
roll it
Yeah,
again.
yeah, just roll it again.
This is the other
and it's
super
the heavy
downside of
ones.
the plasma cannon here.
That's only 7
Yeah.
shots this time, but yeah, just roll
Ooh.
one more.
Oh, it's just 7
It's only
dice.
2 hits.
The Stormwaters on hitting on 3s.
Oh, sorry. Okay, you are going to hit the Stormbolts first, alright.
No.
So 1 wound
One
through with the
wound.
Stormbolters. Save is
Perfect.
good. Can we deal 3 damage with the
And-
Onslaught Gatling Cannon? Oh, not with a roll like that. 3
3
5s and
hits.
6s to wound? Nothing. Oh no.
How about none?
Does that do it?
Well, do we get Warrior Pride now because we're engaged?
No, it's at the end of the turn.
Okay,
So
that's,
these we have basically one of these 2 sisters units has to survive melee with Redemptor Dreadnoughts.
Well, they did it before.
I did it before. I think honestly,
then, Logan
I
will
imagine the
charge.
intention was to base
Yep.
these because we could potentially get 3 models onto objective 2 with some.
He
pylons
would
and
strike first.
I was trying to figure out how that could work. I think that could have only worked
Oh,
had
I
the
guess
Land
not.
Speeder
Yeah,
Storm
I guess
like
not because they had to charge.
moved.
Logan swings into the Rhino.
6 exploding.
Oh my gosh. So I think this ends up with no domination,
6
no
off.
direct assault,
I assume you
So-
do multiple damage per
And
hit.
no warrior pride.
Yes, of course, and that's why I
So
said
only
second
10
text.
points scored for
Do I explode? I guess
The-
it matters. No.
only 10
then
points
your
scored.
turn.
I'm equal distance, so I'll pile in and consolidate into the land speeder.
Okay, we're gonna pull out
Three
of
attacks.
the
Sorry, 2 attacks.
Redemptor.
Both of them hit. I'll roll the first one. It's a 4. I'll miracle the second one into a 4. I kill the land speeder.
Alright.
Of course.
Redemptor
Okay.
kills the land speeder. Alrighty. So we now need this Redemptor to swing at the simulator and not kill it.
There was an FAQ that I have to use. You based the one guy.
Come on,
right?
buddy. You can suck. You did
Yep,
last turn.
yep,
You can
yep.
again.
There was the FAQ I have to. I have to use my powerful attacks, right? I can't use just like it.
It's just in the rules. You have to use the Redemptor Fist. If you have a
Yeah.
close combat, but you have to use it.
Alright.
So for
I think
attacks,
this is for all of the marbles. We also have a CP reroll potentially available here, so we could reroll a hit
Yeah.
into a miss. Oh, and we might
One
do
hit.
it?
Do it. Do we? No, we didn't think it. Well, maybe we rolled the
one
wound.
wound.
Well, I would've hit
Rolling
anyway.
the damage.
Oh, it makes it save?
Oh my god.
That's it. My turn at ends.
And we could not have opted to
I-
take the
Okay.
armor save, right? Because that's
Ten
still on a
rolls down, you
6.
It
get-
was in Assault
10,
Doctrine.
and
It's like before.
then
You could have
get
opted to take the
Barbarians.
armor save.
Pride.
Oh no.
Yep.
Plus I'm engaged in his unit. Oh, what a game!
Oh my god, I think that would
Was that
be...
was that it?
I
Because
think-
we opted to not use
Well
the.
played.
Wait, hang on. Does
Normal
that work
save?
that way? You charge with 1 and you're engaged with 1. Does that...
Oh yes. Oh,
Uh,
that I'm not sure about.
Checking.
That's
Yeah,
very
we'll take a look
important,
at
Yes,
Warrior
yes,
Pride
yes.
here.
Of
everybody?
course.
Yeah, I think that might have been a punt there at the end.
Where's my codex? There's my codex.
Uh-oh, my system's a little messed up here. We'll just grab my trusty Space Wolves Codex.
See if I can get there first.
Yeah, mine's all tied up. Chad, he's holding, Jan's holding objectives 5 and 4 for 10 points.
Where is?
What is it called? Warrior Pride? It does not pull anything up.
It's in the match
Or
play
radio.
roll. Oh, it might be it might not be Hanwaha because it's in the new codex.
Or is Warrior Pride just a basic Space Marine one?
No, it's in the
Or is
Space Wolf
it the-
Codex. So score 3 points at the end of your turn if 2 or more Space Wolf units from your army are within engagement range of enemy units or have completed a charge roll.
Score 3 victory points at the end of your turn.
Use
if
both.
2 or more units of more space Wolf
Or,
units
wait.
from your army are within engagement range.
Or have
of
completed.
any
Okay.
enemy unit or have completed
Yeah.
a charge.
So
move
one
this
from
turn.
one clause and one from the other
Okay,
clause
you do
counts.
get the points.
It doesn't have to be 2 of each, or one of one type.
2 points,
Again, well
chat.
played.
Good game, yeah. Well played in the last this last turn there. That,
Apparently I wasn't so damn good at rolling 6s.
Alright, let's go talk to the players.
I'm exhausted.
Well, that was wild. Wild and crazy. Holy crap. What I mean, incredible play from both of you. To put it down to basically, I mean, it could have been anyone's game at the end there. Ashley, the maneuvers to pin the Space Wolves models at the end to make the last 5 points for primary were absolutely phenomenal, and I think the positioning from both of you throughout the game were awesome. This was an incredible one to watch. I want to congratulate both of you on a really super good game of 40k.
Thank you. Pleasure to play you.
Yeah. Very fun game. I knew missing domination at the start would come back to bite me in the ass.
Any questions for
Yeah,
the
this
chat? Everybody?
this heroic intervention. I think that was game, the first round.
Yeah, just the not being able to kill anyone with all my ranged attacks that
Yeah.
really put a crimp in my plans.
Yeah, I positioned them and hope that you put out more melters, so I can like exchange this unit for while we stand we fight. But you put them
Yeah.
really good in cover, so I can't see them really. But this way you hampered your shots on the unit as well, because I know the heavy bolters won't do much with -1 to hit, 2 up armor save, and the what is called transhuman.
Transhuman? Yeah.
You need the melter guns to basically kill them.
We'd already spent a miracle dice in that last turn, chat, right? So we couldn't have spent
Yeah.
another one on the immolator save.
Yeah, or a Pench's attack.
Yep, to kill the storm. Yeah, awesome game to both of you.
Crap. No, I could have won that game. I just had to choose to take it on the armor save instead of the impalm. Then I would have died. Wouldn't have had a save at all.
Yeah, we were thinking that right at the very end. We were checking to see if that was what the AP was there. Because of the assault dock, I put it to the 7-up.
I just forgot about the warrior pride clause.
Yeah. There was also, I think, given how the rolls worked out, I don't think it would have mattered. But Jan had an additional CP left, right, and only rolled one hit on the Redemptor, so could have tried to reroll that into a fail.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, I have to imagine that after a game that's with that, like, much, sort of mental processes going through, it's hard to keep every little bit of minutiae at the forefront of your mind. It's like
it's easier to spot this stuff when you're crowdsourcing it and also not playing the game itself. You're just watching.
If I'd known that I needed to fail to save to win the game, I would have figured it out. I just forgot about him getting 3 CPs for being in combat with me.
The warrior pride in the bank there.
Yeah, maybe then you wouldn't have killed the land speed and have had the opportunity to stay there in combat.
Right. Yeah, and all either of these vehicles needed to do was kill that one Repentia to then complete any charge anywhere, basically, right?
Yeah.
We
To Repentia, and I couldn't kill them with shooting.
This is that same Repentia from last game that just would not go down.
Yes.
Yeah, it killed 2 Necron characters, and then also like just you face tanked a bunch of bullets.
2 entire Immortal squads.
Yeah,
and then just punching it out with 2 Redemptors.
Yeah.
My hero of the game was the assault sergeant here, was slicing the.
Oh yeah, the missionary.
Yeah, he was a pain in my ass.
Absolutely. Some questions from chat. Jan, are you glad you took the Wolfen in your list?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean that was clutch when the swing back to kill the Repentia, because that could have been game right there if they had gotten to objective 4.
That was the reason why I put them. When I had the list, when I made the list, I was like thinking about, I thought like Ashley would advance and I would play against the sisters, and the whole reason why I would put the Wolfen is that I can treat with a unit of Repentia.
Yeah. How do you feel about Logan in your list so far? I know you've spoken about Logan at length in the past, but the question is returned. Tell us about Logan.
Maybe I was too shy with him this round. I should have maybe put him more aggressively in this flank here or earlier out, but I didn't want to lose him there.
Yeah.
So I like him still. I even thought about outflanking him, but I wanted to buff early.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah, just putting him in the
strategic reserve, not outflank. Outflank is not possible, but a strategic reserve.
Yep. Interesting. Yeah. How do you feel about the White Scars matchup in the final game?
White Scars, better than the sisters.
Not quite as many multi-meltas, although a similar number. They got 3 or 6 attack bikes ready to go.
Yeah. But they are not that. They are scary, of course. But the retributions are just with the extra range and the 42-inch. They're so hard to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, the threat.
I have to look at.
Really
I didn't look at his list, so I have no idea what I'm facing.
Well, it's live right now. Maybe you should run some practice games. Well,
I will.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I will try that.
Yeah. Let's see if there's any more questions from the chat. I think that's all. Shuma, do you have anything else to add?
Yep, had myself on mute. No, this game was such a nail biter. At the very end, we were trying to math out who could win until the very last second. We still had no idea. That was such a good fight. Like, I think a lot of what you both said, we were thinking ourselves, like, perhaps Logan was a little bit tepid. You know, he wasn't handing out the presents like he normally does, and I mean, the play on the Retributor staying alive the entire game, like basically keeping their Adeptors boxed into their deployment zone from almost the entire time, was like very masterful. Like it kept them from really interacting much at all right up until that very end scramble. It was just a very good game
and
overall.
Speaking of Logan's final position here, I think one thing that we were talking about during the game that might, on the rewatch might potentially be overlooked is how impactful the position on the Zephyrim here was. On that charge, where they were able to get so deep into this objective that there was no way for the Space Wolves models to hold it while being out of line of sight of those Retributors. So that was like, some excellent, epic forethought there, I think, to make sure that there was an avenue to shoot the land speeder and the attack bikes off of Objective 5. I mean, so many little plays from both of you throughout the game that really, I think, obviously showed us pretty clearly that you absolutely deserve to be here, and it made this game an incredible one to watch. So thanks to both of you for giving us an awesome game.
I wasted the land speeder storm there. That was clearly a play mistake. I was like just not sure. I wanted to have like a backup plan if I just left one over to I can then charge, but I just should have left them behind.
Yeah.
Fall back in on the objective and use the stratagem to shoot it with them as well. And so then I have the Trikes into Redemptor, and that should be enough to kill them.
Yeah.
That was just brain fart on my part.
Yeah. It also, I think, when the Retributors went to shoot at them, they had range to the first one. It looked like and then when they took wounds, the wounds went on the back one. But if the first one had been pulled, I think you could potentially have pulled him out of range of the Cherub to kill
the guy at the back was wounded already, so he had to go first.
Oh, he did. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, because the Zephyrim had hit them. Yeah, I guess having to move around the Zephyrim squad, I guess there was probably no way to reorient them, so that was more difficult. So. That was I think an interesting sort of waterfall of a play that really changed the course of the game. And then a lot of people maybe watching in the chat would, wouldn't really consider the positioning on a unit turn one of where they're standing exactly on an objective to be that impactful. But I think it really decided a lot of where this game ended up.
And similar things with my rhinos. I shuffled them around wrong. So I didn't have a rhino in this corner. If I did, I could have just charged him as Repentor and cleared it out with melee, but instead I had to expose my Retributors, which cost me 5 always time me fight points in the end. Yeah, for sure. So there's a lot of tiny little things like that end up deciding a game.
Yeah. I don't think, I think the common adage that a perfect game of Warhammer has never been played is probably holds true, and I think everyone has room to improve, even at U2's level. But even then, I mean, you're still light years above, us plebeians down here. So, incredible show.
The game just was possible with the new FAQ. I looked beforehand it, and I was worried that Ashley just took the secondaries she took, and if I had to go first as well, I would have lost on the squad go, because she could get the 15 in the last round, or at least 10 for sure, and could just deny me the 15 points just while we stand. Just use them to screen, to theoretically kill units but never come out.
Right.
And then we score everything full, and I probably won't get very upright in the first round, so I would lost the game.
Yeah, I definitely wanted second turn here.
Yeah.
I was so happy I rolled the 1 or the 2 there.
Yeah, I think we were saying that when that first roll off went off. I was like, oh, I don't know if Ashley's going to be happy about rolling that big number. Uh-oh. Yeah.
The Emperor has blessed me too much today.
Too many sixes. Fair enough. All right. Well, I think if we have no more thoughts from chat, I'm going to let you two go. Again, congratulations to both of you on getting to this stage in the event that already is impressive. B, an incredible game, and and C for getting to the grand finals. And we are looking forward to watching your game with Skauki tomorrow.
Yeah, we hear us tomorrow.
What's that?
We will hear us tomorrow then.
Absolutely.
And thanks for the casting.
Yes. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for playing and participating. All right, chat. I think we're gonna go ahead and close ourselves out now. We got a giveaway to do. Shuma, let's give away some stuff. Oops,
Give
Shuma.
away free stuff.
It's free stuff. All right.
Free stuff.
Exclamation point giveaway in the chat. We'll give, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes for everybody to jump in. Drop those, what do we call them? Tortoise tokens? on some tickets for the giveaway. We have 2 sets. We're going to give them to one person. 2 sets of Bitspudlo Executioner tank turrets. These are sick.
They look pretty sick.
They actually, it's like an Abrams style, like sort of low profile turret.
Target.
They look really
I love
good.
the minigun just sticking right out there too.
Yeah, we got the minigun up there. We got the slightly more central axis laser cannon. Not 100%, but
I'd like 100%, but I'll take it. I'll take an improvement.
yeah, it's very near future sci-fi looking. But these look awesome, and one of y'all is gonna win it. So jump in there, get on the giveaway. If you are a subscriber to the channel, your tickets count as extra tickets, so you have an extra chance to win. Remember, everybody, to tune in tomorrow, obviously, for the grand finals. We're going to have Skauki versus Jan, 2 incredible players who have played some ridiculously tight games of Warhammer 40,000 to get here. This is going to be one of the best games that you watch all year, so get on in there. I think we're going to shoot for 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, U.S., but depending on how the player schedules works out, we may have to massage that a little bit. So stay tuned in the streaming schedule. I'll put a post up there as soon as it's ready, and on tts40k.com/invitational for the final positioning. And yeah, it's going to be awesome. It is going to be
We stand ready.
Space Wolves versus White Scars for the finals, the grand finals of the event, and we're going to determine who the best player on TTS is for this season. If you want to,
it's going to be crazy.
Yeah, it's going to be ridiculous. If you want to throw your hat in the ring to become the best player of the season for season 3, events are open right now. We're just starting to open standard pods. We have a rapid fire pod that's almost full. So get in there, the Join a Rapid Fire Pod channel on the Discord, exclamation point.
We
Discord
stand ready.
in the chat if you want to join that. And also, we're having a one-dayer event. A channel for that should go up over this weekend in the Discord as well, which is going to be basically a standard RTT style, which is going to be held on February 20th. This one's going to run on U.S. Eastern Time, just because that's my schedule. So that's when I'm going to be awake and ready to pair rounds and stuff. But we're going to play 3 games of Tabletop Simulator in one day. There's also no player cap
Dino
on that one.
spotted.
So if you want to get extra points, this one will probably be a little bit bigger than a standard pod, in terms of the final standings points. I don't know about that much bigger because you're only playing 3 games, but I think it will be the number 1 place would be worth more if we bid out a standard pod for that one. So that's going to be sick. Join us for that. February 20th. Links are in the Discord.
Nice. I'm probably going to join.
Yeah. I would like to play, but I think I might be instead running it. So that's
maybe a little busy.
a little
Yeah.
busy.
Yeah.
We'll throw a shout out to our sponsors as well. Discount Games Incorporated. You can reach all these fine folks at exclamation point Discord in the chat. You can find their URLs. Discount Games Incorporated gives you all sorts of discounts on Warhammer 40k and other miniature war games. GameMat.eu makes very cool neoprene game mats in resin terrain, and 3D6 Wargaming makes all sorts of useful accessories for playing 40k. They got objective zones. They got command point trackers. They got victory point trackers. They got a bunch of cool stuff. So I think they have some 3D, some laser cut objective markers as well. All sorts of sweet stuff from 3D6 Wargaming. So check all those folks out. And I think we are ready to do a giveaway. Let's try.
Let's do it.
All right, here I go.
Who's going to win free stuff? Free
Who's
stuff.
gonna win free stuff? I'm closing
Free
the
stuff,
giveaway
free
now.
stuff.
And we will draw a winner. Drum roll, please, everyone. It's underscore changed has won. We had one winner, but you know what? Somebody else will win because it's changed. Congratulations to It's Changed for winning these conversion bits. If you are in the Discord, hit me up in Discord, and give me your address, and I'll send you these cool parts. So do that. Thanks everyone for joining and watching. And we'll see you tomorrow. Let's raid somebody. Who should we raid?
Yeah, do it.
Who is
getting
live on Twitch? Sorry if you're watching on YouTube. Uzi Style is live playing on Priority Targets, our Season 2 Priority Targets map. All right, well, we got to raid them then. All right, everyone. Thanks. Huge thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting the channel. We'll see you at 2 p.m. Eastern time, or maybe a different time, depending. Stay tuned tomorrow, and we'll hang out with these folks.
Bye, everybody.
All right, let's go raiding!